My bad, y'all. I didn't even realize that we were live. I'm still clicking around on stuff. Good morning, everybody. Good morning, Telegram. Good morning, Cardi. Good morning, Kim. As you come in, make sure. Good morning, ATLians. Justin. Make sure you like the live. Good morning, Beta. Hit the like button. Is that liking a live? Hitting the like button? Yeah. Make sure you. All right. I'm trying to do get my little pin up here. We want to hit. I need y'all to hit the like button. Subscribe. You changing some stuff around? It's G. Okay, good morning, everybody. Hit the like button, subscribe, and what else I need y'all to do? And share. All right. You can also join the Taylor Umbridge team if you want to get you a membership. Boo. Good morning, mixed chicks. Good morning, y'all. I just dropped ASAP Rocky recap. Recap. So I'm actually in the good morning, Tyler. I'm actually in the process of uploading the joint right here to right here to YouTube. So y'all can watch. We can watch it real quick. All right. Oh, wait a minute, and we got the jury breakdown. Okay, y'all. We gotta shout out to CB. I know CB don't join he doesn't join the live chat anymore, but CB been dropping all updates for me, like for real. And I had a hard week, y'all. My week was so hard. I had the hardest week ever, and CB was out here doing the things that I would be doing on my own, but I just didn't have the strength to do it. So shout out to CB, y'all. Shout out to CB. Thank you, Beta. All right. Shout out to CB. Been giving me all updates that I just didn't have the strength to go out and find on my own because I was just trying to get my life together. Okay. So I'm uploading my 1 minute recap real quick, and we are going. I'm gonna play it for us. So I'm gonna turn it on real quick. I'm gonna upload my short. I'm concerned about this jury. It's none of us. It is not. It is not, y'all. The jury makeup for A$AP Rocky is the all-white jury, and we have the jury makeup. It's five. I want to say it's 7 women, 5 men, 7 men, 5 women, but I'm going to confirm it in just a second. Good morning, everybody. As y'all come out. 2 Asians. Okay, 2 Asians. See, y'all know Drama be on top of it. Here comes Drama. She be on top of it. She's one of my favorite people that I've engaged with on the internet, and I'm going to tell y'all why, because she supports everybody. She supports every single body. Every time you go to Drama's page, like she's promoting somebody's platform. She comes in, she says hi, she's always nice. She's never disrespectful to anybody, y'all. So show my girl, here comes Drama, some love in the chat because she is literally one of my favorite people online. Why didn't he take the plea? Because Tyler, girl, the video doesn't really say that he did what they say he did. And apparently, there's supposed to be a bombshell dropping during opening argument by the defense. Cammy and basically discussing I thought I was your favorite. Mickey, we like it. We like it. We tight. So I'm dropping the A$AP Rocky recap. I'm gonna watch it with us together. But if you a Taylor Umbridge supporter, okay, so my video can get some views, make sure that you go ahead and click on my short, let it play for 5-10 seconds so that I can get a good view on there and then push my video through the algorithm. But we are getting ready to. I'm gonna play it for us. So y'all know that the trial is in LA. The trial is in LA. So the start time that they have today is 10:30, which is 12:30 Central, 1:30 Eastern. So this is going to be a later trial for us. So if you're watching with me, I will be watching from behind to keep up with my stream and my content. So we will start whenever they start every day in the later half of the day, but in the morning portion, we will be watching something else. we will be watching something else because we start at 9. We won't be waiting till 12:30, 12:30/1:30 every day to start our stream. Our stream is going to start at 9 Central. So we may be watching 2 trials at once, y'all. And that might be how we do it. So let me know what y'all think about this. Because if Jackie Johnson starts, she is in Georgia and they are an hour ahead of us. So we could start with Jackie Johnson in the morning. And then in the afternoon, we can switch over to Rocky. That's how I'm thinking we can manage this. And we can do 2 at once. We can do 2 at once. And then I could cut the live and post pieces for each, so if you only follow one, you can watch whatever you want to watch. So yeah, I think that'd be cool. Because y'all. Okay, y'all, my ASAP Rocky video is posted, it's up, so I'm going to play it for y'all. Because yeah. I'm gonna play it for people. I just recorded this morning too, guys, so literally before I came live. I'm gonna share. Okay. Okay, can y'all hear? I can't hear anything. Wait a minute. Rocky trial may be starting today. If you don't know why ASAP Rocky going to trial, let me give you a 1-minute recap. So the ASAP and ASAP Rocky stands for Always Strive and Prosper. High key is the group, so it's other people who got ASAP in front of their name. One person in particular is Relly. All right, so a little while ago, ASAP Rocky and ASAP Relly got into it out in LA. During this altercation, Rocky put out a thumper, and then later on, it's alleged that shots rang out. Relly claimed that he's the victim of those shots that rang out. He said he was grazed by a bullet, but when the police went to the scene, they didn't even find any shell casings. He reported his injuries later on. He even went back to the scene himself to go find the casings and turn them into the police. He then turns around and slaps a civil suit and said, I'm going to sue you for defamation and personal injury, and I'm suing your lawyer too. Now, they went through jury selection and the jury all white. Rocky's attorney is like, this ain't a jury of his peers. Now, they didn't set the jury, but they still got to find 4 alternates. Court's supposed to start at 10:30 Pacific time, and baby, we're going to be right there. I heard that it's supposed to be a bombshell drop during opening argument, so we're not going to miss it. And in case you want to see Relly's injury, take a look at this picture here. All right, try watching. So Tyler, when you ask me like why he didn't take the plea, baby, he gonna have to prove that man was really thumped. Okay, just kind of looking at the, I don't know. Now the facts in the case are gonna come out. Now this is what I've gathered from what I've learned and what I've gathered. Right, it's what I've ascertained. So it's gonna be interesting. That little hand wound. It looked like the scuff. It looked like they was tussling, which they were on the video. They tussling, and that little scratch on his hand looked like he was tussling. It don't look like. I mean, I don't know. I've never been thumped before. I've never been shot. A bullet has never hit me. Okay. But I will say that it has come out that they are saying that the gun was a prop gun. I don't know if that's the bombshell that's going to drop during open arguments, but at 10:30, we're going to be right there to hear. We're going to be right there to listen. Okay. And then the video that we see of ASAP Rocky, like when they're actually having an altercation, when you actually see the gun, he's holding the gun behind his back, like, walking up to him. And then you actually see him kind of like place the gun back in his waistband. But in the other video where the shots allegedly ring out, you can't see anything. You can't see anybody like pulling up the gun, shooting the gun. Like I think you can hear it. And then people just like take off. Like you see people running. It ain't really giving. I don't know. I mean, you got to prove it. In my opinion, if you could afford to take it to trial, take it to trial. I was questioning. I said if ASAP Rocky should have a plea or not. And I was like, I think it's on video. And then I rewatched that video and I was like, go to trial. So, ASAP was also offered a plea.
So the plea that they offered him was 180 days in jail, and I want to say it's 3 years probation. Keep me honest out there. Keep me honest. I don't got my book down here in front of me. Keep me honest. But I want to say it was 180 days in jail, and it was 3 years probation. And he turned that down. Now, when it comes to this defamation lawsuit, y'all, the lawsuit is crazy because he's truly going after the fact that his attorney did a bunch of like press conferences. I'm not gonna say press conferences. He did a bunch of interviews. A$AP Rocky's attorney did a bunch of interviews. I don't want to say his name wrong because I want to say it's Taco Pina. So bad. That's how I want to say his name, Taco Pina. And I'm probably saying it wrong. So I'm gonna wait until we hear them pronounce that man's name in court, and I'm gonna go from there. But he did a bunch of interviews after the situation, alleging that Relly was trying to extort Rocky. It's all about money. It's a money grab. A$AP didn't shoot him. So he's got all of these claims in these lawsuits for that reason. So very interesting. It's very interesting out here in these streets. And it's interesting in these law streets. So again, y'all, that is supposed to, I don't know, y'all. I want to listen to these facts come out in this courtroom. Because what? Let me also go back to give y'all the true jury makeup. I apologize for misspeaking. Let me go back to. Okay, it's not on this one. I could probably pull it up on my phone. Okay, you're right. Okay, y'all. It is the jury breakdown is 7 women, 5 men. The breakdown racially is 8 white women, 8 white, 2 Asian, and 2 Hispanics, 0 blacks. So my video might be a little off saying it's an all white jury, but ain't no black people. That's probably what I should have said. Ain't no black people on the jury. And the judge was like, that don't mean that it ain't the jury of his peers, though. So I don't know. But that is the jury makeup, y'all. 7 women, 5 men. 8 of them are white, 2 are Asian, and 2 are Hispanic. 0 are black. 0 are black. So again, they raised and they brought it up. So his attorney basically put it on the record that Los Angeles County is 9% African American, yet of the 106 potential jurors summoned, only 5 were black, which is about 4 or 5% of the jury pool. He said that Rocky is supposed to be judged by a jury of his peers. And the judge responded saying that there is no authority that stipulates the makeup of the jury should reflect a defendant's race. Taco Pina, because I want to call him Taco Pina so bad. Taco Pina so bad. Here comes drama. I want to call him that so bad. Taco Pina. Don't seem like a jury of his peers to me, but that's what he said. He said there is no authority that stipulates the makeup of a jury should reflect a defendant's race. So, I don't know. That's the way, because that's the way it look. I want to call him Taco Pina so bad. Like, Taco Pina? She said it's Taco Pina. Taco Pina. I ain't even gonna go there. But I want to call him Taco Pina so bad. I do. I want to call him Taco Pina so bad. But I'll get it together. Y'all know I always struggle with the names. I will get it. I promise y'all I will get it together by the time I'm supposed to. By the time I'm supposed to, I'm gonna get it together. Me too. I was thinking about getting Taco Bell yesterday too, MC girl, and it didn't happen. I ended up with what did I end up with yesterday? I did end up with Taco Bell yesterday. I had a steak quesadilla with extra creamy jalapeno. Oh, that was me falling out because it is so good. It was the best thing happened. Hello, Information Man Show. Welcome to the party. Y'all haven't had breakfast yet? Okay. So y'all know y'all got me all day today. So we are actually going to finish up our Ahmaud Arbery trial, which is perfect because Yeah, we are at the reclosing of this. So we should be able to watch the reclosing, the verdict, and the sentencing before ASAP Rocky even starts. So when you watch my video and you see my little thumbnail and it says and more, this is the and more. We're gonna wrap up that Ahmaud Arbery situation and we're gonna go ahead and we're gonna jump into it. Good morning, Rosalind. Good morning, everybody. So look, let me check my numbers real quick. We got 36 people watching from YouTube. I need 36 likes on this video. I need all 36 of y'all to hit the X button on the chat, hit the like button, send some hearts up. I need y'all to share the video to y'all platforms. Let everybody know that this is the place to be today. This is the place to be today. Come watch with us. If you are watching from Twitter, what's up, Twitter fam? What's going on? All right, keep in mind that if one of the mods, I think I need to add an extra mod in here too, because I know they'll be doing her thing too. Kim, do you want to be a mod? I need to add an extra mod in here because I may need y'all to assist with, hit the like, hit the share. Hey Val, I may need y'all to assist with our verbiage for the people. I could star Data's comments so I can get back to it more easily as the comments come in. Cool. I don't know where Jen is. Yes, okay. So we're gonna make Miss Kim a mod in here because we're gonna need some more mods. I low key want to make D Wood one too. You know, my regular folk. You know. Yeah, I want to watch the Idaho students unalive too, y'all. We gonna watch that trial because it just bothers me so bad. It just don't sit right with my soul that they took their house down. It don't sit right with my soul that they took their house down. Yes, girl. We're gonna make Hershey one too, because Hershey be in here all the time too. Hershey, you want to be a mod? Girl, because we will make you a mod too. That case is wild. It is. And I just think that they hiding something. Like, why would y'all tear their house down? That house should not be torn down until this case is over. Talking about it was a eyesore. Well, hello. Hello. Okay, y'all. Sorry, I had added me some extra mods in here. Okay. It's giving very shady drama because why would y'all take that house? Talking about they took all the pictures that they could. What if the jury wanted to walk through that house? They should have been able to walk through that house. They should have waited today after that trial was over. So we got to watch that, y'all. We got to watch it. They had a hearing yesterday. So if we have a break or something in between getting through the Ahmaud Arbery stuff and starting ASAP Rocky, we're gonna watch what happened yesterday. We really are. We really, really are. Good morning, Chloe. It's fishy. It is very fishy. It's not normal. It is not normal. All right, y'all. Let me stop yapping. And we will get us over to, like I said, the end of Ahmaud Arbery. So here's the thing. ASAP Rocky starts at 10:30 Pacific time. So that is 12:30 Central time, which means we've got at least 9, 10, 11, 12, 3.5 hours until that trial is going to start. So in the meantime, in between times, sounds super abnormal. In the meantime, in between time, we are going to finish up the Ahmaud Arbery's closing arguments. We're at the end. So we're getting ready to watch the prosecutor give her reclosing of the situation, and then we're going to watch the verdict and whatever the sentencing. I think that should actually get us to 12:30, but in the event that it doesn't, we'll switch over to the to the Idaho stuff, or if Jackie Johnson comes live today, we'll switch over to that. All right, so let's get to it. You know you can't be moderating random people you don't know.
Yes, the state has another 2 hours to speak to you. Now, some of you may be thinking, please, no, I understand this, I get it, I've got it. But the defense got up there and gave you a lot of information, and the person sitting next to you might have questions that you don't know. So when you get back there in the deliberation room, I want to make sure that I've covered everything so that we're all on the same page as far as the facts and the law go. So what we're going to do right now is we're going to get back to the basics. Okay, we're going to take it back down. We're going to apply the law to the facts, and that's what we're going to do. We're going to walk through this right now. So the burden is on the state to prove this to you beyond a reasonable doubt. Now, Laura Ho got up here yesterday and said, you have to be certain. That's not true. What it is it's the doubt of a fair-minded and impartial juror honestly seeking the truth. Not seeking doubt, not beyond all doubt, or to a mathematical certainty. And that's what the judge is going to charge you, okay? All right, it's just beyond a reasonable doubt. In other words, do you think they committed the crimes? Okay, if you go, yeah, I think they committed the crimes, you're good. That's all you need. Now, the defendants have raised what we call affirmative.
And to object to that description of what reasonable doubt is. It's clearly not the law. And there's cases recently about.
Objection.
Okay.
The court's going to charge the jury on the definition of reasonable doubt. That is the law that will be provided to the panel. And again, if we could just have everybody argue or in argument, make sure that you are referring to the law that the panel will be charged with so that there's no confusion about the standard that should be applied. Thank you.
The doubt of a fair-minded and impartial juror honestly seeking the truth. Not seeking doubt, not beyond doubt, or to a mathematical certainty. That's what the judge is going to charge you, okay? Once again, if you believe they have committed these crimes and the state has proven it to you beyond a reasonable doubt, you are authorized under the law to come back with a guilty verdict on all the charges. It's as simple as that. Now, in this case, the defendants have raised an affirmative defense. And what does that mean? An affirmative defense means, hey, even if you think we really did these things, because the evidence is sufficient to say, yes, we did do these things, the 4 felonies in the indictment and the murder, hey, we have an affirmative defense which justifies us doing that. For the murder, it's self-defense. For the other charges, it's citizen's arrest. So here's the thing. You find they didn't commit a citizen's arrest. That's not what they were doing. Under the law, they didn't meet the criteria. Okay, I want to remind you guys, ignorance of the law is no excuse. It's not like, well, they were probably mistaken. You can't be mistaken about the law. If you're going to take the law into your own hands, you better know what the law is. So if you find they were not doing a citizen's arrest under the legal standard, okay, the judge is going to give you, well, then it takes it out of self-defense for the homicide, and that means they're guilty on all the charges. Okay? It's as simple as that. So count 1, malice murder. Remember, premeditation is not required, and the state is not required to prove motive. All right? You may find malice when there does not appear to be significant provocation, and all the circumstances show an abandoned and malignant heart. Okay, I want to be real clear. The state is not saying that Greg and Travis McMichael ran out of the house to go murder somebody right then and there. We all know that's not how it works, right? Okay, what happens? Let's give you an example. I'll make up an example. She's leaving him, right? They're getting a divorce, and she's there to pack up her stuff. Okay, he's not at the house to murder her, right? No. But what happens? She's packing up the stuff. They start arguing. They start bickering. Then it starts into shoving. Then it's, if I can't have you, nobody can have you. She's thinking, oh my God, he's an idiot. She's taking the stuff out of the car. He goes up and kills her, shoots her with the gun. Okay. It started out one thing, and it escalated and escalated and escalated. That's how you get to the murder. So don't be fooled, okay? The state's not saying they left the house to go murder Ahmaud Arbery. What happened? They left the house to go investigate, right? Stop, we want to talk to you. Where are you coming from? What did you do? What's going on, right? And then what happened? Mr. Arbery ignored them, okay? He took off running. He wouldn't do what they were commanding him to do. He wasn't obeying their orders. Why? Well, under the Constitution of the United States, he didn't have to do anything except walk away. In this case, he ran away. And they chased him. They backed up on him, and then they followed him down Burford. You saw the night out video repeatedly yesterday when Mr. Goff was here. At that point, I mean, let's face it, to Travis and Greg McMichael, that was a big go jump in the lake. I'll use polite language. I mean, wasn't it? Here they are, ex-law enforcement, Coast Guard. We're demanding that you stop and talk to us. We have questions. Stop right there, talk to us. And he ignores them, basically telling them, yeah, I'm not doing it. And it starts escalating. They start getting mad. Oh yeah? And then all of a sudden, Brian pulls out. Then it's like, okay, we'll go around and we'll cut him off over here. We'll go get him. Now they want to get him. Now they want to stop him because they're mad at him. He has totally ignored them and run away from them. And how dare he do that to these two people? Okay, what right did they have to stop Ahmaud Arbery? What right did they have to go ahead and demand a fellow citizen stop and talk to them? And then use pickup trucks to try and cut him off and force him to be detained right there on Burford? None whatsoever. So when we're talking about malice murder, we are talking about the fact that this can happen. And the judge is going to charge you on this. No specific length of time is required for malice to arise in the defendant's mind. Malice may be formed in a moment, and instantly a fatal wound may be inflicted. How do you see malice? Well, you can consider it as reckless disregard for human life. You bring your 12-gauge pump shotgun with you, ready to fire. You point it at a man you know is unarmed. I mean, you think they couldn't tell with those baggy shorts that he didn't have a gun on him? Who's being forced toward you by Mr. Bryan and his black Silverado, and then you go ahead and intercept him and pull the trigger without a thought. Abandon a malignant heart, reckless disregard for human life. And they're in it together. Greg McMichael and Travis McMichael are acting together in concert in the truck. Their actions are all together. They're parties to the crime. Even though Greg McMichael is in the back of that pickup truck on that 911 call, when Travis pulls this trigger, he is still responsible because he's a party to this crime. Because without Greg McMichael, this would never have happened. Now, felony murder, once again, is based on the 4 felonies. Now, the felony murder is you're committing a felony. There's no intent to go ahead and kill the person, but because you're committing that felony, someone dies. Okay, let's not be fooled. We're not talking about but for his parents getting married. That's the red herring. What are we talking about, ladies and gentlemen? But for the felony. Okay, that's the thinking. But for the criminal attempt at false imprisonment, but for the false imprisonment, but for the aggravated assault with the motor vehicles, but for the aggravated assault with the shotgun, he wouldn't be dead. That's how you think about it. Look at these crimes and ask yourself, okay, if we take that out, would he be alive? It's real simple. The answer is you can't take out any of these crimes. If you take out any one of these crimes that they committed, and he's still alive, all of the underlying felonies played a substantial and necessary part in causing the death of Ahmaud Arbery. What do we have? Aggravated assault with a shotgun. Pretty simple. The aggravated assault was continuous. Started with pulling that shotgun up. Ahmaud Arbery was 30 to 40 yards away, not an imminent threat at all. And what did it do? It ended with the pulling of the trigger, shotgun blast here, pellets right here. Did that felony contribute? Of course it did. It's the cause of his death. Aggravated assault with pickup trucks. I want to be real clear about this. You do not have to hit the person with the pickup truck. The judge is going to charge you that actual injury to the alleged victim need not be shown. What has to be shown? This. Were the defendant's actions such that it placed Ahmaud Arbery in reasonable fear of immediately receiving a violent injury? What did Mr. Bryan do? He actually ran him into a ditch. Check. I mean, Mr. Bryan right now, aggravated assault with his motor vehicle, check. Felony murder, check. Because this contributed to his death. This played a substantial part because it put Mr. Arbery in reasonable fear of Mr. Bryan and that truck. So what do we know? We know that Mr. Arbery was running back up Holmes when Mr. Bryan came back down, and he had to turn around at that blue mailbox. We don't see him turn around, but see how far he is at that blue mailbox? And he heads back toward the white truck. If he wasn't already in fear of Mr. Bryan and his Silverado, would he still be alive? Yes. But because of what happened over on Burford, because of the criminal attempt at false imprisonment and this aggravated assault, Mr. Arbery's dead. False imprisonment. You violate the personal liberty of Ahmaud Arbery. You unlawfully confine and detain him. Well, how do you do that? Well, you chase him down with a Ford F-150 or a Silverado. And they did confine and detain him on Holmes. Ladies and gentlemen, come on. We've looked at this. All right. What do we got? We've got Mr. Bryan chasing him up Holmes. Now, yeah, this line doesn't go far enough because what did Travis McMichael tell the police? I stopped a few houses down got out of my truck and shouted at him, stop, stop. Now, he denied it on the stand, but that's what he told the police in his written statement, the one he had an hour to fill out, right? So Mr. Arbery got this far and had to turn back around. Then he goes back this way. Then he has to go back down this way because now he's turned around. Now he has to come back this way once Mr. Bryan turns around. He went up and down the street at least 4 times. I mean, come on, confined and detained on homes. That's false imprisonment. Up and down 4 different times, right there. Criminal attempt. You saw the Idaho video. You saw how fast they took off after him. I mean, Greg Michael's yelling, cut him off, cut him off, cut him off. Travis denies that he did anything to cut off Mr. Arbery. Doesn't even say he pulled in front of Mr. Arbery. But for some reason, Mr. Arbery turns around and runs back. You decide what to believe. But what was he trying to do? What was his intent? He told you what his intent was. Our intent was to stop him. Can't stop somebody. United States of America. Okay? People are free here. They had no authority to demand that he stop. And they're yelling at him. Stop. We want to talk to you. And he's running away. That's the criminal attempt by the McMichaels on Burford. Now, of course, we know the criminal attempt at false imprisonment by Mr. Bryan. He pulled out, pushed him, shoved him, did whatever, got him into a ditch. Now, those actions on Burford, did it put Ahmaud Arbery in reasonable fear of receiving bodily harm? Yes. So now what's he doing? He's running away from them. For 5 minutes, he's running away from them. If they hadn't put him in reasonable fear of receiving serious bodily harm so that he ran away from them, would he be dead? The answer is no. Therefore, that substantially contributed to his death. Because why? All right. Where did he go? He went up Holmes. Now, this whole thing of, oh, well, the reason he didn't really run out this way is Mr. Albenzi was down there with a gun. Nobody has x-ray vision. Mr. Albenzi had the gun in the pocket of his overalls, okay? And what do we know Mr. Albenzi did after all this? He went home. Remember? He walks back and he goes on home. I'm sorry, goes on home here. So this idea that Ahmaud isn't going to run this way because Mr. Albenzi is out there, we don't know what's in the mind of Ahmaud Arbery. Not at all. But what did Mr. Bryan do? Well, Mr. Bryan got in front of him and then went to back up at him, and that's when he turned up Holmes. Those are the words of Mr. Bryan. I pulled in front of him, I backed up at him, and that's when he turned up Holmes. Therefore, the criminal attempt at false imprisonment substantially contributed to the felony murder. Based on that alone, ladies and gentlemen, criminal attempt at false imprisonment, guilty. Felony murder for that on all of them. Mr. Bryan included, and the McMichaels, guilty on felony murder. So, but for his actions, would Ahmaud still be alive? If he had not helped to stop Ahmaud with his Silverado, would Ahmaud still be alive? The answer is yes, he would have been. That's all you got to think about is, well, what did he do to contribute to help the McMichaels? The answer is yes. Mr. Bryan played a substantial and necessary part in causing his death. He is responsible for the murder of Ahmaud Arbery. All right, so that brings us to self-defense. All right, I'm just going to go over this quickly. I want you to know what the basics are, the essentials, okay? Because self-defense really applies to the aggravated assault with the shotgun, okay, and the murder charges. So what have we got? One can use lethal force in self-defense, but only under certain circumstances. You can't claim self-defense if you are the unjustified initial aggressor, meaning if you started it. Who started this? It wasn't Ahmaud Arbery. If you're committing a felony against that person. Once again, we're back to our convenience store armed robber. He doesn't get to defend himself against the clerk he's robbing. He doesn't get to claim self-defense. He's committing a felony. In this case, they committed 4 different felonies, including the aggravated assault with the shotgun. They started it. They do not get to claim self-defense. And then, of course, provocation. You can't force someone to defend themselves against you, so you get to claim self-defense. This isn't the Wild West. No. So there's 3 instances where the defendants don't get to claim self-defense, and they committed all of them. So once again, initially provokes the use of force against himself with the intent to use such force as an excuse. No Wild West. This is the important one. Cannot commit aggravated assault with a shotgun, with trucks, false imprisonment, or criminal attempt at false imprisonment. Any of those. Not justified in using force. If you're doing any of those things, they were doing all 4 of them. And you're not justified in using force if that person was the unjustified aggressor. You can't start it and claim self-defense. And they started this with their driveway decisions. So here's the main concepts. The defendants had to believe the deadly force was necessary. There were no other alternatives. Pointing a shotgun at somebody. There were a whole bunch of other alternatives to that. That belief must be reasonable. And once again, that's reasonable for everybody. That reasonableness applies to you. That reasonableness, there's no special exception for previous training in the Coast Guard or law enforcement. The reasonableness standard in Georgia applies to everyone equally. The danger to yourself has to be imminent, meaning I am about to get killed. Not some guy I've been chasing for 5 minutes is running at me. Can't use excessive force. The minute it's excessive, self-defense goes out the window. The defendant's reasonable belief must be what prompts him to use force. What prompted Travis McMichael to pull up that shotgun? He wanted him to stop. He was trying to get him to stop. Oh yeah, you're not going to stop for me and my dad? Up comes the shotgun. Now you're going to stop. Okay, you're not going to stop. You're going to go around the truck. That's fine. He goes to intercept him. He's not afraid. He moved toward Mr. Arbery. He moved toward Mr. Arbery with the gun. He's not afraid. You got to act out of fear. You can't be acting out of anger. That this guy won't stop and talk to you and won't obey your commands. Okay, what was there to be afraid of? Well, let's see. Ahmad was wearing a t-shirt and cargo shorts that were so baggy he has this big belt loop out here. Let's see what else. Didn't have a bag or a backpack. So, yeah, doesn't have anything that he's carrying. He was running with his hands empty at his sides. Ran away from them for 5 minutes. Did not have any weapon. Nothing on him. Didn't say one word to them. Didn't threaten them verbally. Didn't say, oh yeah. Didn't say anything. And he had no help from anyone. So what's there to be afraid of? He went this way, goes this way, he goes that way. And you see Travis McMichael move down to the center of the street there, blocking his way. He's trying to get away. And then, oh, look, he's going to go this way. And he does. He goes around. And what do you have here? Travis McMichael going to intercept. And that shadow underneath there, I mean, you can have the stills back there. We printed some of them out. That shotgun is pointed right at him. Right at him. Okay? So when he gave the police that story about, oh, it was at Port Arms, and he was striking me and hitting me and striking me and hitting me, and I finally, had to do this. That's what he told the police. A bunch of lies. Shotgun, shadow right here. Okay? Here's the other thing, ladies and gentlemen. Lawyers aren't good at math. I don't trust you guys are. What did the ME say? This arm on Ahmaud Arbery was 26 inches. This arm on Ahmaud Arbery was 25 inches. And the barrel of that shotgun is over 28 inches. Do the math. Did he hit him? Did he punch him? Did he strike him? When the shotgun's like this? Easy. Do the math. This is what Travis McMichael did. There's no fear here. There's only anger. Remember, it's a standard of reasonable beliefs that the force used is necessary. Do you really believe he had no other choice but to use his shotgun? Is that what you really believe? No other choice. What are the alternatives? Well, the first alternative is don't sort this. I'm going to tell you something. My husband, he always tells this to our three nephews, David, Ben, and Sam. And what he says is there's some rules for life. You know what those rules are? Don't go looking for trouble, because you will find it, and it is not going to turn out the way you think it is. What he's really saying to them is, don't be that guy who starts the bar fight and goes, let's go in the parking lot. That's what he's really saying to them. But it's a life rule. You go looking for trouble, and what's going to happen? So don't leave the house. Here's an alternative. Call the police. Don't chase down strangers to confront them. Mm-hmm. Don't go after pedestrians in your truck. I mean, common sense tells you, you pull up in a truck on somebody who's like a pedestrian who's out for a jog. I mean, I don't know, are any of you runners? You ever had a strange truck pull up and have some people start yelling at you? Would that startle you? I don't know. We don't know what was in the mind of Ahmaud Arbery. But, I mean, what do you think? Did it cause some fear for him? These strange men pulling up in this truck and then not relenting and not backing off? This was 3-on-1. How about some empathy? Remember leaps? Listen, empathize. Where's Travis McMichael's empathy? Where's Greg McMichael's empathy? Where do they go? Wow, I wonder what I'm doing to this other person. I wonder what it looks like from their point of view. I wonder if we might be scaring or startling this person. I wonder if it may be so bad that they might react in a negative way. Where's the empathy? How about don't bring a shotgun with you? This is really easy. Call the police. Because what did Officer Rash want? Remember Officer Rash? He said he wanted them to be witnesses. I mean, so call the police. Follow behind Mr. Arbery at that 2 miles an hour. Where's he going to go? They could have followed him all the way back to Fancy Bluff and Boykin Ridge on the phone going, he's turning left. He's turning right. Ooh, okay. That was a real easy choice. But did they choose to do that? No, they confronted him. They chose to confront him. They didn't need to. They didn't have to. I mean, they could have followed. I mean, he's a jogger. How fast is he going? Don't point a shotgun at people unless you're going to kill him. Don't point a shotgun at people unless you're going to kill him. How do we know he intended to kill him? He pointed a shotgun at him. How about you stay on the driver's side of the truck? Don't go around the front of the truck. Real easy. All right, so let's go ahead and take a look at citizen's arrest, because this is really important. The law of citizen's arrest. Okay, so first off, the defendants never ever said citizen's arrest. They never ever said we're making an arrest. They never said we saw him commit a crime. So ladies and gentlemen, where in the world did the citizen's arrest thing come from? Because it didn't come from the defendants on February 23rd, 2020. Where did it come from? So what is the law? A private person may arrest an offender if the offense is committed in his presence. What does that mean? Right here, right now, I saw you commit an offense. Okay? I saw you criminally trespass on that property right here, right now on February 23rd, 2020. I saw you commit a burglary. I saw you commit whatever crime it is. It's in your immediate presence or within immediate knowledge. Okay, we talked about that. The guy at Walmart is not standing next to the shoplifter when she shoplifts, but in real time, what's he doing? He's watching it. We're not talking about videotapes. You can't watch a videotape from November and then have it in your immediate knowledge. Okay, remember, the judge is going to tell you it's synonymous. It means the same thing. Meaning in your presence or immediate knowledge means immediately you know because you saw it. That's what that means. That doesn't mean watching a videotape on February 11th with Officer Rash in front of 220 Satilla Drive. That's not what that means. A private person may arrest an offender if the offense is committed in his presence. Did Ahmaud Arbery commit any offense in the presence of any of these defendants? The answer to that is no. Boom. Citizen's arrest is gone. But yes, I am going to continue because there's some more caveats. If the offense, the one that was just committed in your presence, is a felony. Do you get why they're trying to make Ahmaud a burglar so desperately? Because if all he's doing is criminally trespassing.
I don't like to interrupt closings, but this is not an accurate statement of the law that the court is going to give this jury. The parenthetical is not accurate.
The parenthetical is mine. Totally mine. Okay?
Well, I've made an objection, though. I'm asking her for a
Let's just
rule.
explain. Yeah, the parenthetical is what the state is arguing. The rest is the charge of the court. The charge is going to be provided to the panel. And with the same explanation I provided a little bit earlier on what the law is going to be, the court is going to provide you the law of the case. Counsel, you may proceed.
Thank you. So, okay. The first sentence is, a private person may arrest offender if the offense is committed in his presence. Okay. You can arrest if the offense is committed in his presence. If the offense, and that's my parenthetical to remind you, if the offense, we're talking about that offense, the one that was just committed in your presence is a felony, and the offender is escaping or attempting to escape right then and there.
That is not the law that the court's going to give, and we've had this discussion.
It's a mistake.
A misstatement of law, we would object.
I join in the objection.
It's noted.
You understand this is my argument. The judge is going to give you the law, right? And he's going to have it written out for you, and he's going to read it to you. But this is the state's argument, that the offender is escaping or attempting to escape. The state's position is that what that means is, I saw the crime. I can't chase after the person. I just have to try and arrest them right there. But if it's a felony, and if they're escaping, they're running away, I get to chase after them. I don't get to chase after them unless it's a felony and they're trying to escape. All right? A private person may arrest him upon reasonable and probable grounds of suspicion. That's the state's position.
We have to object and have a conference with the court.
No, we're going to let the state continue. We talked about this in the charge conference. The objection is noted.
We move from this trial. Stop. Based on the incorrect statement of the law.
Rejoin.
Ladies and gentlemen, if you could please just go ahead and take a step into the jury room.
All right, the jury. Please state it.
Right, the court had a charge conference Friday. I was provided a bunch of arguments over the weekend that we are making part of the record. So I understand the objection is being made to the the law. I've indicated the law is going to be provided to the panel. I've indicated the court's position with respect to the law. So with that, I'd like to get the closing argument done, but I'm more than happy to hear the motion for mistrial and proceed from there.
Matter.
Based on the final draft of the charges the court provided us, I guess yesterday morning, the court is going to charge that a private citizen's warrantless arrest must occur immediately after the perpetration of the offense, or in the case of felonies, during escape. If the observer fails to make the arrest immediately after the commission of offense or during escape.
Your immediate knowledge. How do you get immediate knowledge? Meaning immediately it happens, synonymous, right? So that isn't rumor, gossip, hearsay that a crime has been committed or that some other person thinks this other person committed this crime. You can't base your citizen's arrest on that sort of stale information from unreliable sources. That's not what you can do, okay? You can't base an arrest on gossip alone. Facebook does not alone give you probable cause to go arrest somebody. Rumors in the neighborhood do not give you probable cause alone to go and arrest somebody. That's not what immediate knowledge is. A private citizen's warrantless arrest must occur immediately after the perpetration of the offense, or in the case of felonies, during the escape. Okay, so what's that mean? Why is warrantless highlighted? Okay, because a citizen's arrest is a warrantless arrest. You don't have an arrest warrant that, a law enforcement officer has sworn out before a judge at all. This is a warrantless arrest. And so for the warrantless arrest under citizen's arrest, the arrest must occur immediately after the crime was committed, or in the case of a felony, during the escape. That means the person's escaping, you're chasing them, and you have to arrest them right then and there. That's what that means. Now, remember, the defense got up here and said, well, of course, how would a law enforcement officer ever arrest anybody if the crime happened over here and then they arrest them later? Well, we all know that law enforcement officers go out and get arrest warrants. Okay, that's what they do. They go ahead and they know Linda has been committing shoplifting. Okay, they get called, they witness her, she runs out. Okay, they don't arrest her that day. So what does the officer do? He takes out an arrest warrant for her. That's how she gets arrested later on the arrest warrant for shoplifting, because she wasn't arrested by the law enforcement officer on that day when he saw her shoplifting. He takes out a warrant and arrests her later. So that answers that question that the defense brought up. All right, law and citizen's arrest. If the observer fails to make the arrest immediately after the commission of the offense or during escape in the case of felonies, his power to do so is extinguished. Okay? So when you're in the store and the woman's shoplifting and you go to do a citizen's arrest, you have to do it right then and there. She comes back in the store 4 days later. Yeah, you can't arrest her. You can't do a citizen's arrest 4 days later. It has to, if you fail to make that arrest immediately after the commission of the offense, you have no power to do a citizen's arrest. In other words, this is what we're talking about. We're talking about citizen's arrest for emergency situations.
Judge,
Emergency situations.
I object to this interpretation, which is a misstatement of the law.
We join in that objection.
It's noted, this is the argument that's being made. I've already addressed that.
Except that it says law on citizen's arrest, not the inference, as the court was making clear to the state. Not their interpretation, but the law, it says.
Okay, this maybe semantics with the slide. I don't know, and I have not gone through the slide. The law of the case will be provided by the court. This is argument. This is the state's argument concerning what should be the facts of the case and how to apply them to the law. The slide, to the extent that it indicates that this is the law on citizen's arrest, is again, as I understand, demonstrative. The court is going to provide that. Ms. Doncaster.
Thank you. It says, in other words, this is me sort of summarizing it for you. This is the state's argument. You all understand that, right? This is just the state's argument. And the state's argument is that citizen's arrest is for emergency situations when something's happening. They are right in front of you, and you want to go ahead and act as a citizen and arrest the person because you just saw the crime happen. That's what it's for. So what we have is, it says law on citizen's arrest. This is once again a summary slide done by the state. This is the state's argument to you that the crime is committed in your presence. Immediate knowledge is not the unsupported statements of others alone, that a private citizen's warrantless arrest must occur immediately after the offense. And if it's a felony and the offender is escaping or attempting to escape, you can chase them and then make your arrest. Okay? That's it in a nutshell right there. All right. So we're going to apply that law to the facts of this case, right? So what crime are we talking about that they thought he had committed? Was it clear to you at all, based on their closing arguments, what they were talking about? All right. Well, it can't be October 25th, 2019, because Ahmaud was on the dock, and he didn't take anything. All right? So what do we have? Well, we don't even have criminal trespass, because criminal trespass is when you enter on the property of someone else to do an unlawful act. All right? You decide. Did he enter on to 220 Satilla Drive on the dock to commit an unlawful act? Well, go ahead and look at the video. Didn't touch any of that stuff. Didn't steal any of that stuff out on the dock. Wandered around and looked around on the dock. All right? Let's talk about Larry English here. Larry English was not concerned about people there in the daytime. He didn't bother to even collect those daytime videos. Kelly Park told you, yeah, there was a Sunday I saw Ahmaud there in the doorway. You know? We don't know if it was December or January. Larry English couldn't have cared less. Might have been instances of other people there during the day, but he couldn't remember because he didn't care about people coming on the property during the day. What did he tell you? He told you he could remember his subcontractors were there, the kids came over there, and Mr. Billy. I don't know who Mr. Billy is. He would sometimes shut off the video cameras and not turn them on for days. Remember in his deposition, he said, yeah, I'd shut them off because they kept going off, because people were up there, and I'd forget about them and not turn them on. Okay, so he's concerned about his property, but he's concerned about liability because of those kids. He doesn't want one of those kids falling off his dock. Per Larry English, he's a contractor. And by the way, Larry English is the one who referred to it as a construction site. Remember, during his deposition, he called it the construction site. In his experience, it's very common as a general contractor to have people come in and out of the construction site. And what did he tell you? He told you this in his deposition. Nothing had ever been stolen from the construction site in all of 2019 and the first 2 months of 2020. Let's be really, really clear. This whole boat thing, that's a red herring. All right? Total red herring. Nothing had ever been stolen from the construction site. And you can see how much stuff is in there. You got lumber. You got all this stuff. Mr. Arbery never shows up with a bag, doesn't back a U-Haul up to it and start loading out that big saw or anything like that. What does he do? He wanders around inside for a few minutes and leaves. That's all he does. But during late October or the beginning of November 2019, we have no idea what the actual date is, Larry English climbs up a ladder and looks down into his boat that's parked there and goes, oh my gosh, my stuff's missing. Okay, he notices it sometime in the end of October, beginning of November. He can't even tell you what date that was. Okay, and he calls Rash. He goes, okay, Rash, what do I do? And he talks to Rash about this and says, well, I don't know when the stuff was stolen. I don't know who stole it. I think it was my subcontractors who stole it. They're the first suspects. But he also notes that the boat had been back and forth to Douglas where he lives during this time frame. So Larry English, when he's talking to Rash, now knows, I don't know when it was stolen, I don't know who stole it, I don't know where the boat was, and he decides to not even get the police involved. Because what does Rash say? If you want to report to the police, what do? Call the non-emergency number, and an investigator will come out and take a report from you. We'll interview you, figure out what everything is. But what are the suspects from Larry English's point of view? Well, it's the subcontractors, it's the looky-loos, the white couple with the bag. I mean, that's from the 911 call. He thinks they're the people. And then it might have been the 4 teenagers in Douglas. So it can't be sometime in October, November when Larry English noticed the items missing from the boat, okay? Because we don't even have enough for Larry English to call the police and even do an investigation into this, because he doesn't know where the boat was, much less what date the stuff was stolen off the boat was. We don't know what date this took place. So he never told Travis McMichael, never spoke to Greg McMichael, never talked to William O'Brien about any of this boat thing, okay? Travis McMichael knew the boat thing from gossip, an unreliable source. Stale information. Who told it to him? He told you. His mother. Greg McMichael knew about this from Officer Rash. And what did Rash tell you? Yeah, I went down and talked to Greg McMichael and told him that Larry English had stuff stolen off his boat and that he suspects his contractors. They knew better. What was the intent? I mean, Officer Rash told you, my intent here was for Greg McMichael to be a good witness for the police. He's supposed to be a good witness. If he sees the guy over there again, he's supposed to call 911. And then he's supposed to go, hey, he went this way, he went that way. That's what he's supposed to do, be a good witness. Greg offers his contact information to Officer Rash to give it to Larry English, but Larry English never gets this text. He totally ignores it. Never makes contact with Greg McMichael, never authorizes Greg McMichael to act on his behalf at all. Now, Larry English, it's completely reasonable. I mean, look at this. This is what the actual owner of the property wants to have happen. This is what the owner wants. Find him, talk to him, and tell him not to come back. Okay? That's a totally reasonable response. Completely reasonable. Just, Officer Rash, just tell the young man to please stop coming on the property. Because what happens? My blink alarm thing goes off, and then I have to call the police, and then I have to call Diego Perez, and this is a real hassle. He never takes anything, never steals anything, but my camera's going off. Can you just tell him not to come back anymore? What did Officer Rash tell you? One of the last questions Officer Rash was asked on the stand. What did he say? Well, if Larry English had called the Glenn County Police Department to report the theft of items from his boat, what would have happened? An officer would have been assigned to investigate the case, meaning he would have interviewed Larry English. What would he have said to Larry English? Sir, what was taken? When was it taken? Well, Larry English wouldn't have been able to say when. And who took it? Well, it was my subcontractors, I think. But then there was this white couple, I think. And by the way, I think they're living under the bridge. And, I don't know. And then there's this young man who keeps coming in, but he never takes anything. So this idea that Ahmad would be a suspect, he's a suspect along with a whole bunch of other people. Okay? So here's the problem. If you're a suspect and you're a suspect and you're a suspect, the police don't automatically go, I'm going to arrest him. I mean, that's not what they do. They actually investigate it, right? Like law enforcement officers. So the idea would be that an officer would go and look into it. That's exactly what Rash said on the stand. Do you remember this? He said, Ahmad might be a suspect, but he would look into it. We don't even know when this stuff was stolen. Ahmad would not have been automatically arrested just because Larry English made contact with the police. There would have been an investigation. That's what Rash told you. Rash, an actual law enforcement officer with a badge and a marked patrol car. So then we got the white couple with the bag. He calls the police on December 2nd. They're the suspected boat thieves now. Remember, even on December 1st, he's calling the police going, yeah, these are the thieves who stole the stuff off my boat. I want you to go and check them out. Now, here's what's really important. Larry English called the police and said, please go check out the white couple. They're homeless, living under the bridge. He did not go himself to confront the people under the bridge. I want you to compare and contrast this. Because what do we know about Greg McMichael and Travis McMichael at this point in time? July 13th, they went down and confronted the homeless man under the bridge with their guns. And then called the police to tell them about it, that he's a shady looking guy. February 11th, Travis McMichael runs home, tells his dad they get their guns, and they head back down to 220. He says, I'm calling parked in front of 220. All right? Where's Greg McMichael at that time? He's inside with his gun, about to run into Diego Perez, who's inside with his flashlight and his gun. Neither Diego Perez or Greg McMichael bothered to tell Officer Rash that they had both been inside already with their firearms on February 11th. Did they? Nope. And you'll note that the 911 operator stayed on the phone with Travis McMichael the entire time until Officer Rash arrived. That's important. Stayed on the phone the entire time so Travis could keep reporting what he was seeing. So now November 18th, 2019. They don't know anything about November 18th, 2019 until they're shown some videos on February 11th of 2020. So they don't even know about this. And it can't be December 17th, 2019 because nobody knew about that at all. Even Larry English, I don't know. I found these on my phone. I never paid attention to them. Police weren't called. Nothing happened. Okay, but what do we know? Okay, a couple of things. Let's look at this. I want you to watch this. What's Mr. Arbery doing? More importantly, what's Mr. Arbery not doing? All right. Here's the thing. All right. I'm gonna do this. I'm really scared, but I'm gonna do it. It's pitch black. It's pitch black. I'm in the house. I can't see. Okay, I know there's a table. I seriously do. There it is. Okay. Did you see Mr. Arbery do that? Did you see him do this? Did you see him run his shin into anything? Did you see him run into any of this furniture or this equipment? They keep claiming it's pitch black in there. Does he look like he's acting like it's pitch black? Okay. No. I don't know how he's seeing. I don't know if it's the street light. I don't know if it's the moonlight. I don't know if it's a combination of those things. But for him, he can see what's going on inside. Come on here. Just skirted that lawnmower. Didn't run into it. Didn't bash his elbow on it. And here's what we know Mr. Arbery did on December 17th. After he went in there for a few minutes and looked around, didn't take anything, didn't damage anything. This is what he did. So, can't be February 11th, 2020. That's not the crime we're talking about that they're trying to do a citizen's arrest for. Because a private citizen's warrantless arrest must occur immediately after the offense. If you fail to immediately arrest, you can't arrest later. Okay, and what do we have here? Well, we know what we have here. We have criminal trespass at the most, according to law enforcement officer Rash, who then said it was loitering and prowling. But first off, I want to address this. Empathy once again. Where's the empathy from Travis McMichael? Travis McMichael's point of view is, I pulled up and I got out of the car and had a confrontation with this guy because I was about to say, what are you doing here? And then he put his hand near his pocket and then I jumped back in my car. Well, okay, let's think about this. Empathy. Do Ahmad's actions afterwards, does it look like he thought he was just in a confrontation when he walked into the house on February 11th? What did he do when he walked in the house on February 11th? Wandered around, looked around for a few minutes, and was gone by the time Diego Perez gets over there with his gun, right? So what do we got? Does it look like he just saw someone in a car out front and it was no big deal to him? I don't know. I don't know what he's thinking. I have no idea. You saw the video. What does it look like from the video? Is he in there hiding? Is he in there crouched down? Or is he just wandering around as usual inside? Remember, no one had ever told him to not be on that property.
So the thing is, what you're saying to me is you're going, but Linda, the defense got up here and said he's a burglar. He's a burglar, he's a burglar, and he committed all these burglaries. Well, why are they saying that? Well, because they want it to be a burglary, so that's a felony. So that if he's escaping from that felony, that he committed that burglary, they can chase him down. But they didn't know he had done anything that particular day on February 23rd, 2020. What's burglary? When without authority and with the intent to commit a theft therein, that person enters or remains within the dwelling of another. Okay. Criminal trespass. When that person knowingly and without authority enters upon the land or premises of another for an unlawful purpose. Okay, so what do you got? Kind of really similar. One's a felony, one's a misdemeanor, right? Criminal trespass, a misdemeanor. So what's really important right now is what did the defendants know on February 11th, 2020? What did they know?
We've got a dumpster out by the driveway. There's some blacks right in there. Is that right? Yeah. Matter of fact, don't come to think of it, I kept forgetting about them. They have some kids that age that hang around that house. Well, I've been there for an actual report of an alleged assault or whatever, and it's the kids they have are only females. Now, I don't know if it's one of them's boyfriend. They only had daughters there, so it could be unless somebody's moved in with them, whatever. But yeah, nobody seems to know who this kid is, where he's coming from. But like he's always, and all the times on the video that Mr. English just sent me, he sent me one now. It's always been just in there plundering around. He hasn't seen him actually take anything. I said, so it's criminal trespass. Yeah, very least. So loitering and prowling. I had it reported. It's stolen on the first, right down the road. Now we did have. I took a report down the road here at the house on the corner. The guy where the Jeep and all is, he had some stuff stolen, some guns stolen. But we got on video the car, the people that come in and stole them. They were from another neighborhood. Yeah. How y'all doing? What's up, man? Hey,
What did they know? In front of Travis McMichael, Greg McMichael specifically says to Officer Ash, this is criminal trespassing, a misdemeanor. Why is it criminal trespassing? He's never taken anything. He's never stolen anything. Nothing had ever been taken from the construction site. Officer Ash says it's loitering and prowling. So on February 11th, 2020 at 7:30 at night, Travis McMichael and Greg McMichael know there's absolutely no evidence that Mr. Arbery has committed any felony or theft from the construction site, from the owner himself, and from a police officer. This is what they know on February 11th. What was Officer Rash's plan? This is important. Officer Rash, Glenn County police officer, what was his plan when it came to Mr. Arbery? Was to get his identity information, inform him that this was private property, call Larry English in front of Ahmaud Arbery, put him on speakerphone, let the owner, Larry English, make the decision to either just ask Ahmaud not to come back or to have the police trespass him, meaning I'm giving you an official trespass warning. If you ever come back here again, you'll be arrested. This was Officer Rash's plan. Reasonable. This is what Larry English wanted. Just somebody tell him to not come back, please. That's all. That's all. Robert Rash took the stand. He said a couple more things that were very, very important in this case. How do you identify a burglar? He was asked by the defense this. What did he say? Caught taking something from the house. This is your Glenn County law enforcement officer Rash, who's on the case, who's been talking with Larry English constantly, knows all about this. What did he say to the defense? How do you identify a burglar? Because they get caught taking something from a house. Then he was asked, but wait a second, isn't burglary you enter with the intent to commit a felony or theft therein? What did he say? How would I know what his intent was? Right. How would Officer Rash know what Ahmaud Arbery's intent was? Right there. Said it right in the stand. But the defense, of course, says, well, there are things of value in there. Okay, but those things of value have been in there. They were in there all of 2019. They were in there October, November, December, January, and February. And they were never stolen or taken. Ever. By anyone, including Mr. Arbery. It's not a burglar. Okay? So how do you analyze this case? Well, was it a citizen's arrest? You decide. But if they were not conducting a lawful citizen's arrest, you do not have to consider, you still may if you want to, but you don't really have to consider self-defense. Because if it's not a lawful citizen's arrest, then they were the first unjustified aggressors and they were committing felonies against Mr. Arbery, and therefore they don't get to claim self-defense. And you can go directly to the charges in the indictment. All right, so it's not a citizen's arrest. This is the state's argument. No crime, not a burglary, not criminal trespass committed in the defendant's presence. None whatsoever. The suggestion that the victim committed a burglary in 2019, you can't arrest him now because he's not escaping from those things. Think about this. How is someone escaping from October 25th out on a dock? How is someone escaping from February 11th, 2020 on February 23rd? Okay, that is irrational. Wanting to question the victim demonstrates their uncertainty on what he had done that day, and wanting to question the victim demonstrates a lack of immediate knowledge, which is required for a lawful citizen's arrest. They didn't see him commit any crime that day. And the state's not saying he wasn't in 220, 220 Satilla Drive. We all know he went in there and wandered around and then came out and then ran off down the street. We all know that. They didn't know that. So let's go ahead and take a look at the evidence in the case. So first off, once again, where are we? Satilla Shores, Royal Oaks is next door, Fancy Bluff, that's where Ahmaud Arbery lives. There's US 17, expressways over there 95. Ahmaud Arbery. Yesterday, Laura Ho got up here and she gave you Criminal Defense 101. Usually Criminal Defense 101 is no crime actually took place. Well, crime's on video. My client didn't commit the crime. Well, yeah, your client's on the video committing a crime. Criminal Defense 101, step 3. It's the victim's fault. Standard stuff. Malign the victim. It's the victim's fault. I know you're not going to buy into that. It's offensive. He lived 1.8 miles away. There was his residence. There's the house under construction. Only 1.8 miles away. February 23rd, 2020 at 1:08 p.m. Mr. Arbery walks up to the open, unsecured construction site. We have our Olson video. Remember, it's off by an hour and 5 minutes. Per the video from inside 220, Mr. Arbery does not take anything, just does what he always does, wanders around and leaves. It's not a burglary, okay? How would you know what his intent was? Well, did he steal anything? No. Did he leave? Like he always does? Yes. It's a Sunday afternoon, and Mr. Albenzi calls the non-emergency police line at 1:08. I said to him, why didn't you call 911? Because this was not an emergency. What's an emergency? Mr. Albenzi. It's just another guy over at that house. Again, the house that's unsecured, doesn't have a fence, doesn't even have no trespassing signs on. Can you send somebody out when it's convenient? Not an emergency. Greg McMichael is in front of 230 Satilla Drive alone, and he sees Mr. Arbery running down the street. Driveway decision 1. How do we know he didn't witness any crime? But the whole thing started when I saw this guy running down the street. He does not know that Mr. Arbery was inside 220. He only sees him running down the street. Travis McMichael certainly didn't know anything. He's inside on the sofa. Greg McMichael assumed the worst. And so I thought, well, he's running from somebody. He's just done something. He might have hurt somebody or whatever, because, this guy's been in and out of that damn one house over and over and over again, got him on videos and everything. That is not sufficient for a citizen's arrest. This is not probable cause. This is, I don't know what in the world this guy was doing, but he's running down the street real fast. That's what this is. And remember, he's talking to the police about what he believed Ahmaud Arbery had done that day. He must have done something today. He's running down the street. Let's chase after him with guns. That's what happened. Driveway decision. Greg McMichael chooses to arm himself with a handgun. Travis McMichael chooses to arm himself with a pump shotgun. These are their choices. Travis McMichael had his cell phone, but Greg McMichael does not take his cell phone to him. All right. This is really important, ladies and gentlemen. On February 11th, the 911 operator stayed on the phone with Travis McMichael the entire time. Right? So if Greg McMichael had actually made contact with the 911 operator, what would have been happening inside the truck? He'd have been on the phone with that 911 operator going, yeah, he's going this way, he's coming this way, he's going that way, okay? The fact that Greg McMichael was not on the phone with 911, giving them the play-by-play, tells you that Travis and Greg knew they had not called 911. Travis knew his dad hadn't called 911, okay? Neither one of them called 911. They had no intention of calling 911. Just like they went and confronted the homeless guy under the bridge and then called 911. Just like they ran back down on February 11th, 2020 to the house and then called 911. What do? They get their guns, they go to do a confrontation, and then they call 911. Greg McMichael didn't even bother to take his cell phone with him. Obvious to Travis, he did not call 911. Travis McMichael. 60 seconds after Mr. Arbery has run past 230 Satilla Drive, he makes his driveway decision. Doesn't tell his dad to calm down. Doesn't tell his dad that no, he's not getting a shotgun and running after somebody. Doesn't tell his dad this is a really, really bad idea. We shouldn't do this. No, what does he do? His white F-150 pickup truck backs out of the driveway and heads in the direction that Mr. Arbery was running. This happens after he gets his shotgun and getting into his pickup truck. Travis McMichael testified that he went to the end of the driveway and he saw Mr. Albenze point one time down the street. There was no verbal communication by Mr. Albenze with the McMichaels. That was a lie. I'm going to focus your attention up here, ladies and gentlemen. What we have here is 21325. Can y'all see this okay? Am I blocking your way? All right. So what we have here, as you can see, is Mr. Albenze, right? Here's the black car. Remember the black car goes by, then Mr. Arbery runs the other way, down this way, right? So let's go ahead and play it. There goes the black car. Mr. Albenze's there. There goes Ahmaud. Do you see him? Right there. Ahmaud's running. There he goes, right there. You see him? Down the street. And there he goes. All right. Then what happens? See the white truck right here? You're looking at it? Somebody comes out. Goes to the door of the truck. Mr. Albenze is still right here underneath the tree. Somebody else comes out. You see the second person come out and go around the front of the truck? Greg McMichael. Because where's Greg McMichael? Greg McMichael's going into that, sit in that car seat, right? The second person comes around. Then what happens? Then Mr. Albenze walks down the street. He's walking. Truck pulls out. Wow. Truck pulls out. Mr. Albenze does his pointing when the truck is already pulled out and going down the street. Want to see it again? Back it up. Here we go. There's Mr. Albenze. Here's the black car. There goes Ahmaud, running down the street. There he goes. This is the white truck. He's still underneath here. There comes somebody with the truck. He's right there. There comes Greg McMichael. He comes around. He gets in. Then Mr. Albenze starts walking down the street. Truck pulls out. There goes his arm. There goes his arm. Where's the truck? Already pulled out. Already pulled out and heading down the street. All right. Should you trust the statements of Travis McMichael? Now, let's go ahead and first take a look at this. He told you he's not going to chase or investigate someone who is armed. And yet all he talked about was, well, he kept reaching in his pants, he kept reaching in his pocket. Well, did you think he was armed or not? Then what did he tell you? This is what I was thinking. Mr. Arbery may have run by. Maybe Matt had seen him. Maybe he has broken in. Maybe Larry English is over at 220. I don't know. Maybe Ahmaud Arbery was caught. Maybe Ahmaud Arbery is running from the police. These are all maybes. He doesn't know anything. These are all the maybes he testified to. He said he assumed he was committing a crime. That's what he said on the stand. Remember, I wrote it out. You said you assumed he was committing a crime. I went down there to see if it was him. Then he said, I don't know. I don't know what he did that day. I don't know. Then he wanted to talk about his totality of the circumstances and all that stuff that he knew that was going to allow him to do the citizen's arrest. What did he talk about? Well, I heard from my mom about the stuff stolen off the boat. Okay, well, can't arrest somebody on the unsupported gossip of someone else. Can't do that. And then, I saw him inside the house, and I knew he was in there on a couple other days because I'd seen video on February 11th, you saw these videos. Okay, well, that's not having committed a crime in his immediate presence. This is somebody showing you some stuff later. And then you knew about the white couple. Oh, yeah, I knew there were other suspects for stealing the stuff and other suspects who had gone in the house, the white couple. Okay. And then he also said, well, yeah, then there was the shady looking guy under the bridge. He was also kind of a suspect. He said, I want to talk to you. I want to talk to you. What happened down the road? I was ordering him to stop. What gives you the right to order Ahmaud Arbery to stop? My impression was that he could be a threat because who knows what can happen. Oh my God. Self-defense, you have to think you're in imminent danger of receiving serious bodily harm or death. It's imminently happening. I'm about to die. My impression was that he could be a threat. Yeah, who knows what could happen. You guys understand? All right, so what else we got? If Greg had called 911, he still would have been on the phone with 911. We know that. That's how 911 works. They stay on the phone with you. He knew he wasn't on the phone with 911. He told you he didn't know what his father was saying to him on. Really? Does anybody believe that he's in the car with his dad, but he has no idea what it was that his father was actually saying to Ahmad as well as what he was saying? Now, what did he talk about? He talked about that like continuum of the use of force and blah, blah, blah. Level 2 is commands. Okay. I'm sorry. How do police officers command people to do stuff? How do they usually do that? Because police officers, I mean, are they yelling at you? Or are they politely saying stuff to you when they're commanding you to do things? Do you believe for a minute he was talking softly to Ahmad Arbery? What's going on? What are you doing? Please stop for me. Do you really believe that for 1 minute? I'm going to ask you another question. Do you think this Travis McMichael who took the stand was the same Travis McMichael from February 23rd? You think they're the same person? Or you think this is trial preparation? What tone of voice do we have being used by the McMichaels?
Hello. 911, what's the address of emergency? I'm out here at Satilla Shores. There's a black male running down the street. Where at Satilla Shores? I don't know what street we're on. Stop that! Damn it! Stop! Travis! Sir, hello?
Ask yourself, was that the tone of voice being used? Well, yes, we know it was. He just said, stop. God damn it, stop. To Mr. Arbery, in that tone of voice. All right, use of force continuum. Presence. Did not have no badge, no uniform, no authority. Just some strange guys in a white pickup truck. Strangers. Verbal commands. They don't have any authority to use verbal commands. This is a fellow citizen. He's another human being. They're pulling up on him, and they're commanding that he stop and talk to them. And then, of course, he skipped level 3, level 4, level 5, and went right to deadly force. Boom. Someone's dead. Claims he didn't cut off Ahmad on Burford, did not get out with his shotgun. I don't know, you believe any of that? Told the police he got out of his car in Holmes, a few houses down, and yelled at Ahmad to stop. Now he says that didn't happen. And his convenient excuse is, I was really confused. What did he say the Coast Guard goals were? To not escalate, but to keep everyone calm and cool. You don't want anything to escalate. But then he tells you, oh, but you pull out a shotgun and point it at somebody to de-escalate a situation. What are you talking about? Does this logic make any sense to anybody? Travis McMichael never said to the police, I was making an arrest. I was trying to arrest him for the crime of this. Wouldn't that be really, really important? Hey, I was trying to effectuate a citizen's arrest for this crime that I know he committed. Wouldn't that be something you tell the police? Never once. Never told Mr. Arbery he was under arrest. Never said, I saw him commit the crime of blank today, because he didn't. He was sitting on his sofa. Never said, I was afraid he was going to hurt my dad or pull him down. Never even mentioned being afraid for his dad. Not once. Anything about the English's boat or anything being stolen from 220. Never mentioned it. Never talked about it. 2-hour and 45-minute interview. Doesn't talk about any of this stuff. Assume the worst. Here's what he did. So he stopped, and I said, hey, just want to talk to you. You know, where are you running from? Where are you going? This is what he says he said. He's asking Ahmad about what he was doing that day. Because he didn't know what he'd done that day, but he assumed the worst. He must have committed some crime. What's your emergency? There's a black man running down the street. What did Agent Seacrest tell you? GBI agent, I can't compel anyone to speak to me. They knew better, just like Agent Seacrest knows. I can't compel anybody to talk to me. All right, let's go ahead and talk about Defendant Brian. 307 Burford. You've seen his night out video. I'm not playing it for you again. It's motion activated on the porch. Travis McMichael's white 150 pickup truck comes in front. Driveway decision. And this is important, ladies and gentlemen. This is really important. Y'all got him? Why is this important? What does this say? Mr. Bryan, from his porch, can tell that they are chasing and trying to falsely imprison, stop, define, confine Mr. Arbery. He can tell it from his porch. He knows exactly what they're doing. Y'all got him? He knows what they're doing, and you know what he chooses to do? His independent own decision. I'm going to go join him to try and stop this guy, confine and detain him. He just joins in and starts helping. His driveway decision. That is what being a party to the crime is. You go to help some people who are committing some crimes, trying to stop this guy and detain him and confine him. He joined in. Y'all got him? He knew exactly what the McMichaels were doing. What did Mr. Bryan tell you? So I just kind of sat there for a minute and didn't really know what to do. And then he was trucking. So, I mean, he closed in on me quick. And as soon as he got up to me, I overshot the road. I was kind of angled. I overshot the road and forced him to go down into the ditch right there. Aggravated assault with a pickup truck on Mr. Bryan's verdict form? Check. And I angled my truck at him again. I think he kind of turned around. I missed him or whatever. I missed him. He was intending to hit him. I missed him. I mean, when you say, well, I missed him, what does that mean you were trying to do? You were trying to hit this person. Then at the scene, he tells Officer Minshew, one time when I cornered him up over here on Burford, he was trying to get in my truck. He tried to get in my door. Okay. Trying to get in his door. Or, Mr. Bryan, did you get so close to Mr. Arbery that Mr. Arbery had to push off from your truck, getting white fibers from his t-shirt and his palm print on your truck? Because you got so close to hitting him, he had to push off to get away from you. I mean, I can't say for sure that he wasn't on the door. I didn't give him a chance to get to the door, but after I angled him off the side of the road, you know, and I kind of went on past him because I didn't hit him, wish I would have, might have took him out and not got him shot. But, you know, I probably got past him a little bit, and he comes up on me, and I could see him in my mirror, and he was coming to the door, and I see his hands right behind the door. After I angled him off the side of the road, I kind of went on past him. I didn't give him a chance to get to the door. Yeah, towards the entrance, but I confronted him again. I angled at him again. We're now at aggravated assault number 3. Before we got to the road he was lying on, right at that house that's on the left-hand side, you're heading towards the entrance of the neighborhood. So he confronted him once again, right there at that corner of Holmes and Satilla. I was fixing. I put it in reverse and was going to back up at him. And that's when he made his move to go down the road it happened on. Felony murder, right here. Felony murder for criminal attempt at false imprisonment. Felony murder for aggravated assault with a pickup truck. Mr. Bryan kept Mr. Arbery from running down Satilla Drive and out of Satilla Shores. He redirected him up Holmes. But for those actions, Mr. Arbery would be alive. Played a necessary and substantial part in the death of Mr. Arbery. All right, so I backed up and started going down that way. I think I angled at him again. Kind of forced him off the road or something right in here, and he turned around right here. The black guy did. He turned around maybe down this far, so he turned around and started running back the other way. And I pulled into a drive or something and started to turn around. 4th aggravated assault with a pickup truck. There's his route. There's the McMichael route, and here it is all together. So once again, ladies and gentlemen, the indictment. How in the world could defendant Bryan be held responsible if he was in Silverado filming the murder at the time Travis McMichael murdered Ahmaud Arbery? How could Greg McMichael be held responsible? Okay, it's real simple. Party to a crime. The law does, in Georgia, believe that everybody who helped, encouraged, advised, went inside a house and grabbed their son and told him to get a shotgun and come on, they're all equally responsible for the ultimate death of the victim. Because a person is a party to a crime only if that person directly commits the crime. Travis McMichael, pulling the trigger on the shotgun, helps in the commission of the crime. He wouldn't have been able to do that if not for his father and if not for Mr. Bryan. Intentionally advises, encourages. That's what Greg McMichael's doing. Cut him off, cut him off. Go this way. No, I'm going to go that way. What are they doing in the truck? They're working together, Greg and Travis McMichael. That's why they're both responsible. Laura Hope got up here and said, Greg McMichael's not a murderer. Yes, he is. Greg McMichael is just as big a murderer as Travis McMichael is because he's a party to this crime. Okay? When 3 people chase an unarmed man in 2 pickup trucks with guns in order to violate his personal liberty, who gets to claim, I'm not really responsible for that? Under the law in Georgia, no one gets to say that. Everybody is responsible. All right, how? All right, I'm going to give you an example. This is just an illustration, just to make a point, okay? 4 men drive to a bank to commit an armed robbery. All right? You got the driver who never gets out of the car. You got the lookout who stands outside. You got a guy who goes in without a gun, and you got a guy who goes in the bank and shoots the guard. All right? So who's guilty? Under the law in Georgia, all of them are responsible for aggravated assault for shooting the guard and armed robbery for trying to rob the bank or robbing the bank. All right? Because They committed the crime, or they helped in the commission of the crime, or they advised and encouraged someone to commit the crime. And of course you're saying, but Linda, only one person had their finger on the trigger in this case, and that was Travis McMichael. So how do we find Greg McMichael and William Roddy Bryant guilty of malice murder? Well, under the law in Georgia, it's as if they were all holding the gun together. And in this example, the guy who never got out of the car, who was the getaway driver, is just as guilty. In this example, the guy who got out of the car and just stood at the front of the bank is just as guilty. Party to a crime. So under the law, all are involved. Why? Well, Greg McMichael, he was seeking to confront Ahmaud Arbery. He was encouraging Travis McMichael to come with him, encouraging Travis to cut him off. Greg McMichael threatened Ahmaud to get him to stop. Okay? We would not be here if it weren't for Greg McMichael. Travis McMichael. Without Travis McMichael deciding to actually take his shotgun and help his dad. He could have told his dad, we're not doing this. Calm down. Call the police. There's a whole bunch of decisions both of them could have made that would never have resulted in Ahmaud Arbery's death. He decided he was going to drive his pickup truck to chase Ahmaud, and he got out of that truck with that shotgun, totally and absolutely unnecessarily. Mr. Bryan, who decided to help the McMichaels, without Bryan, who then assaulted Ahmaud in his pickup truck in an effort to falsely imprison him on Burford, without him redirecting Ahmaud onto Holmes, without Bryan chasing Ahmaud toward Travis McMichael, we wouldn't be here because Ahmaud Arbery would not be dead. Doesn't matter who actually pulled the trigger. Under the law, they're all guilty, even of malice murder. All right, let's take a look at the crime scene. Of note, Ahmaud Arbery had nothing on him, no bag, no backpack, no burglary, no cell phone, no ID, no wallet, no keys, no gun, no weapon, nothing. I'm going to show you some crime scene photos. So what do we have? All right, take a look at this. This is what's important in this picture. These pants are so baggy. Look at this. Look how baggy they are. Look where his belt is. He's running like this. There's no way they believe he had a gun on him. Absolutely no way. Mr. Arbery was shot. First in the torso and through the wrist. All right? He was shot this way, where it came out this way. So what's he doing? He's coming around that corner. Here it is. Here it is. His wrist gets shot. There's no way he's striking Travis McMichael. There's no way he's hitting him. All right? We don't know. Did he grab the end of the shotgun? Did he try and push it away? Who knows? What we do know is it happened like this, and Travis McMichael fired. They struggle over the gun. Yeah, then they're struggling over the gun. 2 more gunshots, and he gets shot under his left armpit. I am going to show you the crime scene photos. So what do we have? Why do we know he got shot in the wrist? Because of the blood spatter, the arterial spurt. Remember? Okay? Why is there blood here in the road in this driveway? From the arterial spurt from the wrist. That's how we know the wrist got shot when he was shot in the torso. And there's the evidence of it in the crime scene photos. What do we also know? Here's the gunshot wound to the torso. Here's the gunshot wound under the armpit. Both lethal injuries. Travis McMichael, at the end of his interview, the very end of his interview with Detective Nohilly, do you remember if he grabbed the shotgun at all? I want to say he did, but I honestly cannot remember. If he grabbed that shotgun, that would be the first thing Travis McMichael would have said. Yeah, he grabbed my shotgun. All right, we are going to talk about Greg McMichael. Greg McMichael did attempt to control the narrative after this took place. He's the one who started this whole thing, and now his son has killed someone. And that young man is laying dead in the street from these shotgun blasts. So what does Greg McMichael do? Well, while first responders are on the scene, he's going up and he's telling his kid, you didn't have any choice. He goes over and he talks to Bryan to find out what he saw. Oh, he's got a video. He goes over and he talks to Diego Perez. He's outside the crime scene tape, wandering around, talking to people. Someone brings him his phone. A stranger comes up to him. Some neighbor comes up to him. I mean, this is a crime scene. There is a deceased young man in the middle of the road, and strangers are walking up to him. And what does he tell the stranger? This guy ain't no shuffler. This guy's an asshole. Malice, right there. That's how you know, right there. 2:15 p.m., he's talking to Captain Tom Jump, the head of CID, the head of the Criminal Investigations Division of Glenn County Police Department, while Tom Jump's crime scene tech is taking photos. Okay? And then Greg McMichael drives his white truck from the scene. Gino Ramos never got any pictures of the white truck. Gino Ramos never got any pictures of Silverado. The white truck was never searched. Mr. Bryan's truck was never searched. Neither of those trucks were impounded. So what do we got? We got this. Outside the crime scene tape, talking to the head of CID. And what happens is, look at the crime scene photos. Take a look at it. What happens next? He drives that truck away while the crime scene tech is there taking photos. No one said Mr. Arbery had a weapon. Nobody said Mr. Arbery made any verbal threats or gestures. Nobody said I saw him commit a crime today. No one said I'm making a citizen's arrest. No one was trying to arrest him for the crime of anything. No one ever said any of these things on February 23rd, 2020. Greg McMichael's statements to the police. These are important. This is why Greg McMichael is guilty. Did this guy break into a house today? That's just it. I don't know. That's what I told what's her name out there. I said, listen, you might want to go knock on doors down there because this guy just done something because he was fleeing from. I don't know. He might have gone in somebody's house. You can't make a citizen's arrest because someone's running down the street and you have no idea what crime they have committed that day. You can't hold somebody so the police can show up to go, well, he must have done something. Why don't you police officers go figure out what it was that he went and did today? But that's what Greg McMichael told the police. Then he was asked, is he picking up anything or going through anything? You know, not that I recall. I don't think the guy's actually stolen anything out of there. Or if he did, it was early on in the process, but he keeps going back over there over and over again, this damn house. No one ever said, we have evidence that he stole items out of Larry English's boat back on some unknown date, so we were trying to arrest him for that. There's never any mention of Larry English's house and the stolen items off the boat, not by anybody. My intention was to stop this guy so they could be arrested. Never says for what, never says what crime it was he was going to be arrested for. I don't think the guy's actually stolen anything. Did he break into a house today? I don't know. And in that same sentence, he could be arrested or at least identified. So this is all for identification. This whole entire thing, this was all to do what? Identify Mr. Arbery. That's what we're doing. That's what Greg McMichael says. How do you know it was an attack on Mr. Arbery? Strangers with intent to kill. I yelled, stop or I'll blow your fucking head off or something. I wanted to know that we weren't playing. This is what he said to the police. Now, Floro got up here and went, oh, yeah, he was just confused. He didn't mean that. He didn't remember what he said. Really? He proudly told the police, this is what he said to Mr. Arbery. We're going to kill you if you don't stop. Greg McMichael. Yeah, he was trapped like a rat. Knowledge, intent, that they had committed false imprisonment on Holmes Drive. Right there. Greg McMichael, guilty of all charges. Why? What's your emergency? I'm out here in Satilla Shores and there's a black man running down the street. Yeah, this is what we get. This is what we get. Driveway decisions and assumptions. Right here. We've gone through all this. I'm not going to do it again. Bottom line, ladies and gentlemen, they committed 4 felonies against Devon Arbery in violation of his personal liberty before he finally tried to run around their truck after running from them for 5 minutes. He was trying to get away from these strangers who were yelling at him, threatening to kill him. And then they killed him. Do you have any doubt that they committed all of the charges in the indictment? No. No. Remember, a reasonable doubt does not mean a vague or arbitrary doubt. It's a doubt for which a reason can be given. In other words, you say it out loud. I doubt William Roddy Bryan was committing aggravated assault with his pickup truck because it was just reckless conduct. If you can honestly look each other in the eye and say that about Mr. Bryan with a straight face, ladies and gentlemen, you're the jury. You decide. This is your search for the truth. If you honestly can look at each other and say that out loud, then find him not guilty of the aggravated assault. Find him guilty of a lesser. Because you decide. You are Glenn County. I mean, today you are Glenn County. Remember, this isn't about having personal baggage back in the jury room. It's not about a point of view or an agenda or anything like that. That's not what's going on. Y'all are really, really smart, and you've paid really, really close attention to this case. You're going to determine what really happened based on the evidence, and then you're going to apply the law that the judge gives you to that evidence. It's not about being an advocate for anybody. It's your search for the truth. I suggest once again that you work from the bottom of the indictment. It's just going to be easier. Criminal attempted false imprisonment, and then work your way through it. It'll help you logically. Remember, party to a crime when you're talking about Greg McMichael and Mr. Bryan. You're going to get a verdict form. The state is asking you to fill it out this way, especially for Mr. Bryan and the aggravated assault with the pickup trucks. He's not guilty of simple assault. He's not guilty of reckless conduct. He's not guilty of reckless driving. He's guilty of aggravated assault for putting Ahmaud Arbery in reasonable apprehension, fear of receiving serious bodily injury. I overshot the road and forced him into a ditch. Ladies and gentlemen, here's the thing. This isn't about whether these three men are good people or bad people. That's not what this is about. It's about responsibility. It's about holding people accountable and responsible for their actions. When they do something like this, they have to be held accountable and responsible. Nobody gets a free pass. Okay? Would you get a free pass? Who gets a free pass? No, the law basically says if you commit the crime, you're going to be held responsible. And ladies and gentlemen, when you come back with a guilty verdict on all the charges, this isn't saying somebody's a good person or bad person. What you're saying is, you know you committed the crime. Now we know you committed the crime too. That's all it is. They know what they did. It's not like they don't know what they did. They know exactly what they did and they know why they did it. It's not a mystery to them. When you come back with your guilty verdict, all you're doing is telling them, we know what you did too. And we're going to hold you responsible for it. Because guess what you did? You turned this young man into that young man. That's what you did. For absolutely no good reason at all. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm asking you to find all three defendants guilty of all the charges in the indictment. Thank you very much.
All right, excuse me, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to take a 10-minute recess and then we're going to come back with the charge of the court. Do not begin your discussions or deliberations in this case until you have received the final charge of the court. Again, about 10 minutes, and we'll come back and get that onto the record. Thank you.
All right, let me see what we got to do. All right, so we finished closing. Let's get to the verdict. Let's see if I can find the verdict. How many days did they deliberate? 1. Verdict was reached. All right.
Let's go ahead and get the panel.
All right, with your
Law and crime always gives me such a hard time. Like, let me see if I could find another. Where's PBS? Because we haven't had any issues with PBS. The PBS feed. Let me see. Maybe we gotta watch Law and Crime. Look, bucketheads, like they little fees just always give me trouble.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. Madam Foreperson, I understand you have reached a verdict as to each defendant. Please hand your verdict forms to the sheriff.
Crap, I hate that it looks like this. Oh, it sucks. Like it really does.
All right, I'm going to go ahead and address each one of these verdict forms separately. The first verdict form I have is the state of Georgia versus Travis McMichael. Mr. McMichael, please stand. Verdict is as follows.
Y'all, we got to see this fool face, y'all. I can't go out like this. We didn't watch this whole trial. I need to see this man's face. Let me try this one. And see if it's doing the same. Okay, this is not it. We got to see his face. We got to see his face. Damn. All right, well, I guess. Oh, I'm so irritated, y'all. I'm so sorry. Line crime is hell. This whole time we've been watching PBS, and we have no issues like this. None. Okay, wait a minute.
You stand.
Here we go.
Verdict is as follows. In the Superior Court of Glenn County, State of Georgia, the State of Georgia versus Travis McMichael, case number CR 000433. Jury verdict form. Count 1, malice murder. We, the jury, find the defendant, Travis McMichael, guilty. I'm going to ask that whoever just made an outburst be removed from the court, please.
Was that his mom that made that outburst?
As this court has indicated, I ask that there be no outbursts in the court, and I expect as much from the gallery. Please respect the court's desire for this as we move forward. If you feel like you need to make a comment or otherwise demonstrate with respect to the verdict, I do ask that you step out of the courtroom now. Count 2, felony murder. We, the jury, find the defendant, Travis McMichael, guilty. Count 3, felony murder. We, the jury, find the defendant, Travis McMichael, guilty. Count 4, felony murder. We, the jury, find the defendant, Travis McMichael, guilty. Count 5, felony murder. We, the jury, find the defendant, Travis McMichael, guilty. Count 6, aggravated assault. We, the jury, find the defendant, Travis McMichael, guilty. Count 7, aggravated assault. We, the jury, find the defendant, Travis McMichael, guilty. Count 8, false imprisonment. We, the jury, find the defendant, Travis McMichael, guilty. Count 9, criminal attempt to commit a felony. We, the jury, find the defendant, Travis McMichael, guilty. Dated this 24th day of November, 2021, signed by the foreperson. I'm seated. As to Gregory McMichael. In the Superior Court of Glenn County, the State of Georgia versus Greg McMichael, case number CR 20000433. Jury verdict form. Count 1, malice murder. We, the jury, find the defendant, Greg McMichael, not guilty. Count 2, felony murder. We, the jury, find the defendant, Greg McMichael, guilty. Count 3, felony murder. We, the jury, find the defendant, Greg McMichael, guilty. Count 4, felony murder. We, the jury, find the defendant, Greg McMichael, guilty. Count 5, felony murder. We, the jury, find the defendant, Greg McMichael, guilty. Count 6, aggravated assault. We, the jury, find the defendant, Greg McMichael, guilty. Count 7, aggravated assault. We, the jury, find the defendant, Greg McMichael, guilty. Count 8, false imprisonment. We, the jury, find the defendant, Greg McMichael, guilty. Count 9, criminal attempt to commit a felony. We, the jury, find the defendant, Greg McMichael, guilty. This 24th day of November, 2021, signed by the foreperson. As to William R. Bryan. In the Superior Court of Glenn County, State of Georgia, State of Georgia versus William R. Bryan, case number CR 20000433. Jury verdict form. Count 1, malice murder. We, the jury, find the defendant, William R. Bryan, not guilty. Count 2, felony murder. We, the jury, find the defendant, William R. Bryan, not guilty. Count 3, felony murder. We, the jury, find the defendant, William R. Bryan, guilty. Count 4, felony murder. We, the jury, find the defendant, William R. Bryan, guilty. Count 5, felony murder. We, the jury, find the defendant, William R. Bryan, guilty. Count 6, aggravated assault. We, the jury, find the defendant, William R. Bryan, not guilty. Count 7, aggravated assault.
We, the jury, find the defendant, William R. Bryan, guilty. Count 8, false imprisonment. We, the jury, find the defendant, William R. Bryan, guilty. Count 9, criminal attempt to commit a felony. We, the jury, find the defendant, William R. Bryan, guilty. Signed this 24th day of November by the foreperson. Go ahead and see. Court having read the verdicts and accepted the verdicts, anything from the state?
No, Your Honor, nothing from the state.
Anything from the defense?
We ask the jury be polled, Your Honor.
All defendants ask the jury be polled? All right, ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to ask each of you individually a set of 2 questions with respect to the verdicts that I have just read. If you could please respond when you hear your juror number. Juror number 1, you have heard the verdicts read. Were these your verdicts then, and are these your verdicts now?
Yes, sir.
Juror number 2, you have heard the verdicts read. Were these your verdicts then, and are these your verdicts now? I think I can't. Okay, 2. Juror number 3, you have heard the verdicts read. Were these your verdicts then, and are these your verdicts now?
Yes.
Juror number 4, you have heard the verdicts read. Were these your verdicts then, and are these your verdicts now?
Yes, sir.
Juror number 5, you have heard the verdicts read. Were these your verdicts then, and are these your verdicts now?
Yes, sir.
Juror number 7, you have heard the verdicts read. Were these your verdicts then, and are these your verdicts now?
Yes, Your Honor.
Juror number 8, you have heard the verdicts read. Were these your verdicts then, and are these your verdicts now?
Yes, Your Honor.
Juror number 9, you have heard the verdicts read. Were these your verdicts then, and are these your verdicts now?
Yes, Your Honor.
Juror number 10, you have heard the verdicts read. Were these your verdicts then, and are these your verdicts now?
Yes, Your Honor.
Juror number 11, you have heard the verdicts read. Were these your verdicts then, and are these your verdicts now?
Yes, Your Honor.
Juror number 12, you have heard the verdicts read. Were these your verdicts then, and are these your verdicts now?
Yes, Your Honor.
And juror 16, you have heard the verdicts read. Were these your verdicts then, and are these your verdicts now?
Yes, sir.
The jury has been polled. Anything further from the defense?
No, Your Honor.
From Greg McMichael?
No, Your Honor.
From Mr. Bryan?
No, Your Honor.
All right. Ladies and gentlemen, what that means with the court having accepted your verdict is that your role in this case is now at an end. What we're going to do today is I'm going to have all of you, the panel and the 3 alternates, go ahead and retire into the jury room. I'm going to address a couple matters logistically with you in the jury room once we get done here. But before we do that, and before I excuse you, I do want to thank you publicly for your service here in Glynn County. It has been a long trial, and I appreciate the fact that you have been attentive. You've listened to the evidence, and that is what we ask in this court. It's a very simple ask in a very complex way, so it's appreciated. When we all got together, I say we all got together, when we got together at different times, I said that I was going to thank you a number of times and how I was going to tell you I do truly appreciate your time here. Hopefully you understand why I said that when we started. I do also hope that you got a little bit of an insight into what goes on in a trial and maybe understand a little bit more of how important it is for members of our community to come down and be part of this process and serve as jurors in this community. So again, thank you for that service. And I'll come address you all in just a moment. You're excused.
All right, for the jury.
All right, it is this court's usual practice with regard to sentencing to go ahead and give everybody some time to put together what they need to put together for a full sentencing hearing. I'm going to have to look at the schedule and see how that works with my schedule up in Chatham County and the schedule here in Glynn County. I'll get back to everybody about some dates and see what works with respect to dates. That should give everybody an opportunity to put together whatever evidence may be shown in aggravation from the state or mitigation from the defense. Hopefully we'll get to that in the next couple of weeks. Again, I'll make sure council knows what those dates are. That addresses the open matter then before the court. Anything from the state before we adjourn?
Nothing further from the state, Your Honor.
From Travis McMichael?
No, Your Honor.
From Greg McMichael?
No, Your Honor.
And from Mr. Bryan?
No, Your Honor.
All right, the defendants then are ordered to remain in the custody of the sheriff, and we are adjourned. Thank you. Also considered any lawful evidence which tends to show the motive of the defendants, their lack of remorse, their general moral character, and any predisposition to commit other crimes. Now, I think in this case, the record speaks for itself. And the defendant's own words, I think, guide this court with regard to sentencing. Went back through my notes and other resources to pull some of the quotes that we have in this case. I'll start with Greg McMichael. In my opinion, Greg McMichael, very early on in this, tried to establish a narrative. He made comments like, Ahmaud Arbery was trapped like a rat. Stop or I'll blow your, and I won't repeat it again, head off. He effectively admitted that he wasn't sure what Ahmaud Arbery had done wrong. Quote, I don't think the guy has actually stolen anything out there, or if he did, it was early in the process. But he keeps going back over and over again into this damn house. Again, back to the narrative. Told Travis, you have no choice. Told another individual at the side or at the scene, this guy ain't no shuffler. This guy's an asshole. Commented that he wanted him, Ahmaud Arbery, to know that we weren't playing. If I could have gotten a shot at the guy, I would have shot him. Travis McMichael claims he was in shock. But it's interesting because he talks about his concern for his child and his own well-being. Part of this was while the victim was actually laying there in the street. Commented, this is the worst day of my life. Well, I think it's been touched on here today. There were other individuals that were impacted. I'll look at the video of this incident. When I say the video, I think everybody knows what we're talking about, but there was one part of it that struck me as absolutely chilling. And that is, I believe it's in the enhanced video provided by the GBI. There's a frame where I believe Ahmaud Arbery, it looks to be, if he's 20 yards out, that may be close, 30 yards out. And it's the frame of Travis McMichael lifting the shotgun to fire at Ahmaud Arbery. And you watch that with context. And when I say context, after hearing the evidence in this case, again, thinking about a young man that had been running at that point for almost 5 minutes. And it is a chilling, truly disturbing scene. And we got there because Travis McMichael's father saw Ahmaud Arbery hauling down the street and calls out, let's go. At that point, Travis McMichael, despite whatever may have been going on in his life at that time, with regard to family or otherwise, just goes, grabs a shotgun and goes because he assumes that it is the right thing to do. Ahmaud Arbery was then hunted down and shot. And he was killed because individuals here in this courtroom took the law into their own hands. Mr. Bryan, he joined in after calling out to the McMichaels. Y'all got him? Claimed he didn't know what was going on, but obviously wanted to know if this individual who was running through the neighborhood, who he didn't know, had been caught in some way. Said, quote, I figured he'd done something wrong, but I didn't know for sure. All right, that wasn't actually this quote. Those quotes are two separate quotes. Didn't know for sure. I thought he would get away. And this is the part that is disturbing to me with Roddy Bryan. If the guy would have stopped, this would have never happened. All of these quotes give context, I think, to the video that we saw during the case. And Miss Wanda Cooper-Jones this morning made a statement that I think, when you look at these statements and you see the videos, is very true. And that is, she said, when they could not scare or intimidate him, they killed him. There's been discussion about remorse. And I agree with counsel that it is dangerous for defendants who have multiple prosecutions against them to make statements of remorse. But remorse isn't something that is simply a statement of regret. Remorse, I think, can be determined by looking at somebody's reaction to difficult circumstances and the reality of the situation that they're in. Again, it doesn't require an apology, and quite honestly, sometimes apologies are made simply to get past problems. Remorse is something that's felt. and demonstrated. In this case, getting back to the video, again, after Ahmaud Arbery fell, the McMichaels turned their backs. It's again a disturbing image, and they walked away. This was a killing. It was callous, and it occurred, as far as the court is concerned, based upon the evidence, because confrontation was being sought. I think the statement was made during closing arguments. It's interesting to note that the most violent crime in Satilla Shores was the murder of Ahmaud Arbery. So sentencing does not generally provide closure. I think Ms. Wanda Cooper-Jones also talked about closure, but I don't find that it really does. And I think that's an unfortunate thing. Because in this case, I think many people are seeking closure. The mother, the father, the community, and maybe even parts of the nation. But closure is hard to define and is a granular concept. It's seen differently by all depending on their perspective and the prism of your lives. Instead of closure, maybe we'd best see today's proceeding as an exercise in accountability. We are all accountable for our own actions. Sometimes in today's day and age, that statement is lost upon many. And today the defendants are being held accountable for their actions here in Superior Court. Today demonstrates that everybody is accountable to the rule of law. Taking the law into your own hands is a dangerous endeavor. I'm not sure how this comes across. Say it anyway. I think ultimately, with regard to the murder of Ahmaud Arbery, it holds us all accountable. I've read somewhere, and I don't remember where it was, that at a minimum, Ahmaud Arbery's death should force us to consider expanding our definition of what a neighbor may be and how we treat them. I argue that maybe a neighbor is more than the people who just own property around your house. I also believe that in assuming the worst in others, we show our worst character. Assuming the best in others is always the best course of action. And maybe those are the grand lessons from this case. I will let others spend as much time as they want writing about it and talking about it. But those are my general thoughts with regard to this case and sentencing. That said, with regard to the sentence in this case, as to Travis McMichael, Mr. McMichael, the court sentences you as follows. Count 1, malice murder, life without the possibility of parole. Count 2, felony murder, is vacated by operation of law. Count 3, felony murder, vacated by operation of law. Count 4, felony murder, vacated by operation of law. Count 5, felony murder, vacated by operation of law. Count 6, aggravated assault, merges into count 1. Count 7, aggravated assault. The court sentences the defendant to 20 years consecutive to count 1. Count 8, false imprisonment, merges into count 1. Count 9, attempted false imprisonment, 5 years concurrent to count 7. That is life plus 20. Greg McMichael, the court sentences you as follows. Count 1, malice murder, defendant was found not guilty. Count 2, felony murder, life without the possibility of parole. Count 3, felony murder, vacated. When I say vacated, it's vacated by operation of law in all cases. I'm not going to repeat it. Count 4, vacated. Count 5, vacated. Count 6 merges into count 2. Count 7, aggravated assault, 20 years consecutive to count 2. Count 8, 10 years concurrent to count 7. Count 9, 5 years concurrent to count 7. That is life plus 20 years. Roddy Bryan, I do want to separate a little bit because the state is making a different recommendation And despite the back and forth that Mr. Goff and I had during this case, I do want to point out a couple things that he raised that I think are appropriate to raise with regard to the sentence. As far as the remorse, I think Roddy Bryan stands in very different shoes. It is obvious from the beginning that he questioned the tragedy that had occurred at the scene. It was on, I believe, I can't remember whose body cam, but the body cam, in fact, questioning whether or not what had occurred, and then took steps early on in this process, I think, that demonstrated that he had grave concerns that what had occurred should not have occurred. And I think that does make Mr. Bryan's situation a little bit different. However, Mr. Bryan has been convicted of felony murder. And I do not believe it can be disputed based on the facts of this case that the verdict was an appropriate verdict based upon the evidence presented, at least. And when I say appropriate, what I mean is legal. Because I believe there's been some discussion about some differences between Mr. Bryan and the McMichaels. There may be some differences, but it does not change the fact that was it not for the fact that Mr. Bryan used his vehicle in a way to impede Mr. Arbery's course of travel, this may not have ever occurred. And that is sufficient for felony murder. He did cooperate with law enforcement. I will point out Mr. Goff 1710-1B. There's actually a case out of Chatham County that says it would not apply under the circumstances of this case. So the court, recognizing that Mr. Bryan's position is different. Again, Mr. Bryan was found not guilty on count 1 and count 2. The court sentences Mr. Bryan to life with the possibility of parole on count 3. Count 4 is vacated. Count 5 is vacated. Count 6, the defendant was found not guilty. Count 7 merges into count 3. The defendant is sentenced to 10 years consecutive to count 3 on count 8 and 5 years concurrent with count 8. Both of those counts, though, will be suspended sentences, which gives Mr. Bryan a life with the possibility of parole sentence. Those are the sentences. The court having pronounced sentence, first with regard to Travis McMichael. Mr. McMichael, you are hereby notified that under the law of Georgia, you are entitled to appeal the guilty verdict of the jury. And if you decide to do so, you must file your appeal within 30 days of this date. You are also informed that you have the right to retain a lawyer of your own choice to represent you on your post-trial motions and appeals to the appropriate appellate court of Georgia. If you cannot afford a lawyer, the court will appoint one for you. You are entitled to and will be given a transcript of all pretrial, trial, and post-trial matters without cost to you if you cannot afford a transcript. You may file a motion for a new trial, or you may appeal your case directly to the appropriate appellate court of Georgia for review. You are also advised that the statute of limitations for habeas corpus in this state is 4 years in the case of felonies and 1 year in the case of misdemeanors. The statute begins to run from the date the conviction becomes final. And just to be clear on the record, I'm going to go through the statement with regard to each defendant. So as to Gregory McMichael, you are hereby notified that under the law of Georgia, you are entitled to appeal the guilty verdict of the jury. And if you decide to do so, you must file your appeal within 30 days of this date. You are also informed that you have the right to retain a lawyer of your own choice to represent you on your post-trial motions and appeals to the appropriate appellate court.
As we continue to listen in here to Judge Timothy Walmsley in that Georgia courtroom, we have learned this afternoon of the sentences of the 3 men in Ahmaud Arbery's death. Travis McMichael, who shot Arbery, life without the possibility of parole, life in prison for the crime. His father, Gregory McMichael, given the same sentence, life without parole. Their neighbor, Roddy Bryan, who used his vehicle, the truck, was given life with the possibility of parole. The judge making it clear he believes that's because he is the only one in the evidence in this trial who showed any kind of concern afterward for the crime. The judge, in speaking before that courtroom, acknowledged that he was likely speaking not only to that community, but to communities across this country with great interest in this case. He talked about Ahmaud Arbery, the young man who went for a run and ultimately ended up running for his life. ABC's Steve Osunsami has been covering this case from the start. He joins us live from Georgia. And Steve, this judge was extremely careful to explain his rationale before handing down these sentences.
Of the three men, but a couple things stuck out to me. One.
Yeah, so the judge did his thing. Justice was definitely served throughout this trial. And the reason why we chose to watch this trial is because the DA, Jackie Johnson, who it was Greg's former employer, was contacted at the scene and has been charged with basically trying to impede this investigation. So if you followed the YSL trial, you know that Jackie Johnson is being represented by YSL Steele, which means Mr. Steele and Mr. Adams, Mr. Keith Adams, is representing her. And so she is also in the middle of jury selection. Miss Sylvia is actually down there in that courtroom while they're sitting in there selecting the jury. I don't believe that they have selected the folks, but I do want to go ahead and shout out to Miss Sylvia. And for Miss Sylvia, if you're not following her on YouTube, just to give y'all a few updates that she's posted today about jury selection. So I'm just going to go through those again. Well, not again, but I want to go through those so that you guys kind of know what's going on. And then if you yourself want to go down and watch, if you want to go over and watch Miss Sylvia tweet about it as well, you definitely can. But she says that they were back in court today after being off for 2 days due to snow and icy conditions. Then the court started at 9 a.m. All right. Ahmaud Arbery's mom is there, and jury selection is set to begin. There were a total of 500 prospective jurors, with an estimated 40 or 50 have been excused and 6 of them have been qualified. The parking lot is pretty empty. Judge Turner has entered the courtroom. The defense team has not entered the courtroom yet. I'll try to skip the ones that aren't really relevant. The defense team is here. The first panel of 20 jurors came in. 5 jurors have previously served on the panel. The panel have mostly women. A couple of the jurors that were in the courtroom knew people who were there. She's just talking about the jurors. I don't know if these folks were selected. I'll try to find something that's a little bit more relevant. Let's see if we can. She's just going through jury. So I guess if you want to go through and listen to or find out a little bit about the jurors that are being questioned, you can actually go over to Miss Sylvia's page. I thought it was going to be a little bit, I was expecting something a little bit more different. But shout out to Miss Sylvia because, y'all know she's over there doing God's work. All right. And they are back in there. Okay. New subby, thanks for the info. You're doing great. Thank you. I appreciate that. So I was wondering if you guys wanted to get a preview of maybe one of the videos that I found about Jackie Johnson, or if y'all just wanted to switch over to Brian Koberger over in Idaho. So I mean, honestly, guys, we're just killing time until ASAP Rocky starts. So whatever the Taylor gang wants to do, whatever my subscribers, my folks here in the comments want to watch, we'll watch that in the meantime, in between time. So just, throw your comments out there and let me know. Do we want to switch over? Do you want me to find a clip real quick of Jackie Johnson just to give the folks another overview? Or do we want to just go ahead and go over to Idaho? Going over to Idaho and see what's going on. Let me know what's going on in the chat, cousins. Because y'all know we all family here. In the clerk, we're family. In the Taylor game clerk, we're family. Yeah, y'all want me to do a clip of Jackie Johnson? Okay. Let me get you this clip up of Jackie. It was this good one. All right, so here's a little. We'll do the law and crime one.
Well, it's been more than a year since a former Georgia prosecutor was indicted, and now she finally has a date for an arraignment hearing. Jackie Johnson was the district attorney for Brunswick, an area in South Georgia. She's charged with 2 felonies, accused of hindering a police investigation into the killing of Ahmaud Arbery. Gregory McMichael, his son Travis, and neighbor William Roddy Bryant chased Arbery, a black man, while he was jogging through a neighborhood. They believe that he may have stolen items from a home under construction, and when Travis McMichael confronted Arbery with a gun, the 2 struggled over it before Arbery was shot 3 times. The 3 white men said that they were trying to make a citizen's arrest, but they were ultimately convicted at trial of murder. A judge from a nearby county was assigned Johnson's case because all the judges in the county where Arbery was killed recused themselves. Brian, you've been following this, more than a year between being charged and getting an arraignment hearing. That seems very unusual to me.
Jesse, it's extremely unusual for a post-indictment arraignment. Usually these happen weeks after an indictment, not 14 months. But Georgia will finally see former Brunswick Judicial Circuit District Attorney Jackie Johnson face 2 felony charges for allegedly hindering the prosecution of the now convicted murderers of Ahmaud Arbery. We were there, Jesse, if you remember, from that trial. Law and Crime brought these proceedings for gavel-to-gavel coverage of the death of Ahmaud Arbery, with interviews with Wanda Cooper Jones, Ahmaud Arbery's mother, Lee Merritt, and from the defense attorneys in the case. Now, according to the Attorney General's office handling Johnson's case, this case almost never happened because Johnson allegedly told police not to arrest Travis or Gregory McMichael after the shooting death of Ahmaud Arbery. Gregory McMichael, the father, worked for Johnson's office as an investigator. Johnson was indicted September 2nd of 2021 and has been out on bond since. Her arraignment isn't until December 29th, where she will be read her charges and likely plead not guilty. Also, on top of that, a motion will also be reviewed as Johnson's attorneys say, quote, not a scintilla of evidence, unquote, shows Johnson told 2 Glenn County officers not to arrest the McMichaels. Now, Johnson also faces a violation of office charge. I think this is a difficult one as well, because this is for allegedly not treating Arbery's family fairly and with dignity, that she showed favor to her former employee, Greg McMichael, and failed to tell the AG's office that she consulted District Attorney Barnell about the case before recommending it to him. We were there for the trial, openings, closing. There's no love lost between Brunswick County and Glenn County for Jackie Johnson. And with the state and federal convictions of McMichaels, I think this is going to be a difficult case for Johnson.
Yeah, Terry, so Brian mentioned Ahmaud Arbery's mother, Wanda Cooper Jones, and she fought long and hard for this case to move forward. At the end of the day, what can be done more to ensure that this type of interference doesn't happen again in a different case?
Well, let's hope it doesn't happen again. But what she did was she stayed vigilant. She made sure she stayed on top of this case. And one of the things that you have to do, because the criminal justice system is difficult enough, but then when it's stacked against you, you have to have someone by your side helping you. And she had attorneys by her side who made sure they stayed on top of what was happening in this case. And they found out what was going on. And they were the ones who brought it to the attention of the authorities. And basically, if you want to get to the source of this type of unethical behavior, you have to train lawyers what they're supposed to do and not to do.
Yeah, she's in a lot of hot water. And by the way, the 3 men who chased down Ahmaud Arbery and filmed his death, they were found guilty on all counts, including murder in Georgia, as well as counts in their federal hate crimes trial. Now, prosecutors said that the men chased Arbery because he was black. Greg and Travis McMichael both received a life sentence on the state charges, as well as another life sentence for the federal charges. As for William Roddy Bryant, he was given life in prison with the possibility of parole in 30 years, plus another 35 years for the hate crime charges.
All right.
Years after being indicted by a grand jury in 2021, former Brunswick District Attorney Jackie Johnson was in court today ahead of her January trial.
Johnson is charged with interfering with the 2020 police investigation of the killing of Ahmaud Arbery. She's accused of using her power as a high-profile prosecutor in Glenn County to help Greg McMichael and his son Travis McMichael, who are both now serving life sentences. Our Christina Burgess is joining us right now. And Christina, let's talk about what happened in court today.
Yeah, guys, well, both the prosecution and defense argued about what evidence they want to be used in the January trial. They disagreed about the use of Jackie Johnson's past prosecutions, her status as a high-profile former prosecutor, and the Attorney General's involvement in this upcoming trial.
Former Brunswick District Attorney Jackie Johnson appeared in front of a judge for the first time since being charged by a grand jury in 2021. Johnson is accused of using her power to protect Greg McMichael and his son Travis McMichael by urging police not to arrest Travis after he fatally shot 25-year-old Ahmaud Arbery in 2020. During Wednesday's hearing, the prosecution asked the judge to not allow the defense to use any of Jackie Johnson's high-profile cases or electoral successes in the trial. Her lead defense attorney, Brian Steele, pushing back.
There's no prejudice, and it's part of the life of Ms. Johnson, and we anticipate bringing in the fact that she was appointed by then Governor Sonny Perdue. We're not doing it for popularity. We're doing it because that's characteristics of her life.
In another motion, Johnson's defense asked the judge to disqualify Georgia Attorney General Chris Carr, since he wants to call Carr as a witness in January.
I don't believe that it is within the law to allow a prosecutor or any lawyer to also be a witness, and it's a material witness in the case.
The prosecution disagreed.
You can't just subpoena the constitutional officer and put them on the witness stand. There are certain protections to that.
Judge John R. Turner didn't issue any ruling in court Wednesday, but said he will have written orders on these motions by next week.
Jury selection for Johnson's trial is scheduled to start January 21st. Both the prosecution and defense told the judge they expect this case to take about 2.5 weeks. If convicted of violating her oath of office, she could face up to 5 years in prison. Christina Burgess, First Coast News, on your side.
Mr. Arbery, the man you'd seen on February 11th, may be the one who had.
All right, y'all. So I think that gets everybody up to speed on what's kind of going on right now with Jackie Johnson. And they are, as the lady said, doing jury selection. Again, if you want to see or know about some of the folks that they've, I don't even know what they call, they summoned, there it is, that they summoned for jury selection. Miss Sylvia is doing live updates with juror numbers, giving a little bit about who they are. And their lives. So if you want to check that out, just make sure you go over to her Twitter page and do so. I do believe she also does like nightly live videos where she kind of talks about some of that stuff. So again, if that's something that you're interested in, go on over there to Miss Infamous Sylvia and check that out. Check it out. So we actually did get a request. We got a request from Starfish and Coffee. Our girl wants us to check out the body cam of brutal beating of an inmate. Just to give a little background, it is a warning, y'all. It's a graphic video. It is a graphic video. I'm not really sure what's going on with this case, but it didn't load. Just give me a second here. All right, so no criminal charges as of yet. Okay, so we're getting ready to watch this video. This video is pretty graphic, so if it may be inappropriate for users, I'm going to share the screen first so that all of all of my folks know it's a trigger warning on this here video. They are saying that none of the officers have been charged yet. So here we go, y'all. This is of Robert Brooks. This is on, this just happened. December 9, 2024, Sergeant Glenn Trombley. Video redacted according to OAG policy. All right, here we go. What is going on? Okay. All right, so they loaded him in the car on the back of the van. Oh no. You know what? I don't know why I take all of them either. There is no audio, y'all. He got his shoe in his hand. Whoa. Whoa. He already kind of looks out of it to me, though. He doesn't look like he's fully there. Really. I mean, it's blood down to his socks, y'all. He gone. No? Okay, he still got some body movement. At least the lower extremities. You see his stomach movement, so he's still breathing. What is... Court TV gives more context because I'm like, what is going on? Maybe, does it have audio on the Court TV one? Okay, she says the other one has audio. So let's see if we can do it won't be so quiet because, wait a minute. Maybe we don't have to watch all of the same views. Let's do Robert Brooks and let's say Court TV. All right, what's going on?
Welcome back. This morning, we're shining the spotlight on the investigation going on into the brutal beating of a handcuffed prison inmate. This was at the hands of several corrections officers. New York's Attorney General's office released this video, and I do want to warn you, this is very graphic. The video shows 3 officers repeatedly punching, kicking, and stomping on inmate Robert Brooks. This was at the Marcy Correctional Facility. It's located in upstate New York. The incident happening on December the 9th. Now, Brooks was lodged in the prison serving time for assault, doing a 12-year sentence for stabbing his girlfriend. Now, he died from his injuries after this incident. He succumbed to his injuries and passed away the day after this incident happened. Now, it's unclear what sparked this beating, but we know that Brooks had just arrived at the facility hours earlier. We do know that. We know the guards were wearing body cameras, but they were on standby. So while they recorded the images, there is no audio with it. So if you see it, it's just video. That's all they have. Now, the New York Attorney General's office says it was important to release the videos for the sake of transparency.
My team met with Mr. Brooks's family earlier this week, and they viewed the footage. These videos are shocking and disturbing, and I advise all to take appropriate care before choosing to watch them.
Now, the Attorney General has also appointed a special prosecutor to oversee the case to avoid a conflict of interest. New York's governor has also ordered state officials to initiate proceedings to fire 13 corrections officers, as well as a nurse, all of them implicated in that incident. One officer has already resigned, and criminal charges are expected to be forthcoming. I have 2 great guests to help me break this all down. I want to welcome back in the chief of police at Talladega College. He's a retired homicide detective and TV star, Chris Anderson. And want to welcome in corrections officer and the former president of the New York City Corrections Officers Union, Elias Hussamadeen. Good morning to you, gentlemen. Let's start with your reactions, initial reactions to seeing this video and the questions that you have in your minds. Chief Anderson, would you start us off, please?
Yeah, so watching the videos was extremely horrific to see. This is yet another stain on not only corrections, but law enforcement as a whole. You know, we are there to protect and serve the people. Even if you've been jailed inside of a prison, there should have been someone there to protect this man, even if it was protecting him against his own co-workers, and that does not appear that happened. And another thing that I see is it's extremely hard to watch. It's bad, and it just yet another stain on my profession.
It is hard to watch. It really is. You're right, Chief. Elias, let me go to you for initial reactions, and then I want to walk through the various parts of the video with both of you. So your initial impressions upon seeing this, please.
Well, my initial impression is the same as the Chief. When you see something like this and you're a law enforcement officer, you're a correction officer, you're looking at it and you're saying to yourself, oh my God, no, because it's hard to convince people that this is not something that correction officers or law enforcement officers involve themselves in. I mean, we actually witnessed or watched a murder. An assassination of an individual who was already doing time for the crime that he committed.
Excellent points there, Elias. Thank you for that. I want to walk through the various portions of the video and really kind of zone in on certain moments that to me seem pivotal. If I was a prosecutor on this case reviewing it, I would be looking at these things. Initially, the first part of this, it all begins as we see one of the guards it looks like he's almost putting a towel in Brooks's mouth. It looks that way. And then watch his right hand. He pulls his right hand away very quickly and then starts punching him. And I can't help but wonder, was there biting that happened? I have no idea. I wasn't there, but just watching it, I'm thinking, oh, it looked like he pulled his hand back. I'm curious what you both are seeing there. Chief, back to you.
So my first thought is there was probably spitting by the defendant or the suspect in this case. And that's usually what would happen if a person is in custody. They try to do something to stop the spitting. You know, that there are plenty of mechanisms that you can utilize now in law enforcement. We used to have a spit bag that you can put over a person's face that would allow for whatever they were projectiling out of their mouths not to get on anyone else's. But this doesn't add anything to put over anyone's head.
All right. So honestly, I've had enough of that. So that's what's going on up in New York. So we just got a quick little snippet into that. We are going to go back over to Trial Watch. So let's get into Idaho. Let's get into the Idaho hearing with Brian Kohlberger.
On any other roles in this case? Have you had other duties?
If you're asking about serving warrants for digital evidence, then I've done that, yes.
And you've heard Judge Mike.
Yeah, you're fine. Go ahead.
Okay. Do you agree that the Exhibit A that's been discussed was and attached to warrants, that was a group effort?
Yes,
Have you been a part of that group?
I was.
What role did you have in?
Oh, wait, let me give you guys a backstory on Brian Kohlberger. So Brian Kohlberger is a man that is accused of unaliving 4 students inside of their off-campus apartment in Idaho. I believe he was a student at some point. And it's just, the whole thing has been crazy because the house in which this unaliving took place in was torn down. Okay, that's what I've been talking about earlier today. Like, I want to know what's going on with this case because yeah. So actually, let me give you guys let me pull up this little snip video and give y'all a little background before we actually jump into the case. Where is it? Crap. All right, so I'm gonna play this video real quick.
4 university students were discovered stabbed in their home in Moscow, Idaho. Local police described the case as very complex, and it took more than 6 weeks for a suspect to be arrested. We pieced together information from a case affidavit released by authorities, verified publicly available evidence, and pulled in ABC News reporting to create a visual timeline outlining significant events in this case. I'm Emmanuel Saliba, a senior reporter with ABC News. It's around 9 p.m. local time on Saturday, November 12th in Moscow, Idaho. According to an affidavit released by authorities, Zana Kernodle and her boyfriend Ethan Chapin are seen hanging out at the Sigma Chi house. It's about a 5-minute walk from their off-campus house on King Road. Zana's roommates Kaylee Gonsalves and Madison Mogan are at the Corner Club. It's a historic sports bar in town. They stay at the bar for about 3 hours, according to an affidavit released by authorities. And around 1:30 a.m., Kaylee and Maddie leave the corner bar. The next available images we have of them are in this surveillance footage obtained by ABC News. They're heading towards a local food truck, which is about a 6-minute walk from the bar. Police say this man with them is not a suspect. This is the grub truck. They have been streaming live on Twitch since about 10 p.m. And around 1:41 a.m., we see all 3 of them walk into frame. Maddie and Kaylee order food.
Have a good night. Hello.
Hi.
Welcome back.
Thanks. I think I would like the carbonara.
Okay.
Cool. Thank you.
Absolutely.
How many more do you need? That's the second one? Awesome.
Dawn's mom.
$10.
Cool. Thank you.
Order 78. Thank you very much.
They wait around for about 10 minutes. Around 1:51 a.m., they grab food from the truck window and walk out of frame. Police confirm that at this point they get picked up by a car service, and about 6 minutes later, they arrive at home on King Road. According to an affidavit, Ethan and Zana are already in the house, along with 2 other roommates. 2:47 a.m., according to police, a phone belonging to the suspect, Brian Koberger, stops connecting to the cell network in nearby Pullman, Washington. This is where he lives and studies criminology as a PhD student at Washington State University. 2:53 a.m., authorities say a white sedan consistent with a vehicle registered to Koberger is seen traveling towards the highway that connects Pullman and Moscow. It's only about a 10-mile drive between the two cities. At 3:29 a.m., surveillance footage obtained by police from the King Road neighborhood captures a white sedan making an initial drive by the victim's house. Authorities say this car will make another 2 passes in the next 30 minutes. It's 4 a.m. According to the affidavit, Zana receives a DoorDash delivery, and a source tells ABC News that the delivery is contactless and the order is left at the front door. A surviving roommate would later tell authorities that around this time, 4 a.m., she wakes up to what sounds like Kaylee playing with her dog in the room on the 3rd floor. She also reports hearing someone say, "There's someone here." 4:04 a.m., authorities say the white sedan is seen driving into the neighborhood a 4th time. 4:12 a.m., according to phone records obtained by police, Zana is awake and using TikTok. The affidavit states that the same surviving roommate says she hears what sounds like crying coming from Zana's room. She opens her door a second time and says she hears a male voice say something to the effect of, "It's okay, I'm going to help you." At 4:17 a.m., this security camera on a neighbor's home picks up distorted audio of what sounds like voices or a whimper, followed by a loud thud. A dog can also be heard barking numerous times. This camera is less than 50 feet from Zana's bedroom. The affidavit states the surviving roommate then opens her door a 3rd time. She sees a masked man walking past her towards the sliding glass door in the kitchen. In frozen shock, she locks her door. 4:20 a.m., police say the white sedan is seen leaving the neighborhood at a high rate speed. 5:25 a.m., authorities say that same vehicle is seen on 5 cameras back in the Pullman area, near where the suspect lives. And then, between 9:12 and 9:21 a.m., police say data collected shows the suspect's phone appearing near the scene of the murders. About 8 hours after the killings, a 911 call reports an unconscious person at the scene of the crime. Shortly after, Moscow police discover the bodies of 4 students.
The facts of the case that we know right now.
November 16th, police reveal the 4 victims were stabbed to death.
The 4 were stabbed with a knife, but no weapon has been located at this time.
We are eternally grateful that we spent so much time with him.
This is Ethan's mom on November 30th at a vigil honoring her son and the 3 other victims.
That's the most important message that we have for you and your families, is to make sure that you spend as much time as possible with those people, because time is precious and it's something you can't get back.
We're looking for a 2011 to a 2013 Hyundai Elantra.
December 7th, no suspects have been publicly identified, and Moscow police appeal to the public for help.
Any assistance you can give us, anybody that owns one, anybody that knows of someone who owns one or may have been driving one, if you could get a hold of us through our tip line or call us directly, we'd appreciate that.
December 15th, Koberger and his father are driving eastbound on I-70 when they get pulled over by a Hancock County Sheriff's deputy.
Hello, how you doing? How y'all doing today? Good, good. Take a look at your driver's license real quick if I could. So he was right up on that van, man. He was right up on the back end of that van. So you're coming from Washington State University? Yeah. And you're going where? Oh.
We're going to be going to Pennsylvania.
Oh, okay.
Yep. So we're slightly punchy because we're driving for hours.
Hours, days.
Hours.
They're driving across the country to their family home in Pennsylvania.
Okay. Well, do me a favor, don't follow too close, okay?
10 minutes later, they are pulled over again, but this time by Indiana State Police. Both departments would later say they had no identifying information on the suspect at the time of these stops or the alleged vehicle involved. The Indiana State Police added in another statement that its agency wasn't directed by the FBI to make the traffic stop. 15 days later, Kohberger is arrested in Pennsylvania. The FBI identified the suspect by linking DNA evidence from the crime scene to a public genealogy database. January 3rd, he is extradited back to Idaho, where he is charged with felony burglary and 4 counts of first-degree murder. In a statement, his extradition lawyer in Pennsylvania said his client was eager to be exonerated. The suspect remains in custody, awaiting his next court appearance in June.
All right, so that's the case that I'm very intrigued about. And again, y'all, that apartment that those students stayed in, the crime scene, they torn it down. And so we're just gonna, switch back over to their little live hearing that they're having right now. We're kind of in the middle of it, so we'll kind of figure out we'll get in where we fit in. So I'm just gonna go back live to that. ASAP Rocky is supposed to start in 1 hour, y'all. All right, ASAP Rocky is supposed to start in an hour. So whenever ASAP Rocky starts, we'll just switch over. But in between time, this is what we'll be watching.
I don't recall specifically. I was there when it was being discussed.
You recall that you served that warrant?
I do.
When you served that warrant, did you serve it with the search warrant, with the affidavit in support of search warrant attached?
No, ma'am.
Is it your practice to ever serve an affidavit in support of search warrant with the warrant?
No, ma'am.
Were you co-located with Special Agent Nicholas Balance as well?
Yes, ma'am.
What was the distance that you had in proximity to him?
He sat in the same lab that I did.
And so was that a cubicle setting? Can you describe the setting?
It's a secured forensic lab. It has a door.
And then inside, is it open? Were you in separate offices?
It's a single room.
Single room. And so you were literally in the same room with Agent Balance?
Yes, ma'am.
And was that for the entire time that he was co-located there?
Yes, ma'am.
Were you aware of his ability to have access to AT&T records without a warrant?
No, ma'am.
All right, I want to talk now about the cell phone, also known as the USB. Do you recognize that? I should say, I'm so sorry, because there are so many cell phones. Brian Kohberger's cell phone. I want to talk to you about
the physical cell phone or the data from the cell phone?
We're going to talk about both of those.
Yeah.
So for purposes of today's argument, we've called it cell phone / USB. How did the state come into possession of Brian's phone?
Obtained via the warrant in Pennsylvania.
Was a copy of that phone made prior to the search warrant being signed?
Which search
Copy
warrant?
of Brian's cell phone.
Again, I'm asking which search warrant you're talking about, the one from Pennsylvania or the one that we requested once the data returned?
I'm talking about when it was first seized. So it'd be the first.
The Pennsylvania one?
Right.
I do not know.
You're aware that a copy of the phone was made and put on a USB,
Yes,
and then a warrant was obtained to search the USB.
yes, ma'am.
And that's the second warrant.
Yes, ma'am.
Was the cell phone searched prior to the warrant for the USB?
The extraction was created before the warrant in Idaho was requested.
Was the extraction searched before the warrant was obtained in Idaho?
No,
And how do you know that?
I was the one that received the extraction.
The extraction, where was the extraction made?
Pennsylvania.
And who made that extraction?
I believe it was Special Agent Tanzola.
And how did Special Agent Tanzola get that extraction to you?
You'd have to ask him. I believe it was using a Cellbrite product.
So what about is the USB not a physical box of the extraction, or is it all digital?
The USB is just a storage device that the data would be placed onto.
So with the extraction and the USB, can you explain the process of the extraction being made and it getting to you and it getting put on a USB?
Normally in a forensic environment, the device is extracted, that extraction can then therefore be placed onto a different storage device for evidence storage or for sharing with other forensic investigators.
And so you said normally, but I'm asking you specifically to Brian Koberger's cell phone.
The data was placed on the storage device by S.A. Tanzola and provided to me.
Okay, and how did you get the storage device?
I believe it was brought back. I don't recall how I was given to it. It was still in the FBI packaging.
Do you have any personal knowledge of whether or not Special Agent Tanzola reviewed the data of the extraction before the search warrant in Idaho was obtained?
I don't recall.
Okay. Judge, this is one you don't have yet either. This is Defendant's Exhibit A to cell phone. And it does have a sticker on it.
Do you have an extra copy of that?
Pardon?
Do you have an extra copy of that?
No, I handed two, right?
Yeah, and just going forward, I need 2 copies.
I will. I heard that message yesterday, Judge, and I apologize. Moving forward, I will make sure that there's that extra. I'm assuming you went up for your clerk. So.
My staff attorney,
Yeah,
yes.
yeah. Oh, I got some breaks.
And just for the record, as I've been doing this, has been marked Defendant's Exhibit Number A with a date on the sticker of 11/14/24. The document on which the sticker is placed, first page is affidavit for search warrant. Directed to the Moscow Police Department Forensic Lab.
Detective, how did you create the affidavit in support of the cell phone of the USB warrant?
How did I create it?
Yes.
So I'm not understanding. That's a vague question.
How did you go about drafting this? Is this a document that you had, that you filled in from, or did you start from scratch? How did you
I don't remember the exact way that I did it, but this isn't very different from, say, an ICAC warrant that I would have had previous intentions to search the cyber tip information that would be already placed into evidence at the digital forensic lab.
So there's knowledge about what you're asking for and lists of things to get, what are you basing that knowledge on?
I would be basing this on information that I've done in previous cases, other warrants that I have served, and other warrants that I have viewed from other investigators throughout my time.
Can you turn to page 24? You see that page?
Yes, ma'am.
And is that page entitled Search Warrant?
Yes, ma'am.
Looking at the first paragraph of that search warrant, is there any reference to search warrant affidavit in the warrant?
No, ma'am.
And is the date of the crime on the search warrant?
No, ma'am.
On page 25, can you turn there? There's a directive to search the premises. Do you see that?
Yes, ma'am.
What's the premises listed as?
155 South View in Moscow, Idaho, in the forensic lab. 155 South View, one word.
Does it say USB in that descriptor?
No, ma'am.
Can you turn to page 28? Who is Key Computer Forensic Lab?
Key is not a person, it's a thing. It unlocked the secure cubicle that the USB was placed into by myself so that it was secured. I had the key, and entrance was obtained by Key in the Computer Forensic Lab.
Okay. That makes sense now. I thought it was the name of a company, and I don't know why, but that makes sense. Key Computer Forensic Lab. Who was ultimately in charge of searching the USB drive?
The data was extracted, or not extracted, but reviewed by several different people.
Okay, who are those people?
I don't know all of them. Myself looked at some of the information, but not all.
And you said you don't remember all of them, but who else do you remember?
The information was also given to the FBI. The FBI had that information and they examined it.
And do you know who with the FBI?
No, I do not.
Can you turn to page 27? Can you look at page 6? Or not page 6, I'm sorry. Number 6, line number 6. Do you see that? What does that say?
A copy of the warrant inventory sheet were left with the drive.
And that does not indicate that a copy of the search warrant affidavit was left with the drive. Is that right?
No, ma'am.
Okay, I want to talk now about Amazon. Did you swear to several warrants for Amazon?
I did.
Do you know specifically how many?
I do not recall how many.
How were the warrants served? How did you serve Amazon warrants?
I believe that Special Agent Michael Douglas assisted in service of those.
What training do you have in Amazon accounts and records?
I do not have any training for Amazon specifically.
And I think you answered my next question, but there was a reference in the warrants to a special agent locating an Amazon account. Is that the Special Agent Douglas?
I don't recall who was that, who found that information.
How was an Amazon account located?
I don't know.
In your affidavit, where you've got language that talks about what Amazon holds and how it identifies and the list of items that can be collected, if you don't have any training in doing an Amazon warrant, how did you know that?
I was relying on the experts that have worked with or served the warrants to Amazon previously. I believe that information came from Special Agent Michael Douglas.
And in your affidavit, did you indicate that that was based on your knowledge or on someone else's knowledge?
I based it on mine because I spoke to Special Agent Michael Douglas about it. And he was the one that informed me that this was the information that we could request.
And so did he provide you with a kind of a mock-up affidavit to use so that you would know what language to include?
I don't remember if he gave me a mock-up, but obviously he would have helped me with the wording of it.
The wording of the warrants is pretty technical, right? All the list of items that is asked for.
Any electronic service provider usually has their special way of asking for things.
And so since you don't have training in Amazon, you relied on Special Agent Douglas for that?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, Google is the next one I want to talk to you about. What's your training about Google?
Again, I have no specific training to Google. I've served various email or warrants on Google for other means.
Is your experience with Google isolated to this case?
No.
You've done Google warrants before?
Oh, yes.
How did you get the form that you used for the Google warrant in this case?
The Google form, I probably relied on previous warrants that I've served.
Do you know how many warrants you obtained for Google in this case?
It's 3.
On January 3rd, that January 3rd, 2023, that warrant asked for Brian Christopher 1994 at Gmail, 2 phone numbers, and an IMEI number. What's an IMEI?
International Mobile Equipment Identifier.
And how did you get that number to put in the January 3rd, 2023 Google warrant?
I do not recall.
Okay. Were you, in preparation for creating these warrants, were you having communications with Google?
Specifically about these warrants?
About being able to get the data via warrants?
I don't recall communicating with them specific to these warrants.
Okay, I'm going to hand you what's Defendant's Exhibit F to the Google Memorandum in Support. You recognize that?
Appears to be an email between myself and a Francis from Google.
So is this how you were communicating with Google via email?
I was communicating with Google for other, I'm not sure if this is the one for this specific warrant, I guess is where I'm getting at. There was question of what Google could provide. We served Google at one point with a warrant. And they said it was, they couldn't do it because there'd be too much data. So they were trying to assist us in, well, basically not spending $100,000 of getting them data.
So to be clear, when I'm talking about the communications generally, I'm talking about your communications with Google about all the warrants. So was there email and telephone communications or just email?
I believe I spoke with their legal representation on the phone. I don't remember if there was other conversations.
Do you understand the difference between a personal account and a not personal account on Google?
I do not.
Okay. Well, there's reference to DeSales and DeSales helping from their end. Can you explain that?
I don't recall what that means.
Do you recognize what DeSales is in the course of this case?
It references an email address that was associated with the defendant.
Okay, and that email address associated with the defendant is a college that he attended, right?
Yes.
And so what was there communication with DeSales about them not wanting to produce records pursuant to a warrant because it was educational records protected by federal law?
I was part of a little bit of that. Officer Detective Payne knew more about that conversation, but yes.
And so what I'm trying to understand is what was DeSales doing to help?
I believe DeSales was just waiting for a warrant. I don't recall completely.
And did you serve the Google warrants?
I believe I did.
I believe you said you did?
Yes.
And consistent with what you've said earlier, you did not include an affidavit in support of search warrant with that? Why did you choose the timeframe of January 1st, 2021 to December 30th, 2022?
I don't recall the specific reason why we went back to January 1. It was to include the time that we believed that the defendant had entered Washington to become a student nearby the crime scene and just prior to that.
Right. But you know that he didn't come to Pullman, Washington until June of 2022, right?
Correct.
Did you review the Google warrant return emails?
Yes.
Did you review? So you said you reviewed them. Are you the one who's in charge of evaluating those materials for this case, or is that designated to somebody else?
The materials came to myself, at which time it was disseminated to other investigators and the FBI as well.
Is it fair to say that between warrant 1 and warrant 3, it's gone from 2 gigs to over 13 gigs of material?
It was substantial information.
And have you done anything to verify whether or not the materials produced are within the scope of the warrants?
I usually made sure that they were from that specific account when it's received, but I did not go into depth of the evaluation.
Let's talk, the final area is about the Apple warrant. What was your role in those warrants, in that warrant? Sorry, not plural, singular.
I don't remember that specific one. I know I was involved in a lot of the Apple iCloud warrants.
What kind of communications did you have with Apple to facilitate getting the warrant?
I don't recall prior to.
I'll hand you what's been marked as Defense Exhibit C to the Apple warrant. It does have a sticker on it. And it's not to the Apple warrant, it's to the memorandum in support.
Exhibit C attached to their memorandum dated, exhibit sticker dated 11/14/24. Appears to be a printout of some emails.
Have you reviewed those?
Yes, ma'am.
Can you, does that help refresh your recollection regarding what communications were occurring?
It appears that there was communication between Apple and FBI.
Okay, and were you included in that?
I believe I was.
Okay, and did that include chats?
I believe the word chat means to chat, to talk.
Like telephone talk or Zoom talk, or what was the method?
I believe it was telephonic.
So what kind of help were you getting from Apple, and what was the FBI getting from Apple?
I don't recall the conversation. This was more specific to the FBI's current investigation. As I stated in my email there for the stalking investigation, I was merely just privy to their conversation.
Have all of their materials related to that been turned over?
Who's there in that sentence, Counsel?
Pardon?
Who's there in that sentence?
Sorry, FBI.
I do not know. I wasn't, yeah, I don't know.
I have no further questions.
A few questions, Your Honor. Can I stay here?
No.
Okay.
Just a few follow-up questions. When you received the evidence back from these various providers, did you have access to what we refer to as affidavit for search warrant and Exhibit A?
Yes.
Okay. And did you use that to determine the scope of what you would be searching for from those providers?
If I was to be doing the investigation, yes, I would have looked at those items.
And you testified that several investigators helped MPD in review of evidence back from providers.
Yes.
To your knowledge, did those investigators have access to the affidavit and the Exhibit A?
Yes.
I don't have anything further. Thank you.
Any redirect?
No, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
I have no further witnesses.
All right, why don't we take a 10-minute recess and we will then pick up.
All right, y'all. So the court is on break. They're going to be out for about 10 minutes, and then we've got ASAP Rocky's trial starting in about 40 minutes. So let's just take a break ourselves. We've been streaming for a while. We've lost quite a bit of viewers, but I'm sure they'll pick back up again once the ASAP Rocky trial starts. So let's just take a quick little break, and we'll be right back.
All right, we are back on the record in State v. Koberger. Defendant is present. Counsel are all present. I'm heard that there are no more witnesses to present by either party. Is that accurate?
Yes.
All right, we'll move to argument then. The defense may proceed.
Judge, I'm going to cover several of the warrants, and then Mr. Logson's going to cover 4. So I'll just wrap all of my argument up instead of getting up and down for each one. My oral argument is not meant to rehash every point briefed or every argument briefed. I'm giving you big picture comments based on the testimony, but I want to make it clear that we're not waiving any written arguments. While I question Corporal Payne and Detective Mowry about some exhibits, but not all, it was not an indication that others are not important. I wanted to make important points, but not belabor. With IGG and Franks having been addressed yesterday, and the fact that the primary issues that I'm addressing have to do with general warrants, I'm not going to rehash those arguments, and I'm going to focus on the legal issues, beginning with the AT&T Warrant 1, Pin, Trap, and Trace, also known as AT&T 2, and the cell phone / USB drive. The Fourth Amendment requires particularity sufficient to prevent the exercise of discretion by an executing officer. The particularity requirement's objective is that necessary searches should be as limited as possible. A search warrant must be particular enough so that as to what is taken, nothing is left to the discretion of the officer executing the warrant. The government cannot seize the haystack to look for a needle. And there is an undisputed privacy interest in cell phone data, including cellular site data pursuant to Carpenter. All 3 of these warrants were issued in December 23rd and early January 2023. The 2 AT&T warrants were issued on December 23rd, 2022, within an hour of each other. The first did have a temporal narrowing. AT&T 1 had November 12th, 12 a.m. to November 14th, 12 a.m. The warrant itself was extremely broad and did not incorporate the affidavit. In support of this actual failure to incorporate, the officers admitted that they did not incorporate in the search, but to the extent that the state is going to argue that when the warrant says upon offer and proof, that is the same as hereby incorporates an affidavit, I pointed out the language in certain search warrant affidavits to show you that they do know what it means to actually use the language herein is incorporated Exhibit A, and that same language is not used in a single search warrant affidavit. So the incorporation that would be a remedy for this issue potentially of particularity doesn't exist when the search warrant affidavit is not included. Even if for some reason you were to determine that there was English language meaning upon proof, an oath is the same as hereby incorporated, the language in the search warrant affidavits themselves is extremely broad. The affidavit of return signed by Detective Payne's, this is on affidavit AT&T 1, says that the warrant was served by email, and as he indicated, it did not include the search warrant in support. The description of the property in Exhibit A to AT&T described the property as just a phone number with no other description of the property, which indicates a lack of knowledge of what was actually seized and going to be searched. The second AT&T warrant and install pin trace was requested within 1 hour of the first warrant return at 3:50. The data from warrant 1 was analyzed such that by Special Agent Balance, such that Detective Payne was relying on Balance in his affidavit to support it by saying that the data that had been in their hands for less than an hour supported that the phone was possibly off going south on Pullman at 2:42 a.m. And there is just got to be a question for everybody of how does this massive amount of data get analyzed in an hour to create a second broader warrant? The warrant language in AT&T2 pin trap trace is extremely broad, and the time frame goes from June 23 to 2020, June 23rd, 2022 to present. The crime of homicide was stated, but the date of the crime was not stated. There was no other specificity in the actual warrant. The warrant asked for extensive data, location data, timing reports, cell tower information, and installation of a pin, trap, and trace, among other many things. And when the warrant was served, a check the box form was included as a cover sheet to AT&T. Turning to the cell phone is first seized when Brian is arrested. It's copied by Special Agent Tanzola without a warrant, and then that USB drive makes its way to Idaho in an unclear fashion. It sounds to me like it came back with Corporal Payne, who was there for the arrest. And when that warrant is obtained for that USB drive, it's put in a safe with just a copy of the warrant that has no date of the crime, and there's nothing particularized about what is to be searched. This creates a general warrant with 100% total discretion and nothing to limit the search. And if you believe that access within a database by somebody unidentified other than Mallory, who's going to evaluate that warrant, that they're going to look and pull that finalized search warrant from the database that everybody supposedly has access to, looking at that search warrant affidavit, there's full discretion to search the USB drive. There's no limitations and no efforts taken to address that. Turning now to Google and Apple. A very instructive case on Google and Apple is the Idaho pilling case, which is 721 FSUP 3D 1113 2024. It's almost totally on point with this case. It is a federal case out of the District of Idaho, but it really couldn't be more instructive in terms of looking at these issues with Google and Apple. There's without a doubt a recognized protected interest of private information in Google and Apple records. Google contained private emails, schoolwork, research, among things, and Apple was essentially a copy of a phone and iPad that went all the way back to 2016. 2018 was an indication of when an iPad was purchased, but 2016, according to the documents that were prepared, were when it was identified that an Apple account was first created. Carpenter applies, and to the extent that there may be third-party materials like search history not related or documented, nothing was done to do any sort of segregation with regard to Apple or Google. For the Google warrant, by January 3rd, 2023, law enforcement knew many details that they could have used to narrow those warrants. They knew that Brian hadn't been in Pullman until June of 2022. They knew the names of the deceased, which were not included as language in the Google warrant. They knew the fraternities and sororities. They knew the students' names who had also been at the house on the morning of November 13th, 2022. They knew the date of the crime, of course. They knew emails. They knew social media accounts and names. They knew where students worked. They knew their friends. They knew their phone numbers. None of that was included in the Google warrant to help limit and make that something other than a general warrant. There's no language incorporating these search warrant affidavits, making these broad, sweeping categories, making the productions bigger and bigger. In Google, it went from 2 gigabytes to 13 gigabytes by the third production. And it appears that it's really unclear to these detectives that have taken a huge role in this case, who's evaluating what data and to what extent and what is being produced by it and what is within the scope of what is in an already broad warrant. For Apple, we are missing sort of legal process that the state just hasn't filled the gap on, and these witnesses don't fill the gap on. We don't know what the legal process is that is referenced between the first request for a preservation in December 21st, all the way until August, when there is a production on a warrant. The steps that have been taken in between to get the information to put into the warrant are completely unclear. And to the extent that these officers who swore to the contents of affidavits now have no memory of what that is, that's invalidating of those warrants. As for the arrest and the car and the apartment, what I will close by saying on those, because it's not an issue of general warrant or a discussion of particularity. Those are more reliant on the issues associated with IGG and Franks. And with that, I'd ask that you find that the warrants that I've just discussed are general warrants, not particular warrants, and they should be suppressed.
Do you want to respond to that, or do you want to have the defense argue the additional warrant issues and then address them all?
I'll take your lead, but I'm happy to just piecemeal this, and I can address just those. I can make this pretty simple for the court. We don't have to go down the rabbit trail that the defendant would like you to go down. The search warrants regarding the particularity requirement. And this group that we're talking about is Apple, AT&T, there was a first and a second, Koberger's phone, and then Google. All of these warrants were not general warrants. They were all sufficiently particular. They were specific to the type, each one of them listed that they were specific to the type of crime, the location, and all but one of them had temporal limitations. And for the one that didn't, that would be the cell phone warrant. That warrant was more particularized in the types of data that officers were allowed to search for. It's the state's positions, these were not general warrants, and your court can determine that just by looking at the face of the warrant. If you have any questions, otherwise, state submits, you should deny their motions to suppress for these issues.
Your Honor, I was asked to argue the motion regarding the raid on my client's parents' home, the search of his person here in Idaho, as well as in Pennsylvania, as well as and the Amazon warrant. I I think for the most part, I'll just rely on the briefing. I just want to clear up a couple of things. One of the areas that was covered in the Pennsylvania home raid was that the state had to have a valid warrant in order to enter the home. I think in the briefing it gets a little confusing, but the point was not that Mr. Koberger couldn't have been arrested as he was walking down the street via the usual channels in which that could have occurred. The point was that they had to have a valid warrant in order to get into the home. The only warrant that they have is the one that we're challenging and via the Franks motion. And so that was the purpose of that argument. The other issue in terms of choice of law, it sounds like the state's kind of accepting that Idaho Constitution should apply. We set out a few different reasons why that should be the case. It doesn't seem like there's a big argument going on there. So unless the court has questions about it, I'll leave that alone. And then the other issue that I wanted to touch on is the right of privacy in the information that we have in our Amazon goings about why should the state have to have a warrant for that. I thought we set it out pretty well in the briefing, but I think, you know, the big concept and takeaway here is in Carpenter and Riley, the United States Supreme Court starts doing something different. And I think what the court is starting to recognize is that to a great extent, the United States has become a sort of panopticon. That is, the concept of the panopticon is you have a prison in which you only need a small number of guards because you have a very heavy-duty surveillance system. In the United States, we have via our phones, via the internet, much of what we do is now surveilled and very easily accessible. And so the fact that we have the third-party doctrine made sense when it was being adopted back in the 70s and the 60s. It stops making sense once all of this information is easily accessible in the way that it is. And so our point is that the judiciary has to have a role in this. There has to be a judge between us and the executive. Otherwise, we're essentially allowing the executive to know everything about us all the time. And so the state makes the point that similar to the one that Professor Kerr made about going and getting bank materials. Once those were things that could be done simply and efficiently via these records, a person didn't have to go out and get the cash. The state argues in this case, because of Amazon, Mr. Koberger didn't have to go someplace to purchase items. All of that would have been out in public, but he's doing it on his computer. And so why should that make it private? And the reason why that has to become private, Your Honor, is because of the vast amount of information that is now so easily accessible to the government. If we don't require a warrant, we essentially put all of ourselves at hazard of being snooped on at any time. And so I also just want to just briefly bring up, I think yesterday the court had talked about privacy rights with the IgG databases. And I certainly want to make sure that we are preserving that argument. We included it in the briefing. We do believe that Americans have a privacy interest in the genetics they share with other people and that other people then place within these databases. So that is not something that we intended to abandon in any way yesterday. If the court has no other questions for me, I would rely on the briefing.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Your Honor, I'd like to address just the third-party doctrine, and then I'd like to turn it over to Mr. Thompson to address the other motions to suppress. And the case that we're talking about is the Amazon records, and that's what has to do with the third-party doctrine. And the U.S. Supreme Court case State v. Miller is the controlling case here. And Idaho courts, as explored in my briefing, apply Miller. And there's no reason for this court to diverge from that Fourth Amendment analysis. The documents are Amazon's business records. They detail transaction history. Business records are most akin to bank records, which is allowed. Applying the court's reasoning from Miller, again, these documents are business records of Amazon. They're not the defendant's private papers. Amazon is a party to those transactions. They have a substantial stake in these records. And the defendant took the risk when he revealed his affairs that this information would be conveyed by Amazon to third parties, including the government. It's the state's position, and it should be the position of this court. The defendant does not have a Fourth Amendment privacy interest in Amazon's business records. Thank you, Your Honor.
Good morning, Judge. I'm going to address, I guess, the remaining warrants or the questions raised by the defense about the remaining warrants. I'd like to start first with the warrants for the residents in Pennsylvania. That expands into Mr. Koberger's person under the Pennsylvania search warrants for his person, for his car, which was in Pennsylvania, and then the defense also raises questions about statements made by Mr. Koberger to law enforcement. First, as to 119 Lambston itself, one of the first things the defendant offers to the court is claims that there was no local warrant, valid local warrant, and that simply isn't true. As the record clearly demonstrates, there were 3 valid local warrants, Pennsylvania warrants, for the residence, for the defendant's person, and for his car. The defendant then asserts, and I appreciate Mr. Logston's clarifications, but essentially the defendant asserts that there needs to be a separate special warrant in order for Pennsylvania to take the defendant into custody as a fugitive from Idaho on our charges. And as we cited in our briefing on this, the statutes in Pennsylvania and Idaho are virtually the same, and they clearly contemplate that a felony fugitive can be taken into custody without a fugitive warrant under the circumstances that exist in this particular case. Now, if the issue is the law enforcement presence or access to the defendant inside his parents' residence, we would submit that's already addressed because the Pennsylvania State Police had a valid search warrant for the premises, for the defendant's person, and for his car. So they had lawful process to be where they were, where they found the defendant and took him into custody as a fugitive. The knock and announce, there was discussion earlier today on the explanation of what happened with the dynamics of the knock and announce. That's detailed in Sergeant Lang's statement, which now has a current cover affidavit to it filed with the court. That's S5. I'm not going to publicly go through all the factors unless the court wishes me to, because they are quite incriminating as far as the applicable factors that would justify either an abbreviated knock and announce or, frankly, elimination of knock and announce entirely. And from what we have before the court now, it's clear that Pennsylvania's police were operating in a dynamic sense, reacting to real-time information that was coming in. That's all documented in the various reports and log sheets that have been submitted with our pleadings, which are not particularly lengthy in nature. Finally, as to the defendant's statements, I think the key notion here on any statements the defendant made, and frankly, he really didn't make much in the way of incriminating statements, is there was never any interrogation. He was Mirandized eventually, but even the prior conversations that occurred with Pennsylvania law enforcement, there was never interrogation. And so Miranda is not implicated, and so there's no issue on the statements themselves. As to his car and his person, as I've already mentioned, there were valid specific Pennsylvania search warrants for each of those. So those are presumed to be lawful. There's been no substantive attack on those. There is a motion to suppress regarding, and I'll use the air quotes, arrest warrant. And frankly, I have yet to be able to figure out what arrest warrant is being referred to. But again, All the actions in Pennsylvania were taken pursuant to valid warrants, search warrants from the Pennsylvania courts and the applicable fugitive arrest statutes. And so we don't see that there's any issue before the court there. The defense also raised the issue of a search warrant for the defendant's person in a separate motion, which appears to be the search warrant.
All right, y'all. We are actually here on Court TV's thread. We are waiting for the stream to start, okay? Because it's time for ASAP Rocky. All right. My understanding is that they sat the jury on yesterday. The jury was sat on yesterday, and they needed to get 4 more alternates. They were anticipating starting today at 10:30. And so right now we in the waiting room. All right. We've been streaming for almost 4 hours waiting for this to start. You know, we ain't mad at it because we had something else to do today, but we're getting ready for it to start. So is everybody apprised? Is everybody up to speed on what's going on with ASAP Rocky? Because if not, I can run back my recap and redo what we did this morning while we wait for the feeds to start. Because yeah. I'm actually gonna go out and make sure. I'm gonna make sure ain't no other threads out here. Why keep on calling things threads, y'all? Not threads. I'm gonna make sure that if there are any other feeds out there, that we be able to get into it as well. I don't know if y'all can hear that or not. Hey y'all, I just seen a snippet of Fanny at a luncheon real time. I suggest y'all watch. Ooh, child. Funny thing is you said luncheon and you typed out lunching. So I mean I read it the same. But B does want to know where. She wants to know where. See, that's what's so funny, y'all. At one point in time, I didn't have no mods in here. All my mods was out living their best life. And now I got about 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 of them in here right now, which is great because I love y'all. I love y'all very, very much. So yeah, is everybody up to speed? Everybody up to speed on what's going on. Let me see if Blonde Crime got one out here. Let me get my Twitter up. See if there's any updates out here for the people, because now we wait. The judge has ordered no live streaming of Georgia versus Jackie Johnson. These judges need to lighten up on live streaming restrictions. We will not be covering the trial. So you have to follow Miss Sylvia for updates, y'all. I know. We just watched that whole trial just to wait. Just to be let down. But it's all right. We'll find something else to watch. Oh, the luncheon's lawyer. Okay. She's pretty cool. I like her content. The luncheon lawyer. Live on TikTok. Okay. The thing about TikTok is, sorry, I was having a snack. I comfort eat when I'm upset about stuff. So I had made me a snack while we was on break, and I just picked up a chip. I don't know why, but I apologize for that. The thing about TikTok though is that when you go live on there, you have to repost your live. If you don't, you don't get to see it. We don't get to see it. Well, let me see what's going on. All right, y'all. We got action.
We went back to all of the we went back to all of the reports to make sure that he had everything.
It turns out that in January 2024, there was a comparison done, and I want to be clear what we're talking about. There were 2 expended cases that were found at the crime scene by the victim of the case.
What was the date? What was the date that the expended casings were turned into the police?
The date of the incident.
It would have been 2 days later.
In other words, back at the time this happened in 2021.
All right, so the incident occurred on November 6th, so it would have been around November 8th?
Yeah.
All right.
So the terms of it, there's work done on the casing, unbeknownst to co-counsel, myself, obviously I was not on the case. They ended up doing a further examination of the casing. That examination revealed that in fact, the 2 casings are consistent with having been fired for 9mm casings from certain 9mm handguns. There are some markings on the casings that are somewhat unique, and they can basically track them down to a much smaller subset of firearms that could have caused the marks on the casings. Included in that is Glock 43. So, hold on, okay.
Did the report say that the casings could only have been fired from a Glock 43, or could a Glock 43 be among the type of firearms that the expended casings could come from?
Let me read the exact conclusion. Items 1A and 1B.
Those are the casings.
Those are the casings. Each exhibits characteristics typical of aftermarket slides for a series of subcompact pistol frames, including but not limited to Polymer model PF9SS, Glock store model SS.
Wait, slow down because the court reporter needs to take it.
Sure. Polymer 80 model PF9SS, Glock store model SSA, and Glock model 43 and 43X. We have been given information that in fact, oftentimes and frequently when you're looking at casings, you're not able to get a whole lot of information. But it turns out that the markings on these casings are a bit more unique, and they are not only consistent, but the examiner will testify that the markings he has seen very rarely, and that where he has seen them, where they've been recorded, are with a Glock 43 pistol.
What's the name of the examiner who did this ballistic comparison?
The examiner's first name is going to be F-I-D-A-L, last name B-I-R-A, I-M-A-H.
D-I-R-A.
I-M-A-H. So the way this came about was, we were looking at a different issue. The detectives yesterday afternoon sent an email to my co-counsel basically saying, hey, take a look at that report, this report we're talking about, which in the attachment.
Detective Flores. From Arbery homicide?
Yes.
Go ahead.
So when this was received, my co-counsel looks and says, I've never seen this report before. So he goes back in discovery, looks at emails, we don't have a report. So we instantly contact the defense, send them out the report. I want to be clear, the report is inculpatory, not exculpatory. So obviously, not only do we have no motivation to have not turned over this report, RHD has no motivation either. What's very clear is that they believe they had turned it over, and they did it.
What time did Flores bring this to either your attention or Mr. Fuzlani's?
Yesterday afternoon, you want the exact time?
Approximately.
It was yesterday afternoon. We were in court. We went back to the office after court yesterday, and that's where we went back and looked to see, do we we have this discovery.
So something after 4:30 PM?
The email is timestamped 3/18, but I got it when we, so it was essentially received but not gone through yet until I could get back over to my desk.
You conveyed this to the defense when?
We sent it to them at 5:21.
So about 40 minutes later, they're done?
Because the first thing we had to do was, we had to go back and see, or have we already turned this over? So we not only emailed it, we called them. We explained the situation. The response at the time that we gave it to them initially was, well, this is the same thing that you have accused us with respect to the witness and the court's finding that they violated the court's discovery order. And we responded, no, this is completely different. You had interviews starting last August.
I don't want to get into who said what. I just want to know the sequence of events.
So at this point in time, we had a discussion. We sent an email at that point to counsel, and we included the court. There was an email sent late last night at some point by Mr. Tacopina. I did not see it until somewhere around 1, 2 in the morning. In that email, Mr. Tacopina cited the Hughes case. There were no facts in the Hughes case. I went to the middle of the night, I got the case, I read
I
it.
don't want to know about, this would be appropriate if you want to argue your position. I just wanted to know the sequence of events.
Right, I'm not going to go any further other than to tell the court. I read the case. I then sent an email at roughly 3 or 4 in the morning. I sent it to counsel and I sent it to the court.
All right. The last, just one last factor on it, which is I knew from past experience with firearm analysis that there would be a lab file or bench notes associated with the analysis. So I tried to immediately contact the lab to expedite and see if they could send that to me immediately, but they were not open at the time that I called. So we had to call this morning at around 6, and they scanned it and sent it over, and I sent that to the defense as soon as I got it.
How many pages is this report?
The report is 1
The
page.
report itself is
It's
one page.
How many pages are there total of all the police reports, all of the discovery in this case? How many pages?
Regarding this one.
Regarding the total number of,
Regarding this one. No,
the total number of pages involving this case and this investigation.
I would estimate 100 or over 100 pages. To be totally candid with the court, I haven't counted them, but that's just ballparking the various reports and things that we received.
All right, I understand now the sequence of events, right? Who wants to speak to the defense?
I think, I'll start. Maybe Mr. Siegel, if I leave something out, we tackle this together. We spent literally the night before, about 5 hours.
Okay. Speak slowly, the court reporter needs to get everything down, and I want everybody to know exactly what you have to say. Go ahead.
So, and I'll just stick with sort of the chronological order here. I'm not going to argue case law or anything like that, but aside from the fact that we lost 4 to 5 hours the night before opening dealing with this, we this morning, after we get an expert report last night that was in the possession of the lead case detective in this case, not some random police officer. Detective Flores is the case detective in this case. I have to believe he understood the importance of that report. He testified at preliminary hearing. After we get that report that says, in conclusion, that the subcompact pistol frames, including but not limited to, which means absolutely nothing. So it could be a universe that we don't even understand of other pistols, and then goes on to list 3 of them here. This morning, we got another 28 pages of backup data on this. Backup lab, I guess, report that normally comes with a conclusion report. We got this morning. I find it hard to believe that the lead detective in this case didn't bring it to anyone's attention in the district attorney's office until after the jury was impaneled the night before opening statements. I mean, something that they now are saying is such a crucial piece of evidence. We have an issue now with the jury, obviously, the jury panel. It may affect, quite frankly, whether we would have kept or not kept a few jurors, one in particular. Then we assured him yesterday he'd have a fair trial. You're going to have a fair trial. We've made issues regarding the veneer. You know that, Your Honor. I'm not going to rehash that. We're here. We're ready to open today. I don't even know how we're supposed to do this. This should be suppressed without question because it changes the complexity of the case. At the very least, we have to quash this panel and start again or strike jurors, reselect. I mean, I think even the district attorney said, okay, well, continuance is appropriate. We pick the jury. We're ready to go. This is something that, you know, to render fair and effective representation here, as we all assured Mr. Mayor would have, in the midst of the trial that's already underway, we would need to locate and retain our own expert to conduct a scientific analysis. Their report was 28 pages. It took them, according to them, it took them 1 week to do this. 1 week. And that's their own lab with their own on-staff experts. And it took them a week. How long is it going to take us? We have to go find somebody first, hope he's available, the trial will be over. We also have to make arrangements for the physical examination of the casings, scientific testing. I mean, if you look at their report, I mean, they cite like some of the basis for their findings is the internet. They went on and cited all these websites and forums. I mean, there is so much work to be done here to even understand this conclusion. I mean,
All right, so what are you seeking?
what am I seeking?
What are you asking for?
Your Honor, I'm asking, well, and our letters laid it out. I don't need to rehash it, but our letters laid out pretty clearly what we're asking for. There's no way to proceed in this case if this is admitted. We have to either strike this whole panel. We need a continuance. We have to start again. What I'm asking for is you include this. This is after the jury was panel. This is a major piece of evidence that will require us to do a lot of expert work that took them, their own department. That's the only thing I'm requesting. Short of that, Your Honor, I can't even open if this is coming in because I have to deal with the address. I don't even understand it. And it's on the way to court, 28 pages of backup data. So that's what I'm requesting. I'm requesting this to be included. It's after the jury's panel here. You know, Sealer's pointed out, there's also a balancing argument under 352. You know, which I think is also something that's relevant here, including not limited to, but you know, we have this whole, I don't even know what to say here, Your Honor. I really don't. I want to make sure we get a fair trial. He's here, we're ready to go. We all assured him we'd get a fair trial, and this is, I've never seen anything like this. I'm not going to talk about the other witnesses, the late Brady disclosures, or the witness we got the name of for the first time last night. I'm not lying about that. I know that's what they want to keep doing. We both have had issues with that. That's fine. I will not make it an issue of it anymore. You've already ruled on that. Period. End of story. This is now a new one. You know, I don't want to get into, I told you so. Many people said to me this morning, I told you so, that this was going to happen. And I'm trying to keep my composure, Your Honor. I don't know if I've ever been this upset in a courtroom in my whole career, both as a prosecutor and as a defense attorney. I have to be honest with you. It's not right. It's not fair to him.
Hold on. Mr. Siegel, did you want to? Yeah, the only thing I wanted to say, I don't want you to repeat what Mr. Tackleton said. You want to add something new?
No, but yeah, you're welcome to it. I want to add something new. So I dovetail what he said with respect to the 352 arguments. And that is, the report says that the characteristics include, are not limited to certain firearms. That means the universe of firearms in this case, based on the face of that report, is extensively broad. So given that, Your Honor, I think even just the probative value of this is substantially outweighed by the danger of undue prejudice, separate and apart from the late disclosure. So it should be excluded on 352. But that's secondary to the fact that it's just incredibly late at this stage for all the reasons exactly what said. So I'm just adding an additional factor.
All right, what I'm hearing from you then, it seems like you're talking out of both sides of your mouth. The defense is like, it's irrelevant. However, it's so prejudicial that it shouldn't be allowed in. It's so inculpatory that it shouldn't be allowed in.
No, I don't think anyone said it's so inculpatory. We don't understand. Saying it's inculpatory is not accurate. I didn't say it's inculpatory, he didn't say it. What he said was it's a balancing test because he says including but not limited to. All that simply means is not that it's not inculpatory, not that we just don't understand what this means. Not limited to means there's a universe of guns that have to be tested now. I don't know what not limited to means. So how many pistols does not limited to include? How many firearms does not limited to include? That's what it means.
Okay, who wants to speak to the people? Go ahead, Mr. Rowe.
I want to take things one step at a time. Council brought up a rate comparison to what has happened thus far.
Listen, Alex, could you please go out and tell the jurors that we're dealing with some logistical matters, and just to please be patient, and we're going to have them come in as soon as possible.
Yes, sir.
Go ahead.
One, as the court is aware, there is no logical reason why either Robert Holiday Division or
Better audio.
would have in any way not turned this over.
Can y'all hear now?
That this evidence only helps our case. Although again, as the court pointed out, on the one hand, Mr. Tapia says, client cannot get a fair trial. This is so apparently damaging. Yet on the other hand,
Okay, cool.
he says, hey,
This one's got better audio.
because it includes so many other guns that it should be kept out as being irrelevant. But what's very clear is, and I didn't appreciate the comment, when Mr. Tapia suggests that he can't believe that the DA's office did not know about this in advance. When I spoke to him on the phone last night, that is not what I heard. What I heard was say, listen, this is a problem for us. We understand, I'm going to quote Mr. Siegel, there's no reason why you would have not turned this over if you hadn't, which is correct, and the record would support it. Comparing this, counsel is now discussing and saying how they are being victimized by late discovery. The only late discovery in this case, and the court's aware of it, the court ordered that the discovery be turned over on 2 witnesses. It should have been turned over before the court ordered it.
I don't want to deal with something that we've already dealt with. I understand about the 2 defense witnesses. We've covered that. Just deal with the present issue.
So what counsel did is, he cited last night, he sent to the court a case called Hughes, 2020 case, 50 cal at 5th at 257. He included no facts about that case. At 2 in the morning, I went and I read the case, and I then sent the email. That case, so the record is clear, involved a situation where there was a Watson murder, and where the defendant was being tried on a theory that his alcohol intoxication had caused the accident. Investigation had been done by the mate team, and they had determined that in fact it was speed and not alcohol. This was a very huge problem for the prosecution because that was the theory of their case. Apparently, the head of the MATE team started redoing a separate investigation, which the evidence suggests the prosecutor was well aware of. At the very least, and as the Court of Appeals said, the prosecutor was given information that in fact the MATE lead detective now had a new opinion contradicting the prior opinion that in fact, in actuality, it was caused by alcohol and not by speed. Instead of turning this over to the defense, the prosecutor literally had the witness on the stand in front of the jury. He then pauses, looks over at the defense and says, hey, by the way, here's the diagrams and here's the information that he's going to be testifying to. Defense is obviously horrified because it's the entire case. The defense asked for a mistrial. They asked for a continuance. They were both overruled. The Court of Appeals said, hey, listen, obviously the suppression of evidence, as the court is aware, and under the statute, is the last option a court can utilize, only after every other option has been determined to be not harsh enough or not accurate enough in addressing and solving the situation. Court of Appeals said, hey, listen, Judge, you had a chance to do less remedy. You didn't do it. The jury ended up convicting, and the case was reversed. To compare that case to the facts of this case, it is distinguishable for the following. Number one, that evidence was not just inculpatory, it was the entire case. Number two, the prosecutor, for a tactical advantage, which the Court of Appeal basically said in a footnote, that although the original trial judge had found no prosecutorial misconduct, that in essence the record didn't support it, meaning that there was misconduct that the prosecutor knew. The prosecutor decided, for a tactical advantage, that he was not going to turn it over. He then did it while the witness was on the stand. He then opposed any continuance or mistrial. Here's what we have. We have evidence, which it is inculpatory. It's inculpatory because the defendant is found at his location, at his house. There is a 9mm magazine for a Glock 43, and there's no Glock 43 to go with it. So it's just a magazine. We already knew that the defendant had the Glock 43 magazine, and we knew that these were 9mm casings. The difference now is that there is going to be evidence that suggests that a Glock 43 is more likely to have put the marks on the expended casings than many other firearms. So the idea that this would be excluded under 352 is patently absurd. The idea that Hughes is in any way authority for what they're asking is also absurd. We talked to the lab this morning. First, what we are proposing is that we will not mention this evidence in this case in opening. We will wait and see how the case develops. As the court is aware, and the court is aware of this from the discovery of the witnesses that we got the day before we started trial. The defense is now claiming not only that it was a starter pistol, but they are claiming that the 9mm magazine, which was found at the defendant's residence, actually belonged to the defendant's manager, and that he is going to testify. So let's look at how this plays out. If the defense ends up being that, in fact, this 9mm magazine belongs to the manager, that in fact, what was used at the scene was a starter pistol / prop gun, then although we don't believe that's credible evidence, that is where they're going. So here's what we're asking. One, there's no late discovery instructions because as the court is aware, and maybe counsel is not, to have a late discovery instruction, the court has to find that we had the information and didn't turn it over. There's no reason why we wouldn't have turned it over, and as soon as we had it, we turned it over. And as the court's aware, I've been trying cases in front of His Honor for going on 30 years. As soon as we found this evidence, we contacted the court, we contacted counsel. Number two, the lab has told us that basically what they did in this case, to have someone else examine it is a very quick examination. And the amount of time that it should take for someone to examine it and end up being able to assess whether or not LAPD was accurate in what they found is ranging from a few hours to maybe a day. This is what we would propose. We would propose that at this point in time, we will not mention this in opening statement. We will see how the case develops. We will, if we believe that this is evidence that is going to be important, we will ask to admit that evidence later on in the trial. In the meantime, we will make arrangements for counsel, and they can hire any qualified firearms expert. I want to distinguish between Hughes and this case. Hughes was an extremely complicated accident reconstruction involving a vehicle where multiple individuals died. It was very time consuming. It's an extremely complex investigation. This is very minor and simple ballistics interpretation. So we will make it available. We already have sent our investigators to recover the evidence. I don't know if they already have it. I believe they've already. We believe they already have the evidence. They have it with them. And we will get it to the defense. I just, this is related to the other issue, so I just want to make sure that this is clear. Counsel seems to be under the impression that the court has now changed its ruling and that we are not allowed in our opening statement to address the idea, which the court previously ruled we could, that we did not find out about this defense until the 20th. The court had said previously on the record, yes, Mr. Lewin, you guys can address that issue in opening. I will decide whether I'm going to issue a discovery instruction later. Counsel believes you've now said we can't do that.
I did say that.
Yes, you did.
Yeah.
I did. I had said yesterday that the purpose for an opening statement is to give the jury an idea of what the evidence, what you believe the evidence will show. Talking about late discovery, that's argument. So as far as your opening statement, I don't want you to mention anything about you just found out about a starter pistol. That is not part of what the evidence will disclose. I talked about that yesterday.
So but I am correct. The court's original ruling was.
Yeah, that is what I said. Originally, I said, yes, you can bring it up.
Okay.
But then after thinking about it, that's not part of an opening statement. So I don't want you touching it.
Okay,
Go on with the present issue about the ballistic.
So where we sit right now is that counsel is arguing two inconsistent positions. They're arguing that this evidence is so damaging that we have to start over. Now, that's not in a vacuum. It's very clear that the defense is not happy with this jury. They made it clear.
Hold on.
No, don't interrupt.
Okay.
He didn't interrupt you, don't interrupt him.
It is very clear by the comments the defense has made in court, where they have repeatedly said that their client is not getting a fair trial because of what they believe is the composition of the jury, the fact that they have filed a writ, the fact that they have continued to bring this up, leads to the inescapable conclusion that what they are looking for is a way to start over. I believe, Your Honor, that what we have proposed is more than fair, because in the end, Your Honor, they're arguing it both ways. As the court mentioned before, I ever pointed out, they're arguing, if you let this in, Judge, my client can't get a fair trial. Oh, by the way, what's the value of this anyway? What does it matter? Again, my position would be, The second argument is inaccurate. It is evidence that is helpful to our case. It doesn't prove the case by itself, but it is definitely helpful. It is not irrelevant. It's not too.
All right, you don't have to go on.
Okay.
I believe I have enough information to make a decision.
Are you very pleased on
No,
that?
no, you can't.
I can respond to what he just said about the jury.
It doesn't matter about what he said about the jury. That has
No, it
no, stop. That has no bearing on any decision I'm gonna make.
There's a record though. There was a record.
I don't believe that you are unhappy with the jury.
I'm
Mr.
not.
Lewin might say you're unhappy with the jury, but that's not, I don't believe you are. If you were, you wouldn't have accepted the jury. I believe that both sides are satisfied that with this jury and that both sides will get a fair trial. You don't need to respond to it because it doesn't matter whether he does or does not think you're happy with the jury. I believe that you are satisfied with the jury. All right, here's the way I want to deal with the latest, recently finding out about this ballistic report. Everybody at the table, all counsel, to me, has great credibility. I accept what all of you say. I don't believe that there's been any nefarious conduct by anybody. If this late report involved, all of a sudden that it was disclosed that a witness, an additional witness positively identified Mr. Mayers as the shooter, that would be very critical and crucial. If a witness came forward and said, yeah, Mr. Mayers confessed to me that he shot Asaph Relic, that would be very critical and crucial. If a firearm, if a 9mm was recovered, that could be ballistically compared to the casings, and that just became discoverable or became disclosed, I think that would be critical. But that is not what happened here. What I'm seeing here is that the casings that were recovered were examined, and the opinion is they could have been fired from a Glock 43 or any other number of types of 9mm. You have said that, well, now you have to hire, you want to hire a ballistic expert. That's not fair to you and your client. So this is what I am proposing. We have a list, a Superior Court list of firearm examiners that have been recognized as experts. My star judicial assistant over there, Alex, will print out that list. Ms. Kaplan is an attorney who practices in this area. If there is someone on the list that you want to hire, contact that person and tell them this is crucial that the ballistic evidence be examined now, not later, but now. The court will pay for it. Mr. Mayers will not have to pay for this. We will. If the firearms examiner wants extra money because it's a rush, the court will pay for it. If you are not satisfied with the people on the list, then if you want to find your own examiner who will do the examination, the court will pay for it. If it's necessary that I speak to the examiner to impress upon the examiner the importance of getting this done ASAP, I'm glad to do that. I am providing my cell phone number to all of you. If you need to call me any time of the day or night, I will speak to you. I will speak to a firearms examiner. If you feel it is necessary, Mr. Tacopina, we can be dark on Monday. But I'm not excluding the evidence. I don't find that there is any nefarious conduct. The evidence is relevant. It's not a smoking gun, but it is somewhat inculpatory. But in and of itself does not mean that your client is guilty. That's the way we're going to deal with this, and that's the final ruling. I don't want to hear anything more about it. That's the end of the issue for now. Are both sides ready for the jury to come in? Do not mention anything about the ballistic comparison in the opening statement.
That was our question.
So,
Yeah, do not mention that.
Understood.
Your Honor, what I was planning on mentioning was that the cartridges found at scene were 9mm. In the defendant's house was a magazine that was 9mm.
All right.
And had some 9mm live ammunition in it. That was it.
If that has been part of the discovery and that was known, then that's fair game.
Yes.
But this ballistic comparison, that's off limits for the opening statement.
Yes.
Understood.
All right, bring the jury.
Bring the jury and I'll put the list for the.
Oh, yeah, do you want that to Ms. Kaplan, the list of the firearms found?
I could also email it.
That's
Just print it. Yes. If you.
That's super interesting because I originally thought that they weren't going to do opening arguments because I would think that they would want to be able to talk about that. But since he's ruling that because the ballistics, comparison report is there, it's going to come in, but you can't talk about it until basically somebody else, they're going to get another examiner to review it, I guess, on behalf of the defense. So that they can have, I guess, something to argue against it. That was interesting. I did read that the judge ordered that the stream has to be turned completely off during all breaks and sidebars and things of that nature. So that's what we're seeing right now. So just know that the feed will come back on once the jury is seated and we're getting ready to begin. So just kind of keep that in mind. All right, so the judge seems pretty strict. I'm curious to see how it progresses. Like my initial vibe of him is like, no nonsense. This is what I said. Listen to me. ASAP Rocky's attorney, he seems knowledgeable. But I'm curious. What's really going on? Not enough fun, you guys. He said, I don't want to talk about it no more. Okay. The court is willing to pay. Let them pay. Yeah, the court basically wants to pay for another ballistics person on behalf of the defense to review whatever it is they're going to review. The state is talking now, right, in front of the podium. Must be tight quarters. It does seem pretty tight in the courtroom. I would agree with that. I'm just trying to catch up on some of y'all comments. Yeah, so the law and crime feed, the audio sucks on there. But basically as we start doing like more trial watches, like I'm really seeing that law and crime they ain't all that. They came up in the YSL trial, but they ain't all that. I wasn't watching them before this. Oh, Rachel, he can cook. You worried? I think that's interesting though, because he was talking about how they basically found a 9mm magazine, which is basically the clip. That's it. They found a 9mm clip at his house with live ammunition in it. So basically just unused bullets.
No one expects it. It happens more often than not. And sometimes an issue arises that prevents us from getting anything done until the issue is fully explored and decided. That's what happened today. Nobody did anything wrong. Nobody was wasting time. So an issue arose that we had to deal with. We have dealt with it, but as a consequence, you folks had to wait for a half hour. I apologize. We will try to make you wait as little as possible. All right, this is the time and place for opening statements. If you're inclined to be a note taker, it's not necessary to take notes during the opening statement, because the opening statement is not evidence. The opening statement is what the attorney believed the evidence will show. Whether the evidence in fact shows what they believe, well, we'll all know that at the end of the case. Once the opening statements are over and we begin with the testimony, if you are a note taker, that would be the time to start taking notes. Mr. Prislovic, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I wanted to start off by, on behalf of myself, Mr. Lewin, I'm sure on behalf of the defense too, and all the court staff, we all want to thank you so far for the time, attention and candor that you gave to us during jury selection. We all understand that was a long process, and we appreciate your attention. After going through that long process, I'm sure some of you are thinking, wow, this must be a difficult case, or this must be a really complicated case. And to be fair to you, if I was sitting in your position and I looked out on the number of jurors that we started with, or even the number of attorneys that are up here, I'd probably have the same thought myself. But what the evidence will show in this case, and what will become almost instantly clear, is that this is not a complicated case. The evidence will show that the events in this case were captured on surveillance video. I'm going to start this whole presentation out by playing the video for you. So you will have that frame of reference as we're talking about different features, the people that were involved, the locations that are involved, and what happened. You will already have seen the video. The first video that I'm going to show you was captured on November 6th of 2021 at around 10:10 p.m. just outside of a parking garage entrance, mid-block, so on Argyle, in the middle of Argyle, between Hollywood Boulevard and Selma. The second video that I'm going to show you was captured 7 minutes later, so at 10:17. It was, if we're being generous, 2 blocks, maybe 1 city block away from the first location, down Argyle, around Selma, at a small intersection called Selma and Vista Del Mar. So I'm going to play the first video for you, that outside of the parking lot. Now I'm going to move to the second location, that at Vista Del Mar and Selma, and I'm going to pre-warn you, it's a little small, it's at a distance, so you're going to want to focus your attention at the top left-hand corner. All right, now let's go over the details. As I said, the people that are involved, the location, and I'll give you an explanation of what you've seen on these 2 videos. This case takes place in the heart of Hollywood. This is the iconic Hollywood and Vine. The picture you see here is just a demonstrative picture of that intersection, but it's an iconic intersection in Hollywood. That intersection is about 1 block 1 block west and 1 block north of the crime scene. So for those of you who are familiar with Hollywood and that intersection, it's a pretty big landmark, and that's where I want to focus your attention. Now, the actual shooting in this case takes place on a much smaller street, Selma and Vista Del Mar. But this is the area around where that shooting took place. It is a very densely populated part of Hollywood, and there are some landmarks on there that you might be familiar with, just so that you can familiarize yourself with the location that we're talking about. The Capitol Records building at the top, the W Hotel, and Hollywood Boulevard. The shooting, as you've seen, occurred just outside of a parking lot on that corner of Vista, Del Mar, and Selma. That was a parking lot at the time that was full of cars, and it was ringed by a nightclub on the corner, a sound studio, a hotel, and 3 different apartment buildings right around. As I said, densely populated. This was also Saturday night. Saturday, November 6, 2021, at about 10 p.m. in Hollywood. This is a time that Hollywood is busy. Now that you understand kind of the locations that are involved, I want to start with how this case starts for LAPD.
I live in the apartment on the corner of Argyle and Selma in Hollywood, and there's just been a shooting.
So at 10:18 p.m., LAPD receives this call, that there's been a shooting at the intersection of Argyle and Selma. The call continues though.
Did you see anything or you just heard it?
Yes. No, we watched it.
Okay, what did you see?
There were 4 men, and they were kind of fighting as they were walking along Argyle, and then they turned left onto Selma. We heard yelling and they started running, and they turned left into the back lot apartments for El Centro Apartments.
Now, the 4 men that you see on that screen will be the 4 men that we'll talk about in a minute. They were the 4 that were at that location.
And then someone pulled out, the guy in the black sweatshirt pulled out a gun.
Okay.
And he shot, and I think the guy who shot was blue.
Now, the evidence in this case will be that the man in the black sweatshirt was the defendant, Rakeem Myers. That evidence will be uncontradicted. As you have heard throughout jury selection, Mr. Myers is an entertainer, and he goes by the stage name ASAP Rocky. You will hear other nicknames that he is referred to in the evidence in this case, including Flacco and Luigi. At the time of this crime, Mr. Myers was 33 years old. He has his own company that I believe is referred to as AWGE, A-W-G-E, that will also, you will hear referred to in the testimony in this case. And as we've talked about, his significant other is Rihanna. The victim in this case is a man by the name of Terrell Efron. And Mr. Efron, you will hear, was also a member of the ASAP collective, and he went by the nickname ASAP Relly. Mr. Efron was also 33 years old at the time of this crime. And what you will hear from Mr. Efron is that he was friends with Mr. Myers well before this case and well before even Mr. Myers was a famous individual. That essentially, I believe they met in high school and grew up together. He has known Mr. Myers 18 or 19 years at the time that this shooting happens. And you will also hear that he, too, at the time was working in the music industry, and he had his own company called Shut Eye Entertainment. Now, I mentioned it already, but to put a finer point on it, the group that both of these men were members of is called ASAP. It doesn't stand for what you probably thought it did when you walked into court. It's an acronym for Always Strive and Prosper. It was formed by high school age kids in Harlem, New York around 2006. They call themselves a collective. You will hear are rappers, producers, music video directors, designers, people that have different artistic pursuits that essentially work together. And there are many members of ASAP. The ones that you will primarily hear in this case are obviously Mr. Myers, the victim, but also the 2 friends that were with Mr. Myers at the time this happened. And they go by ASAP Ills and ASAP 12E. And I will just pre-warn you that 12E gets spelled a bunch of different ways. It's not always consistent. And there will be one last member that you'll hear about briefly, who goes by the stage name ASAP Bari. Sometimes people refer to him as Young Lord. As I said, the 4 main members of this group that you will hear about are these 4 men. The victim is on the far right, Mr. Efron. The defendant is the next person to his left. As I said, ASAP 12E, his given name is Jamel Phillips, and the last is Elijah Ulanger, who goes by ASAP Hills. And these were the 4 men who were present at the time of both of these incidents. Now I want to take you to that weekend, Saturday night, that Saturday night in Hollywood. There was actually at the time a music festival or concert series going on known as Complex Con in Long Beach. And you will hear that Mr. Mayers was to be a performer at that event the day after the shooting, the Sunday, November 7th. Now, although I told you that Mr. Mayers and Mr. Efron were close at one point, you will hear that throughout their relationship, there was tension between the two of them. And that tension was essentially building up to the night of November 6th, 2021. You will not hear all the reasons why there was tension between the two of them, but we will get to the point the day before this shooting, November 5th, 2021, when that tension kind of comes to a head. But what happens on that day, Mr. Efron will tell you, is that he is in a car with that last member of the ASAP group that I talked about, ASAP Bari. The two of them are driving when ASAP Bari receives a phone call from Mr. Mayers. And ASAP Bari takes that call on speakerphone. So Mr. Efron, who's in the car, can hear both sides of the conversation. He can hear Mr. Mayers and he can also hear ASAP Bari. And in the course of that call, Mr. Efron, the victim, heard the defendant saying these rude and aggressive things about him. Mr. Mayers at the time does not know that Mr. Efron is in the car with the victim. This leads to the next day, November 6, 2021. You'll hear that Mr. Efron was in Los Angeles working with one of the artists that he managed. He was asleep around 9:00 p.m. when he started receiving a series of urgent messages from not only from Mr. Mayers, but from the two other men that were with him, ASAP Ills and ASAP 12. And you'll hear that he received a number of calls kind of back to back to back from the three of them. Now, he didn't answer those calls because he was sleeping, but when he ultimately woke up, he saw that he had a number of missed calls. He also received text messages from Mr. Mayers that were aggressive, seeking a confrontation with him, asking him where he was. Mr. Mayers is on the left side of this conversation. Where are you at? Let's get to it. Stop ducking my calls. The messages that the victim's receiving are instantly aggressive towards him. So you will hear from Mr. Efron that he called the defendant. He was groggy because he had just woken up. They had a conversation and they agreed to meet outside of the W Hotel in Hollywood. Mr. Efron will tell you that as he went to that meeting, he was of the frame of mind that he and Mr. Mayers were going to have a confrontation. That he believed they would argue, and that ultimately this would lead to kind of repairing their relationship. So they would each be able to speak their piece and essentially fight like brothers do. And then it would ultimately bring them closer together. They would repair sort of the issues that they each had with each other. So that's how Mr. Efron is going into this meeting. Now, let's talk about the location where they meet, this location just outside of the W Hotel. You're going to see this map throughout this case. So I want to take some time to walk through it with you so you understand the various features that are depicted here. On the left side of the screen is Argyle Avenue. On the bottom of the screen is Selma Avenue. And on the right side of the screen is El Centro Avenue. Now you can't see it in this map, but if the map were to continue off the top of the screen, Hollywood Boulevard would be just above that. In the middle of this map, there's a small street called Vista Del Mar that kind of goes north and then forces you to go east. Red arrows that you see here are the path of travel that Mr. Mayers took that evening. So it starts at that mid-block location on Argyle, continues down to Selma, and then up Vista Del Mar, around that corner, all the way to El Centro, and then he made a left turn on El Centro and went above, off the map. The numbers in the red boxes that you see here, 1, 2, 3, and 4, are the 4 different locations where the police were ultimately able to recover surveillance video from. There are 4 different locations. Attached to each one of those locations, you'll see the green triangle and the green, with a green arrow in the middle. And what that represents is very roughly, this is not meant to be, exact, but very roughly the direction that a camera attached to that building was facing. You will also hear that locations 1, 2, and 4 captured video only. But you will hear that the location with the number 3 captured both video and audio. So I told you there's 2 incident locations, 2 altercations that happened. The first happens where the yellow box is right now, right outside of that parking garage. The second happens at that corner of Selma and Vista Del Mar. And that's where the firearm was actually discharged, where the gunshots were fired. So the first location I want to focus on is that where the initial confrontation happens. This location is the entrance and exit of a parking structure. This is that parking structure entrance if you were standing in Argyle and you were facing towards Selma. So Hollywood Boulevard would be to your back. And the entrance is on the left-hand side there. And what you will see in the videos, this parking lot entrance has those hanging indicators on from the roof that tell you how tall the garage is, so that if you are driving a tall car, you don't, of course there's a fly buzzing around me, you don't run your car into the roof of the parking structure. And I point that out because when you watch the video, you'll actually see that red indicator as a kind of a line through the video, so you know what that is. At the mouth of that parking entrance, there are cameras that are facing the sidewalk. Those are the first view that we saw. And these cameras capture the initial encounter between the victim, Mr. Efron, who you see there, and the defendant, Mr. Mayers. And you can see that Ills is the first one to intervene to try to separate the 2 of them. And then at the very bottom of the screen, you see 12E putting his hand to try to also intervene and help separate them. Now I know it goes by quickly, and you're not as familiar with all these people, so I want to kind of break it down a little bit for you and show you what the evidence that you're going to receive throughout this case. The first person that you see in that video is the victim, Mr. Efron. The second person who you see, who is instantly confrontational with Mr. Efron, is the defendant, Mr. Mayers. You see on the video that Mr. Mayers is immediately aggressive towards Mr. Efron. He's pulling at Mr. Efron's sweatshirt, and he's pushing Mr. Efron backward and pushes him off camera, out of camera view. The third person that you see, as I told you, is Elijah Ulanger, who also goes by ASAP Ills, or he might just be referred to as Ills throughout this. If you look closely, you can actually see his stage name embroidered on the jacket that he's wearing there. And what he attempts to do is to de-escalate the situation, to get between the two men and to physically separate them. And you'll see that all three of them go off screen for a period of time. Mr. Efron will tell you that during the period of time that they are off screen is when the defendant first produces that semi-automatic pistol from his waistband. He pulls it out of his waistband and he's holding it to Mr. Efron. Mr. Efron will tell you that the defendant pointed the gun at his chest and was essentially trying to point the gun around Ills, who was between them. That at the time that he was pointing the gun at Mr. Efron, he was also threatening Mr. Efron. I'm going to kill you. Keep in mind, these men have known each other for a long time. And Mr. Efron will tell you, in his state of mind, he never believed that he was going to be shot. He never believed that the defendant would actually shoot him. He will tell you that had this been a stranger, someone he didn't know as well, he would have been petrified. As you can imagine, anyone pointing a gun at you would upset you. But he knows the defendant. He knows that Mr. Mayers is not going to shoot him. He knows so much so that he'll tell you he looked at the defendant and said, if you brought a gun, you should shoot it. That's how confident he is that he knows the defendant is not going to pull that trigger. Now, the fourth person you can barely see on this video as they come back into frame, I told you, is Jamel Phillips, who goes by 12E or ASAP 12. And you can just see his hand at the very bottom of the screen. When they come back on screen, and specifically when Mr. Mayers comes back on screen, you can see the gun in his hand. You will hear that that gun that he's holding is a semi-automatic pistol, or has features that are consistent with a semi-automatic pistol. Right now, as it's paused on the screen, you can see that he's holding that gun behind his back. But you will also see the gun come forward in front of his body before he ultimately tucks it back into his waistband. And you will see from the video that there were bystanders. As I said, this is a busy Saturday night in Hollywood, walking by as this confrontation is taking place. You will hear that right after that encounter that you saw, that Mr. Mayers walked away and was walking down Argyle towards Selma. Mr. Efron will tell you that as he walked away, he looked over at 12E, Mr. Phillips, and he saw 12E putting a pocket knife away. And Mr. Efron, and then 12E and Mr. Phillips walked behind the defendant, Mr. Mayers, and Ills walked behind him as well. So the three men that had come to confront Mr. Efron walked away down Argyle towards Selma. And Mr. Efron will tell you that at that moment, his mindset about the initial confrontation changed. I told you that Mr. Efron will tell you when he first went there, he believed that this was meant to be a confrontation so that they could strengthen their relationship. But having just had a gun pointed at him and seeing another friend putting away a pocket knife, that his mindset changed and he understood these men never came here to try to make peace with him, that it was always meant to be a confrontation. And he decided at that moment that having a gun pointed at him was sort of a bridge too far in their friendship. And he understood he was probably never going to have the same friendship, especially with the defendant, ever again. And you will hear that as the defendant walked away, Mr. Efron followed behind him and was yelling and screaming at him, even though he knew the defendant had a gun. Because although Mr. Efron believed this is going to damage our relationship, he still never believed that the defendant would actually shoot at him. It's not as if Mr. Efron will tell you that he had some death wish or that he was not scared of guns. He will not come in and say that. What he will tell you again is that had anyone else done this, he would have been frightened. But he had known the defendant for so long and they were close. So he walks down Argyle towards Selma and follows behind the three other men. When they get to Selma, they all turn left and they walk towards Vista Del Mar. And they end up at that location we've talked about, that corner of Selma and Vista Del Mar. And as Mr. Mayers stepped off the curb, he walked into frame of the camera at location number 2 that's pointing towards Selma. Now I want to take you, before I play the video again, I want to take you to that corner so that you can see from that night what it looked like. It's a small street with a parking lot immediately adjacent to it that were full of parked cars. And at 10:17 p.m. when they arrived at that intersection and the defendant stepped off the street corner into view of camera number 2, you will see video from that location. The video that I've played for you already and that I'm going to play for you again is from that location number 2. You will also see, that's the main video that you're watching, but you'll see in the bottom right-hand corner, there's a smaller video on top of it. It kind of has a bluish tint to it. And that video is from another location behind building number 2 where the number 3 is. And the video that you're seeing from that location is identified there by the green arrow. But what's important about that video, because the video does not capture the shooting at location number 3. What location number 3 captures is audio. And it captures the sound of the gun being fired twice. This is the location number 2 where the camera, the video that actually captured that shooting was. You can see the cameras at the very top corner of the building, and it's about 3 properties away from the location that we're seeing. So again, the video is captured at a distance. It's a admittedly grainy video. It's not the most clear that you could possibly have, but it captures enough features that you can identify who is who when you watch this video. So I told you the main video that you're watching is from location number 2, and that smaller location number 3 is in the corner. Before I play the video, I want to orient you to what you're seeing. Along the top is Vista Del Mar. The parking lot is just out of view of the camera at the top of the screen. Along the top left-hand corner is Selma, forms that intersection. The red arrow is the defendant, Mr. Mayers. And the green arrow is the victim, Mr. Efron. Okay. Now, what you see as the video plays is the various cameras on location number 2 switching between 3 3 different cameras that are mounted to that building. What's important about that, towards the end of the video, you'll see as Mr. Mayers is running away from the location, running down Vista Del Mar towards El Centro, he trips a floodlight that's motion activated. And when you watch the video closely, that floodlight is captured by both locations. So location number 2 and location number 3, those cameras each capture that floodlight turning on. And when you watch the videos together, you can see that moment in time when the lights flash on, line up. And that's how you know the sound correlates with the video that you're seeing playing at the same time from a different location. Now, I told you, we all know the video from location number 2 is from a distance. If you zoom in on the area where this incident happened, and we will play a zoomed in version of this video, what you see is a very pixelated image. But what even that captures still are the colors the individuals are wearing, which is how you can distinguish who is who on the video. You'll see Mr. Efron on the far left. Ills is just next to him. 12E, who's wearing the red jacket, is just next to Ills. And then the defendant, who's wearing all black, is at the bottom of the screen. Again, I understand if you watch this video one time, you may not pick up these features, but as you watch it repeatedly, you'll be able to tell who is who. And you'll also be able to tell when you watch these videos in sequence, because they walk in front of other cameras that are far more clear, that you can easily identify who is who on this video. So this is the zoomed in version of that incident. This does not have any audio. Now, as we play the zoomed in version, you'll also see that Mr. Efron is struggling with Ills. And what Mr. Efron will tell you is that immediately as the defendant turned and pointed the gun at him, he jumped behind Ills, essentially to put Ills between him and the defendant. And you'll see on the video the defendant lunging one way and then the other way around Ills, trying to get at the victim, who is holding Ills in front of him. Now, despite how dangerous this is, having a semi-automatic pistol pointed at you and discharged twice, you will hear that Mr. Efron was not seriously injured by this shooting. He has these injuries to the middle knuckle of one of his hands. Mr. Efron will tell you that at the time the shooting was happening, he immediately felt a burning sensation to his hand, which led him to believe that these were graze wounds from one of the bullets that was shot at him. Perhaps they were. Perhaps they were not. Whether or not the victim in this case was actually shot or injured by this will not be something that you have to decide at the end of the case. We ask you to wait until the end of the case when the judge instructs you on the law, what elements are actually required to be proven before you make any decision. And to listen to the charges specifically and not consider charges that the defendant is not charged with. In this case, he's not charged with attempted murder, for instance. Now, before I move on, I want to focus in on the last location that I haven't talked about much, location number 4. That location is a loading dock for this building on El Centro. It's right in the corner of El Centro and Vista Del Mar. And what you'll see in the video from that location is the defendant, Mr. Mayers, and his companion, 12E, walking from Vista Del Mar up El Centro towards Hollywood Boulevard. The arrows indicate their path of travel. They're going to come from that corner and then walk up El Centro. The camera itself is in that red circle. And you'll see this video is far more clear. And you'll see features of their clothing that you can match up to the clothing from the other videos that we've already watched. For instance, I mean, you can see just from Mr. Mayer's facial features that he's the one wearing all black. You can see from his facial features compared to the video from the Courtroom structure. And then, as I said, the various features of his clothing, the rhinestones on the hood of his sweatshirt in both videos, and the design, the rhinestone design on the chest of his sweatshirt at both videos. And taking all the videos in their totality and comparing them is how you'll be able to decide on the video who is who. Now, I played the 911 call for you that LAPD received at 10:18, which triggered their response. And you'll see and hear that at 10:27, LAPD officers responded to the 911 call. And as is their duty, they responded quickly to this call to try to, of shots fired in the middle of Hollywood. You will hear from at least one of the officers who responded to that location. And the officer will tell you that as part of their uniform, they wear cameras that are mounted to their chest. And you will actually get to watch camera that captures the police response. After this shooting, the evidence will be that all four of these men, the defendant, 12E, Ills, and the victim, all left the scene. You'll hear that there were at least 2 people who called 911 to report this crime who were just people living in the surrounding area, not actually involved in the altercation itself. You'll hear that the 911 callers were reporting different information. So the first call would be that the gunshots were fired at Argyle and Selma. The second call will be that the gunshots were fired in the area closer to Vista Del Mar and El Centro. You will hear from the officer that as they responded, they come to the scene looking for a victim. That's their primary focus, trying to find anyone who needs immediate life-saving attention. Their second focus will be looking for the potential suspects if they can find them. And you'll hear from the officer that as he's receiving information that's taking him to different locations, he's actually going between the different locations and trying to piece together what happened. But what will be important from his testimony is that he is not given a precise location to exactly where this shooting happened. And with the limited information that he has, he and his partners are doing the best job that they can to find any victims, any suspects, or any evidence of a shooting. You'll hear the officer talk to different people who were just out and about, try to figure out what was going on, that neither of the 911 callers would meet with them, and that they searched not only the surrounding streets, but they primarily focused on the parking lot that was right at that corner of Vista Del Mar and Selma, because the second 911 caller had told him, or had relayed that it was possible that the shooting was happening into a car. The officer will tell you that they searched the area and they did not find any evidence of a shooting. They didn't find a victim with injuries. They didn't find any of the suspects, and they didn't find any discharged cartridge cases, which are what come out of a gun after you discharge it, in the surrounding area. But again, They don't know exactly where to look with the limited information that they're given. You will also hear from Mr. Efron that approximately an hour, and he's not precise on the exact time, but approximately an hour after the shooting, he himself returned to the location. Now, at this time, the police have already responded and left. Mr. Efron will tell you that he and his girlfriend went there specifically to look for evidence that this had happened, evidence of this shooting. And Mr. Efron will tell you, because he knew exactly where the shooting happened, that he was able to locate 2 fired cartridge cases. This is actually a photograph that Mr. Efron himself took of one of the fired cartridge cases that he found. Mr. Efron, you'll hear, went to the police 2 days later, walked into the Hollywood police station to report this crime happening. He brought the 2 fired cartridge cases with him, and he gave them to the police. You will hear that the 2 cartridge cases that he brought in were 9mm Luger caliber cartridge cases. However, you will also hear from Mr. Efron that immediately after the shooting, about an hour and a half later, he started text messaging the defendant. And he text messaged the defendant, "You try killing me." That was the first message he sent to him. And you'll hear that Mr. Mayer's response was to deny that anything happened. The defendant, in abbreviation, says, "What the fuck is you talking about? Why are you telling people I shot at you?" Denying that any shooting has even happened. Mr. Efron confronts him again. "You set me up to try to take me from my daughter." And the defendant responds, "I tried to do what? I know you hate me, I hate you too." The defendant responds again, "Stop making shit up." Again, denying any confrontation took place. Certainly any shooting. We have already told you in jury selection, and you will hear evidence, that after this shooting, Mr. Efron sought money from Mr. Mayers. In fact, hours after the shootings, this is the next day, November 7th, in the early morning hours, 3:40 a.m., you'll hear that Mr. Efron sent a message to one of his friends saying that he wants money. And identifying the reason why he wants that money is because Mr. Mayers shot at him. You will also hear that based upon these 2 incidents, the parking lot and the shooting on the corner, that Mr. Efron filed a civil lawsuit against Mr. Mayers. At the end of this case, you will not be asked to award Mr. Efron any money. So that consideration will not be a part of your what you're asked to determine. Moving forward in time, you'll hear from LAPD detectives that Mr. Mayer's home was searched on April 20th of 2022, and that during that search, LAPD detective recovered a magazine for a semi-automatic pistol that was 9mm caliber, and that it was loaded with 6 unfired 9mm Luger rounds of live ammunition. You will hear that these items were found in Mr. Mayer's bedroom closet. You will also hear that there was no handgun that was 9mm in Mr. Mayer's home that was for that magazine. So you have a 9mm magazine, but no handgun to go with it. The last point I want to leave you with before I conclude is that we expect, in this case, that the defense will call 12B, Mr. Phillips, to testify. At the time of the shooting, again, he's friends with all these participants. He's 32 years old. And it is expected that he will testify that the defendant was in fact the person on the video who fired the 2 gunshots that we hear. So it will essentially be uncontested that Mr. Mayers was the person who fired the gun at that street corner, and that he will tell you the gun that the defendant fired was a starter pistol. That, ladies and gentlemen, is what the evidence in this case will show at the end of this case. As I've said, we expect that the defense will attempt to present an alternative explanation for what happened that night. But we ask you to do one thing, which is, as you evaluate the evidence from both sides in this case, to not leave your common sense at the door and wait until the end of the case, when you have all the evidence, to make your decision, listen to the court's instructions on the law, and return the only just verdict there is. Thank you.
All right, folks, we'll take the break now.
Yeah. What was that? I don't know. I don't know what this is. It's very.
All right, please don't discuss the case amongst yourselves or anybody else. Please do not go on the internet and read anything about this case. And please don't look at any newspapers. Right? You've got to keep that mind open and impartial and objective.
Okay, that was a very interesting theory put on by the state because what? So what we found out in open arguments is that they're planning to show that ASAP Rocky allegedly shot at Relly. Ills is potentially ASAP Ills is potentially a witness to the eyewitness to this thing. And they did a search warrant and they found a magazine, which is just a clip with 9mm bullets in it. So a lot of doubt is there. I didn't hear anything about, ballistic reports or anything. What I found interesting about the arguments is just confirming some of the facts that, have already been shared with me, that the victim in this crime actually reported the crime 2 days later. They actually went down to the crime scene and collected the shell casings themselves. Yes. Okay, here I come. Okay, my son need me because he got picked up from school early, y'all. But he went down there and picked up the shell cases himself and took it to the police. His injuries are very, very surface level. He claims that he was grazed, but it definitely, if you ever been in a fight before, it definitely looked like he was tussling. I mean, even from the videos, like we could see that he's tussling. What I do believe is interesting here is just the charges, right? Because the state made a point to call out like he's not charged with attempted murder. You know what I mean? And you would think if somebody points the gun at someone and they discharges it, attempted M, it's something that here I come, boy. It's something that you would expect. Just give me a second, y'all. 1 second. I'm sorry. I gotta wipe this butt. All right, kids can't live with him, can't live without him. But it's interesting is the charge, right? The charge, they're only charging him with, aggravated assault, basically for brandishing the gun and then discharging it. So you all are openly saying that he didn't try to kill him, but you all believe that he's assaulted him in some way, in some form. I think that a lot of doubt. Oh, we have a lot of questions, right? We still have to keep an open mind so that we can be critical of the facts or the evidence that really comes through. But I think that they're going to have a hard time trying to prove this case. I'm not seeing it. I'm not seeing it. Yeah. Well, at first he was at first. Yeah, my son is something else. So very interesting. It's a very interesting case. I saw a lot of people in the comments like, how did we get here? How did we get here? But yeah, so he's got the 2 counts of assault for 1, brandishing the weapon, and then 2, firing the weapon. We know he was offered a plea for 180 days, and then 3 years probation, 180 days in jail, and then 3 years probation. But we know that he rejected that as well. So yeah, I right now we have no gunpowder. We found out, kind of earlier before opening arguments start that they've got this ballistic comparison. We really don't, I didn't really get all the details on it. I was trying to consume it, but the audio was kind of weird. But it sounds like that the casings could have been fired from any variety of models that have been found. So it really just puts into question the casings, period. Like how can you don't have anything to compare it to. We've also heard rumors about the gun possibly being a prop gun. Where is it? So we got a lot of questions, and we got to let the case continue to unfold, because child is crazy. And yes, there is a civil suit. Riley's got this civil suit against him. Oh, let me get into these text messages, because the state pulling up these text messages was he that silly to think he was gonna text ASAP and say, yeah, why you just try to unalive me? That boy ASAP said, what is you talking about? Why are you what? You just tried to do that. He like, I don't know. You hate me. I hate you too. Like, I don't know what you talking about. The man out here being a full-blown investigator in his own crime. But here's another fact that I found out, and I hope that it comes out during the trial, is that this happened in LA. And 2 days later, he's in New York, and that's where he chooses to go to the emergency room or to seek medical attention. So you flew across the country, literally. You flew all the way across the country when she devised your plan about getting some money out of this man. Now, usually we don't want to jump to conclusion, but those text messages just revealed by the state in opening arguments also say that you wanted some dollars, you wanted some money. And in my understanding is that the argument that you guys were having was also related to or about some money. You wanted, like, really, that we're gonna see how the defense puts up their argument, their opening argument. But I have a strong feeling we're gonna be talking about a lot of money in here. Okay. Right now, as it relates to the 2 charges and just based on the video, he might have an issue with that aggravated assault for brandishing a weapon. But the actual the actual charge for discharging it, they're gonna have to come with a little something harder. And when I say that, I wonder if Ills is gonna get on the stand and testify that he saw Rocky discharge it. Because if they right now, unless another bombshell happens, that's the only way they're gonna prove that he shot that gun. That's the only way they're gonna prove that. So, I know they don't tell us all, they don't tell us all everything, but we're gonna see. It would be very interesting if those bullets in the magazine if they came out of the same box, right? He's in possession of a magazine with bullets that, came out of the same box as the ones with the shell casings found on the ground. But they're going to have to also prove that that man didn't leave those bullets there himself. I wonder if really is going to be called to take the stand himself. What y'all think? Y'all think the victim is taking a stand here? I absolutely think he is. But what about y'all? What's going on, Keisha? Talk to me, girl. I think he is. I think he's going to try and make this the show of the century. He's going to go all out. Like you went this far to get charges placed on him. You know what I mean? I think he's going to go all out. I think he's got something to prove. Yep. I think he's going to get on the stand. I also think Ilse is going to get on the stand, but it'll be interesting. Mm-hmm. 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 So that's what I'm expecting. I'm expecting the defense to get up and paint this picture of really being a money-hungry, failed artist in the ASAP collective group who is jealous of ASAP Rocky and wants some of his money. He's ASAP is famous. He's got music. He's been in movies. He's done shows. He's with Rihanna. Like the man, you know, I'm expecting them to paint this picture of really that, you know, he is a money hungry person. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Okay, let's see. Cuts look fresh, not 2 to 3 days old. Mimi, that's a good call out. Those do, and they actually look different from the photo that I have. The photo that I have, they don't look as fresh. So I'm wondering, where did that picture come from? And if that's going to come up in the defense's argument, right? Or when they start talking about that picture, where did that, like he punched the ground or he punched the wall or he scraped the wall. You know how you come past something so fast and it just snatched the skin off of it, like. But it was on the knuckle area, so yeah, I can give it. It was a punch. It could have been a punch. Yeah, I mean they were all over that ground. I don't know which way. I don't know which way was up. I don't even know when they could have thought that a thumper was discharged, because to me the whole time it looks like they are still trying to get at each other. The whole time that in that video, it looks like they're trying to get at each other. So the school always needs somebody to volunteer for something, y'all. They really do. Helpers are needed for our Renaissance pancake breakfast. Yeah, but see, this here is the beauty of the rewatch, y'all, because we skip all of this. When we are doing rewatches, we get through all of this real quick. We really do. It just, I guess the thing about this trial being on Pacific time, y'all know I got mommy duties. So I'm gonna have to break, come back, and catch myself up and get through the day. Because it literally starts at my halfway point. Unless they're starting, 8 o'clock, 8, 9 o'clock in the morning, their time, which will at least give us a little bit more into the day. Why did he leave and not go to the police? But instinct was to blackmail for money. This looks like a money grab. Is it a money grab, Mimi? I think it's a money grab too, but I do want to see the evidence unfold. So I'm gonna try to keep my bias at bay and really listen to the state put on their case and listen to how the defense defends, because yeah, it's giving huge money grab. Huge money grab. You know, because if you try to unalive me the same day, I'm going to the police. Look, this just happened over here. You know, why didn't you call the police yourself? You didn't call them yourself. You waited 2 days and you walked off. Let me see. I can rewind y'all and show y'all the let me show y'all the knuckles.
At the time,
There we go. There go the knuckles, y'all. There are those knuckles. Okay, it definitely gives fight. Even the beginning of the story, right? ASAP calls Barty. They're in the car. Barty puts him on speakerphone, so both of them are hearing what everybody is saying. And they go meet up. Y'all thought y'all was finna have a friendly conversation to go meet up. Y'all thought y'all was gonna y'all were gonna go have a friendly conversation to meet up, discuss this, and get over it like brothers. You get there, y'all tussle a bit. I'm gonna show y'all these knuckles one more time. Y'all tussle a bit. It was y'all
also be able to tell.
this right here threw me, because what can you tell from this? What are we telling? Like, it all just blurs. It's a bunch of blurs. And these are his knuckles. And so it looks like a selfie. It's giving selfie. It's not giving medical hospital. The floors are wooden. Like, I ain't never been in a hospital with wooden floors. They all have that like fake marble look on the floor. So it's giving you took these pictures at home and said, yep, I'm finna sue him. I'm finna get some of that money. And that's what you said in the text messages too, right? I want to get this ends money. He probably trying to get you to perform. I want it too. He shot at me. You know that for sure. Like, but here's the thing though, Angel. I think that really was really might have been putting pause on ASAP. I think he was putting pause on ASAP a little bit in that video.
Towards Mr. Efron.
Well, I want to see them play it all the way out, but they don't really play it. They do more still frames in this one than anything, trying to make sure we don't miss nothing. But they do more still frames than anything in this one.
Efron confronts.
But texting him, y'all niggas set me up. You try to take me from my daughter. I tried to do what? Nigga, I know you hate me. I hate you too. I was like, what's this? Bro, stop making shit up, real. The man say, you trying to kill me, real. What the fuck is you talking about? Why are you telling people I shot at you? Like, what? What are you talking about? Let's just hope that this message. Okay, yeah. This one comes at 3:40. He told this person that he shot at them. But let's just hope that, you know, I don't know. I was finna say the timing on this could be a problem for the defense. If he doesn't have proof that somebody has contacted him to say that he shot at him, he may have implicated himself. He may have implicated himself. Just going back through it myself. Like now that I'm thinking about it. Like, why you telling people I shot at you? Like, unless somebody has already said something to you and you got proof of that, he may have implicated himself. We'll see. We'll see. Let me check and see how long this break is supposed to be, because I know our feed kind of Yep, the detective didn't find it. Okay, so even though, and this is from Kat Now Williams, y'all. She says, even though police searched ASAP's home in 2022, they turned over a ballistics report on the eve of the trial that suggests ASAP Rocky may have had a 9mm that could have fired the shell casing, rarely turned over. I'm going to have to go back to the preliminary hearing and opening statements to watch that. So that's what they were talking about this morning, about that ballistic report that was turned over. So I know I didn't have all the context on it either, but I'm glad that we got that. I'm glad that we got that. Let me see how long the break is. Oh, U.S. Marshals just found missing children from Ohio all the way over in Iceland. That is crazy. The world is getting crazy out here. So I'm in Missouri, y'all, and in St. Louis, it was reported yesterday that ICE was riding around like collecting people. And so I just saw that my local news station just posted a Missouri man kidnapped a woman and assaulted her while demanding she provide citizenship documents. Like, it's just about to be a rough 4 years out here. It's about to be a rough 4 years. So, where is all right, we're just still on break, y'all. So we're just waiting it out. I think I've said all that I can say about it at this point. I don't want to talk your ear off, even though I guess that's what I'm here to do, right? If I'm the friend, I'm trying to break it up. I'm bouncing at sight of a gun, not trying to intervene. That what your safety is paramount. It should come first. Paramount. It should come first. They was scrapping. So they would show the pew pew in court. I don't know if they have the pew pew, Che. I don't even know if they have a gun. The only thing they have is a magazine with 9mm that had 9mm bullets in it. And I don't know if they did and it sounds like they did a ballistic analysis of the casings that were in that magazine to the casings that were found at the crime scene. If I'm not mistaken. Yeah, I hope ASAP got proof or something. Proof or somebody testified that dude said he shot at him. They're gonna have to have that. ASAP carries prop weapons all the time. That's wild. Carrying prop weapons can get you hurt. It can. It absolutely can. Yeah, he did seem confident declining that plea deal. But like I said, I think that at least unless they have that prop gun, or I don't know how they're gonna defend it, but he may be in trouble on that aggravated assault for brandishing. Really rough. And I hear it's a Pew expert on the jury. That would be interesting. He better hope he wins this case, because the judge already warned him that he will show no mercy because of his celebrity status. But I don't think he has like a really big or long criminal history. Mm-hmm. So we're just waiting. So let me put a little. I'm gonna peek over at the line crime feed to see if they caught how long the break is. Oh, okay. They're on break until 1:30 Pacific. So it's about another hour before they come back. So in the meantime, in between time, we will watch something else for the next hour. So I will say, I'll just put this up here. All right, so I'll get us. Let's see what other live trials they got. We can listen in on. Or I could just run it back for y'all. We could run it back if anybody didn't hear it good the first time, actually.
Over, and we begin with the testimony. If you are a note taker, that would be the time to start taking notes. Mr. Prislovic, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I wanted to start off by, on behalf of myself, Mr. Lewin, I'm sure on behalf of the defense too, and all the court staff, we all want to thank you so far for the time, attention, and candor that you gave to us during jury selection. We all understand that was a long process, and we appreciate your attention. After going through that long process, I'm sure some of you are thinking, wow, this must be a difficult case, or this must be a really complicated case. And to be fair to you, if I was sitting in your position and I looked out on the number of jurors that we started with, or even the number of attorneys that are up here, I probably have the same thought myself. But what the evidence will show in this case, and what will become almost instantly clear, is that this is not a complicated case. The evidence will show that the events in this case were captured on surveillance video. I'm going to start this whole presentation out by playing the video for you. So you will have that frame of reference as we're talking about different features, the people that were involved, the locations that are involved, and what happened. You will already have seen the video. The first video that I'm going to show you was captured on November 6th of 2021 at around 10:10 p.m. just outside of a parking garage entrance, mid-block, so on Argyle, in the middle of Argyle, between Hollywood Boulevard and Selma. The second video that I'm going to show you was captured 7 minutes later, so at 10:17. It was, if we're being generous, 2 blocks, maybe 1 city block away from the first location, down Argyle, around Selma, at a small intersection called Selma and Vista Del Mar. So I'm going to play the first video for you, that outside of the parking lot. Now I'm going to move to the second location, that at Vista Del Mar and Selma, and I'm going to pre-warn you, it's a little small, it's at a distance, so you're going to want to focus your attention at the top left-hand corner. All right, now let's go over the details. As I said, the people that are involved, the location, and I'll give you an explanation of what you've seen on these 2 videos. This case takes place in the heart of Hollywood. This is the iconic Hollywood and Vine. The picture you see here is just a demonstrative picture of that intersection, but it's an iconic intersection in Hollywood. That intersection is about 1 block 1 block west and 1 block north of the crime scene. So for those of you who are familiar with Hollywood and that intersection, it's a pretty big landmark, and that's where I want to focus your attention. Now, the actual shooting in this case takes place on a much smaller street, Selma and Vista Del Mar. But this is the area around where that shooting took place. It is a very densely populated part of Hollywood, and there are some landmarks on there that you might be familiar with, just so that you can familiarize yourself with the location that we're talking about. The Capitol Records building at the top, the W Hotel, and Hollywood Boulevard. The shooting, as you've seen, occurred just outside of a parking lot on that corner of Vista, Del Mar, and Selma. That was a parking lot at the time that was full of cars, and it was ringed by a nightclub on the corner, a sound studio, a hotel, and 3 different apartment buildings right around. As I said, densely populated. This was also Saturday night. Saturday, November 6, 2021, at about 10 p.m. in Hollywood. This is a time that Hollywood is busy. Now that you understand kind of the locations that are involved, I want to start with how this case starts for LAPD.
Hi, I live in the apartment on the corner of Argyle and Selma in Hollywood, and there's just been a shooting.
So at 10:18 p.m., LAPD receives this call, that there's been a shooting at the intersection of Argyle and Selma. The call continues though.
Did you see anything or you just heard it?
Yes. No, we watched it.
Okay, what did you see?
There were 4 men, and they were kind of fighting as they were walking along Argyle, and then they turned left onto Selma. We heard yelling and they started running, and they turned left into the back lot apartments for El Centro Apartments.
Now, the 4 men that you see on that screen will be the 4 men that we'll talk about in a minute. They were the 4 that were at that location.
And then someone pulled out, the guy in the black sweatshirt pulled out a gun.
Okay.
And he shot, and I think the guy who shot was blue.
Now, the evidence in this case will be that the man in the black sweatshirt was the defendant, Rakeem Myers. That evidence will be uncontradicted. As you have heard throughout jury selection, Mr. Myers is an entertainer, and he goes by the stage name ASAP Rocky. You will hear other nicknames that he is referred to in the evidence in this case, including Flacco and Luigi.
Did I just miss that? Did the 911 caller say that Rocky was the shooter? I'm gonna back that up just a little bit because I feel like I missed it the first time around. Listen with me, y'all.
And there's just been a shooting.
So at 10:18 p.m., LAPD receives this call that there's been a shooting at the intersection of Argyle and Selma. The call continues though.
Did you see anything or you just heard it?
Yes. No, we watched it.
Okay, what did you see?
There were 4 men, and they were kind of fighting as they were walking along Argyle, and then they turned left onto Selma. We heard yelling, and they started running, and they turned left into the back lot apartments for El Centro Apartments.
Now, the 4 men that you see on that screen will be the 4 men that we'll talk about in a minute. They were the 4 that were at that location.
And then someone pulled out, the guy in the black sweatshirt pulled out a gun.
Okay.
And he shot, and I think the guy who shot was blue.
Now, the evidence in this case will be that the man in the black sweatshirt was the defendant, Rakeem Myers. That evidence will be uncontradicted. As you have heard throughout jury selection, Mr. Myers is an entertainer, and he goes by the stage name ASAP Rocky. You will hear other nicknames that he is referred to in the evidence in this case, including Flacco and Luigi. At the time of this crime, Mr. Myers was 33 years old. He has his own company that I believe is referred to as AWGE, A-W-G-E, that you will hear referred to in the testimony in this case. And as we've talked about, his significant other is Rihanna. The victim in this case is a man by the name of Terrell Efron. And Mr. Efron, you will hear, was also a member of the ASAP collective, and he went by the nickname ASAP Relly. Mr. Efron was also 33 years old at the time of this crime. And what you will hear from Mr. Efron is that he was friends with Mr. Myers well before this case and well before even Mr. Myers was a famous individual. That essentially, I believe they met in high school and grew up together.
Okay, so I think with that being said, the witness, and I'm gonna have to go back again. I want to make sure that when she says that ASAP pulls out the gun, is she talking about him pulling out the gun where we see it on video, or is she actually talking about pulling out the gun where the shots actually rang out and fired? So that part kind of has me a little bit confused. I might have to go back and listen to that a third time. But it definitely sounds like right here, he is confirming that Relly is going to testify, because he's like, he's going to tell us that they've known each other for X amount of time, etc. So I think that he is going to testify, or that just confirmed it for me.
He has known Mr. Myers 18 or 19 years at the time that this shooting happens. And you will also hear that he, too, at the time was working in the music industry, and he had his own company called Shut Eye Entertainment. Now, I mentioned it already, but to put a finer point on it, the group that both of these men were members of is called ASAP. It doesn't stand for what you probably thought it did when you walked into court. It's an acronym for Always Strive and Prosper. It was formed by high school age kids in Harlem, New York around 2006. They call themselves a collective. You will hear are rappers, producers, music video directors, designers, people that have different artistic pursuits that essentially work together. And there are many members of ASAP. The ones that you will primarily hear in this case are obviously Mr. Mayers, the victim, but also the two friends that were with Mr. Mayers at the time this happened. And they go by ASAP Ills and ASAP 12E. And I will just pre-warn you that 12E gets spelled a bunch of different ways. It's not always consistent. And there will be one last member that you'll hear about briefly who goes by the stage name ASAP Bari. Sometimes people refer to him as Young Lord. As I said, the four main members of this group that you will hear about are these four men. The victim is on the far right, Mr. Efron. The defendant is the next person to his left. As I said, ASAP 12E, his given name is Jamel Phillips, and the last is Elijah Ulanger, who goes by ASAP Hills. And these were the four men who were present at the time of both of these incidents. Now I want to take you to that weekend, Saturday night in Hollywood. There was actually at the time a music festival or concert series going on known as Complex Con in Long Beach. And you will hear that Mr. Mayers was to be a performer at that event the day after the shooting, the Sunday, November 7th. Now, although I told you that Mr. Mayers and Mr. Efron were close at one point, you will hear that throughout their relationship, there was tension between the two of them. And that tension was essentially building up to the night of November 6th, 2021. You will not hear all the reasons why there was tension between the two of them, but we will get to the point the day before the shooting, November 5th, 2021, when that tension kind of comes to a head. What happens on that day, Mr. Efron will tell you, is that he is in a car with that last member of the ASAP group that I talked about, ASAP Bari. The two of them are driving when ASAP Bari receives a phone call from Mr. Mayers. And ASAP Bari takes that call on speakerphone. So Mr. Efron, who's in the car, can hear both sides of the conversation. You can hear Mr. Mayers and you can also hear ASAP Bari. And in the course of that call, Mr. Efron, the victim, heard the defendant saying these rude and aggressive things about him. Mr. Mayers at the time does not know that Mr. Efron is in the car with the victim. This leads to the next day, November 6, 2021. You'll hear that Mr. Efron was in Los Angeles working with one of the artists that he managed. He was asleep around 9:00 p.m. when he started receiving a series of urgent messages from not only from Mr. Mayers, but from the two other men that were with him, ASAP Ills and ASAP 12. And you'll hear that he received a number of calls kind of back to back to back from the three of them. Now, he didn't answer those calls because he was sleeping, but when he ultimately woke up, he saw that he had a number of missed calls. He also received text messages from Mr. Mayers that were aggressive, seeking a confrontation with him, asking him where he was. Mr. Mayers is on the left side of this conversation. Where are you at? Let's get to it. Stop ducking my calls. The messages that the victim is receiving are instantly aggressive towards him. So you will hear from Mr. Efron that he called the defendant. He was groggy because he had just woken up. They had a conversation and they agreed to meet outside of the W Hotel in Hollywood. Mr. Efron will tell you that as he went to that meeting, he was of the frame of mind that he and Mr. Mayers were going to have a confrontation. That he believed they would argue, and that ultimately this would lead to kind of repairing their relationship. So they would each be able to speak their piece and essentially fight like brothers do, and that it would ultimately bring them closer together. They would repair sort of the issues that they each had with each other. So that's how Mr. Efron is going into this meeting. Now, let's talk about the location where they meet, this location just outside of the W Hotel. You're going to see this map throughout this case. So I want to take some time to walk through it with you so you understand the various features that are depicted here. On the left side of the screen is Argyle Avenue. On the bottom of the screen is Selma Avenue. And on the right side of the screen is El Centro Avenue. Now you can't see it in this map, but if the map were to continue off the top of the screen, Hollywood Boulevard would be just above that. in the middle of this map, there's a small street called Vista Del Mar that kind of goes north and then forces you to go east. The red arrows that you see here are the path of travel that Mr. Mayers took that evening. So it starts at that mid-block location on Argyle, continues down to Selma, and then up Vista Del Mar, around that corner, all the way to El Centro. Then he made a left turn on El Centro and went above, off the map. The numbers in the red boxes that you see here, 1, 2, 3, and 4, are the 4 different locations where the police were ultimately able to recover surveillance video from. There are 4 different locations. Attached to each one of those locations, you'll see the green triangle and the green, and with a green arrow in the middle. And what that represents is very roughly, this is not meant to be, exact, but very roughly the direction that a camera attached to that building was facing. You will also hear that locations 1, 2, and 4 captured video only. But you will hear that the location with the number 3 captured both video and audio. So I told you there's 2 incident locations, 2 altercations that happened. The first happens where the yellow box is right now, right outside of that parking garage. The second happens at that corner of Selma and Vista Del Mar. And that's where the firearm was actually discharged, where the gunshots were fired. So the first location I want to focus on is that where the initial confrontation happens. This location is the entrance and exit of a parking structure. This is that parking structure entrance if you were standing in Argyle and you were facing towards Selma. So Hollywood Boulevard would be to your back. And the entrance is on the left-hand side there. And what you will see in the videos, this parking lot entrance has those hanging indicators on from the roof that tell you how tall the garage is, so that if you are driving a tall car, you don't, of course there's a fly buzzing around me, you don't run your car into the roof of the parking structure. And I point that out because when you watch the video, you'll actually see that red indicator as a kind of a line through the video, so you know what that is. At the mouth of that parking entrance, there are cameras that are facing the sidewalk. Those are the first view that we saw. And these cameras capture the initial encounter between the victim, Mr. Efron, who you see there, and the defendant, Mr. Mayers. And you can see that Ills is the first one to intervene to try to separate the 2 of them. And then at the very bottom of the screen, you see 12E putting his hand to try to also intervene and help separate them. Now I know it goes by quickly, and you're not as familiar with all these people, so I want to kind of break it down a little bit for you and show you what the evidence that you're going to receive throughout this case. The first person that you see in that video is the victim, Mr. Efron. The second person who you see, who is instantly confrontational with Mr. Efron, is the defendant, Mr. Mayers. You see on the video that Mr. Mayers is immediately aggressive towards Mr. Efron. He's pulling at Mr. Efron's sweatshirt and he's pushing Mr. Efron backward and pushes him off camera, out of camera view. The third person that you see, as I told you, is Elijah Ulanger, who also goes by ASAP Ills, or he might just be referred to as Ills throughout this. If you look closely, you can actually see his stage name embroidered on the jacket that he's wearing there. And what he attempts to do is to de-escalate the situation, to get between the 2 men and to physically separate them. And you'll see that all 3 of them go off screen for a period of time. Mr. Efron will tell you that during the period of time that they are off screen is when the defendant first produces that semi-automatic pistol from his waistband. He pulls it out of his waistband and he's holding it to Mr. Efron. Mr. Efron will tell you that the defendant pointed the gun at his chest and was essentially trying to point the gun around Ills, who was between them. That at the time that he was pointing the gun at Mr. Efron, he was also threatening Mr. Efron. I'm going to kill you. Keep in mind, these men have known each other for a long time. And Mr. Efron will tell you, in his state of mind, he never believed that he was going to be shot. He never believed that the defendant would actually shoot him. He will tell you that had this been a stranger, someone he didn't know as well, he would have been petrified. As you can imagine, anyone pointing a gun at you would upset you. But he knows the defendant. He knows that Mr. Mayers is not going to shoot him. He knows so much so that he'll tell you he looked at the defendant and said, if you brought a gun, you should shoot it. That's how confident he is that he knows the defendant is not going to pull that trigger. Now, the fourth person you can barely see on this video as they come back into frame, I told you, is Jamel Phillips, who goes by 12E or ASAP 12E. You can just see his hand at the very bottom of the screen. When they come back on screen, and specifically when Mr. Mayers comes back on screen, you can see the gun in his hand. You will hear that that gun that he's holding is a semi-automatic pistol, or has features that are consistent with a semi-automatic pistol. Right now, as it's paused on the screen, you can see that he's holding that gun behind his back. But you also see the gun come forward in front of his body before he ultimately tucks it back into his waistband. And you will see from the video that there were bystanders. As I said, this is a busy Saturday night in Hollywood, walking by as this confrontation is taking place. You will hear that right after that encounter that you saw, that Mr. Mayers walked away and was walking down Argyle towards Selma. Mr. Efron will tell you that as he walked away, he looked over at 12E, Mr. Phillips, and he saw 12E putting a pocket knife away. And Mr. Efron, and then 12E and Mr. Phillips walked behind the defendant, Mr. Mayers, and Ills walked behind him as well. So the three men that had come to confront Mr. Efron walked away down Argyle towards Selma. And Mr. Efron will tell you that at that moment, his mindset about the initial confrontation changed. I told you that Mr. Efron will tell you when he first went there, he believed that this was meant to be a confrontation so that they could strengthen their relationship. But having just had a gun pointed at him and seeing another friend putting away a pocket knife, that his mindset changed and he understood these men never came here.
All right, so listening to him say this a second time, I feel like that he just contradicted himself in his opening argument. Because if y'all remember, if you go back to the text, to the message, I'm gonna go back to this message that we saw. This one right here, where you at? Let's get to it. Stop ducking my calls. I'm in front of the trader. You know what I'm saying? Drop location, like y'all on the phone, y'all exchanging words, y'all having arguments. Like, I don't understand the mindset of we are meeting to strengthen our relationship. Everything is given. We are meeting to have a fight. I just, it's not translating to me that way. Let me know what y'all think. Let me know what y'all think. It's just not, it ain't clicking for me like that.
And seeing another friend putting away a pocket knife, that his mindset changed and he understood these men never came here to try to make peace with him, that it was always meant to be a confrontation. And he decided at that moment that having a gun pointed at him was sort of a bridge too far in their friendship. And he understood he was probably never going to have the same friendship, especially with the defendant, ever again. And you will hear that as the defendant walked away, Mr. Efron followed behind him and was yelling and screaming at him, even though he knew the defendant had a gun. Because although Mr. Efron believed this is going to damage our relationship, he still never believed that the defendant would actually shoot at him. It's not as if Mr. Efron will tell you that he had some death wish or that he was not scared of guns. He will not come in and say that. What he will tell you, again, is that had anyone else done this, he would have been frightened. But he had known the defendant for so long, and they were close. So he walks down Argyle towards Selma and follows behind the three other men. When they get to Selma, they all turn left, and they walk towards Vista Del Mar. And they end up at that location we talked about, that corner of Selma and Vista Del Mar. And as Mr. Mayers stepped off the curb, he walked into frame of the camera at location number 2 that's pointing towards Selma. Now I want to take you, before I play the video again, I want to take you to that corner so that you can see from that night what it looked like. It's a small street with a parking lot immediately adjacent to it that were full of parked cars. And at 10:17 p.m. when they arrived at that intersection and the defendant stepped off the street corner into view of camera number 2, you will see video from that location. The video that I've played for you already and that I'm going to play for you again is from that location number 2. You will also see, that's the main video that you're watching, but you'll see in the bottom right-hand corner, there's a smaller video on top of it that kind of has a bluish tint to it. And that video is from another location behind building number 2 where the number 3 is. And the video that you're seeing from that location is identified there by the green arrow. But what's important about that video, because the video does not capture the shooting at location number 3. What location number 3 captures is audio. And it captures the sound of the gun being fired twice. This is the location number 2 where the camera, the video that actually captured that shooting was. You can see the cameras at the very top corner of the building, and it's about 3 properties away from the location that we're seeing. So again, the video is captured at a distance. It's a admittedly grainy video. It's not the most clear that you could possibly have, but it captures enough features that you can identify who is who when you watch this video. So I told you the main video that you're watching is from location number 2, and that smaller location number 3 is in the corner. Before I play the video, I want to orient you to what you're seeing. Along the top is Vista Del Mar. The parking lot is just out of view of the camera at the top of the screen. Along the top left-hand corner is Selma, towards that intersection. The red arrow is the defendant, Mr. Mayers. And the green arrow is the victim, Mr. Ephron. Okay. Now, what you see as the video plays is the various cameras on location number 2 switching between 3 different cameras that are mounted to that building. What's important about that, towards the end of the video, you'll see as Mr. Mayers is running away from the location, running down Vista Del Mar towards El Centro, he trips a floodlight that's motion activated. And when you watch the video closely, that floodlight is captured by both locations. So location number 2 and location number 3, those cameras each capture that floodlight turning on. And when you watch the videos together, you can see that moment in time when the lights flash on, line up. And that's how you know the sound correlates with the video that you're seeing playing at the same time from a different location. Now, I told you, we all know the video from location number 2 is from a distance. If you zoom in on the area where this incident happened, and we will play a zoomed in version of this video, what you see is a very pixelated image. But what even that captures still are the colors the individuals are wearing, which is how you can distinguish who is who on the video. You'll see Mr. Ephron on the far left. Ills is just next to him. 12E, who's wearing the red jacket, is just next to Ills. And then the defendant, who's wearing all black, is at the bottom of the screen. Again, I understand if you watch this video one time, you may not pick up these features, but as you watch it repeatedly, you'll be able to tell who is who. And you'll also be able to tell when you watch these videos in sequence, because they walk in front of other cameras that are far more clear, that you can easily identify who is who on this video. So this is the zoomed in version of that incident. This does not have any audio. Now,
And see, this is where I have a problem. And I feel like they're kind of being a little deceitful, because I feel like the sound should have been played with this zoomed in view. Why? Because I want to see how everybody is reacting to bullets. When the gun is shot, allegedly, what occurs? Where do people go? How are people moving? I don't feel like this view without the sound gives us the meat and potatoes that we need to make a decision on if or when this gun was shot and who has the gun in their possession at this time. So I just really feel like I'm ready to get into the facts of I'm ready for them to get into the facts of the case, because it's not giving me everything. They were willing to play the sound at the, in the distant view, but again, it just doesn't give us the context that we need. So we got about 30 minutes, y'all, until they come back from lunch. So we should make it through this.
as we play the zoomed in version, you'll also see that Mr. Efron is struggling with ills. And what Mr. Efron will tell you is that immediately as the defendant turned and pointed the gun at him, he jumped behind Ills, essentially to put Ills between him and the defendant. And you'll see on the video the defendant lunging one way and then the other way around Ills, trying to get at the victim, who is holding Ills in front of him. Now, despite how dangerous this is, having a semi-automatic pistol pointed at you and discharged twice, you will hear that Mr. Efron was not seriously injured by this shooting. He has these injuries to the middle knuckle of one of his hands. Mr. Efron will tell you that at the time the shooting was happening, he immediately felt a burning sensation to his hand, which led him to believe that these were graze wounds from one of the bullets that was shot at him. Perhaps they were. Perhaps they were not. Whether or not the victim in this case was actually shot or injured by this will not be something that you have to decide at the end of the case.
Right. So you don't have enough evidence to say that he did an attempted murder, but you're claiming to have enough for an assault. And you're claiming to say that one of the assault is the firing of this weapon, that you're going to have to be able to show without any reason beyond a reasonable doubt. It's an interesting case, y'all.
We ask you to wait until the end of the case when the judge instructs you on the law, what elements are actually required to be proven before you make any decision. And to listen to the charges specifically and not consider charges that the defendant is not charged with. In this case, he's not charged with attempted murder, for instance. Now, before I move on, I want to focus in on the last location that I haven't talked about much, location number 4. That location is a loading dock for this building on El Centro. It's right at the corner of El Centro and Vista Del Mar. And what you'll see in the video from that location is the defendant, Mr. Mayers, and his companion, 12E, walking from Vista Del Mar up El Centro towards Hollywood Boulevard. The arrows indicate their path of travel. They're going to come from that corner and then walk up El Centro. The camera itself is in that red circle. And you'll see this video is far more clear. And you'll see features of their clothing that you can match up to the clothing from the other videos that we've already watched. For instance, I mean, you can see just from Mr. Mayer's facial features that he's the one wearing all black. You can see from his facial features compared to the video from the courtroom structure. And then, as I said, the various features of his clothing, the rhinestones on the hood of his sweatshirt in both videos, and the rhinestone design on the chest of his sweatshirt at both videos. And taking all the videos in their totality and comparing them is how you'll be able to decide on the video who is who. Now, I played the 911 call for you that LAPD received at 10:18, which triggered their response. And you'll see and hear that at 10:27, LAPD officers responded to the 911 call. And as is their duty, they responded quickly to this call to try to of shots fired in the middle of Hollywood. You will hear from at least one of the officers who responded to that location, and the officer will tell you that as part of their uniform, they wear cameras that are mounted to their chest. And you will actually get to watch camera that captures the police response. After this shooting, the evidence will be that all 4 of these men, the defendant, 12E, Ills, and the victim, all left the scene. You'll hear that there were at least 2 people who called 911 to report this crime who were just people living in the surrounding area, not actually involved in the altercation itself. You'll hear that the 911 callers were reporting different information. So the first call would be that the gunshots were fired at Argyle and Selma. The second call would be that the gunshots were fired in the area closer to Vista Del Mar and El Centro. You will hear from the officer that as they responded, they come to the scene looking for a victim. That's their primary focus, trying to find anyone who needs immediate life-saving attention. Their second focus will be looking for the potential suspects if they can find them. And you'll hear from the officer that as he's receiving information that's taking him to different locations, he's actually going between the different locations and trying to piece together what happened. But what will be important from his testimony is that he is not given a precise location to exactly where this shooting happened. And with the limited information that he has, he and his partners are doing the best job that they can to find any victims, any suspects, or any evidence of a shooting. You'll hear the officer talk to different people who were just out and about, try to figure out what was going on, that neither of the 911 callers would meet with them, and that they searched not only the surrounding streets, but they primarily focused on the parking lot that was right at that corner of Vista Del Mar and Selma, because the second 911 caller had told him, or had relayed that it was possible that the shooting was happening into a car. The officer will tell you that they searched the area and they did not find any evidence of a shooting. They didn't find a victim with injuries. They didn't find any of the suspects, and they didn't find any discharged cartridge cases, which are what come out of a gun after you discharge it in the surrounding area. But again, they don't know exactly where to look with the limited information that they're given. You will also hear from Mr. Efron that approximately an hour, and he's not precise on the exact time, but approximately an hour after the shooting, he himself returned to the location. Now, at this time, the police have already responded and left. Mr. Efron will tell you that he and his girlfriend went there specifically to look for evidence that this had happened, evidence of the shooting. And Mr. Efron will tell you, because he knew exactly where the shooting happened, that he was able to locate 2 fired cartridges. This is actually a photograph that Mr. Efron himself took of one of the fired cartridge cases that he found. Mr. Efron, you'll hear, went to the police 2 days later, walked into the Hollywood police station to report this crime happening. He brought the 2 fired cartridge cases with him, and he gave them to the police. You will hear that the 2 cartridge cases that he brought in were 9mm Luger caliber cartridge cases. However, you will also hear from Mr. Efron that immediately after the shooting, about an hour and a half later, he started text messaging the defendant. And he text messaged the defendant, "You tried killing me." That was the first message he sent to him. And you'll hear that Mr. Mayer's response was to deny that anything happened. The defendant, in abbreviation, says, "What the fuck is he talking about? Why are you telling people I shot at you?" Denying that any shooting has even happened. Mr. Efron confronts him again. "You set me up to try to take me from my daughter." And the defendant responds, "I tried to do what? I know you hate me, I hate you too." The defendant responds again, "Stop making shit up." Again, denying any confrontation took place, certainly any shooting. We have already told you in jury selection, and you will hear evidence, that after this shooting, Mr. Efron sought money from Mr. Mayers. In fact, hours after the shootings, this is the next day, November 7th, in the early morning hours, 3:40 a.m., you'll hear that Mr. Efron sent a message to one of his friends saying that he wants money. And identifying the reason why he wants that money is because Mr. Mayers shot at him. You will also hear that based upon these two incidents, the parking lot and the shooting on the corner, that Mr. Efron filed a civil lawsuit against Mr. Mayers.
Okay, so I see y'all in the comments. And yes, so he went and got them shell. He went to the scene of the crime with his girlfriend, took pictures of the shell casings, collected them, and took them to the police station 2 days later, y'all. We have yet to talk about when he decided to go to the emergency room for his gunshot wounds. Keep in mind that he does not go to the hospital in LA. My understanding is that he goes to the hospital in New York. All right, here we go.
At the end of this case, you will not be asked to award Mr. Efron any money. So that consideration will not be a part of your what you're asked to determine. Moving forward in time, you'll hear from LAPD detectives that Mr. Mayer's home was searched on April 20th of 2022, and that during that search, LAPD detective recovered a magazine for a semi-automatic pistol that was 9mm caliber, and that it was loaded with 6 unfired 9mm Luger rounds of live ammunition. You will hear that these items were found in Mr. Mayer's bedroom closet. You will also hear that there was no handgun that was 9mm in Mr. Mayer's home that was for that magazine. So you have a 9mm magazine, but no handgun to go with it. The last point I want to leave you with before I conclude is that we expect, in this case, that the defense will call 12B, Mr. Phillips, to testify. At the time of the shooting, again, he's friends with all these participants. He's 32 years old. And it is expected that he will testify that the defendant was in fact the person on the video who fired the 2 gunshots that we hear. So it will essentially be uncontested that Mr. Mayers was the person who fired the gun at that street corner, and that he will tell you the gun that the defendant fired was a starter pistol. That, ladies and gentlemen, is what the evidence in this case will show at the end of this case. As I've said, we expect that the defense will attempt to present an alternative explanation for what happened that night. But we ask you to do one thing, which is, as you evaluate the evidence from both sides in this case, to not leave your common sense at the door and wait until the end of the case when you have all the evidence to make your decision to the court's instructions on the law and return the only just verdict there is. Thank you.
All right, folks, we'll take a break now.
So y'all, that's where we at with it. So it just seems very, very interesting. That's why I'm waiting for more facts to come out in this case, because even the opening argument is like, whoa. And New York couldn't be further away from LA. It's giving. So I don't know if you guys be on TikTok or not, but we were banned from TikTok for about 14 hours, and the Brits got on there and was like, let's talk about, now that the Americans are gone, let's talk about geography. They are the only people that believe that you can drive from New York to LA. I say that humorously because we know how freaking far away they are from one another. And to believe that this man was stumped at in LA and went all the way, the Brits, he went all the way to New York to seek medical attention. But I mean, it hasn't come out yet. It hasn't come out yet. So I guess we're gonna wait for that detail to emerge. But let's just talk about the fact that he went out here playing Inspector Gadget. He's out here talking about how he wants the money. He needs some of that man cake. I've never heard of ASAP Rocky a day in my life. I never heard of him until now. So it's a very, very interesting case. I do want to know what that ballistic comparison is going to come back and say. I do wonder. I really wonder. Okay, this case to me seems like it's based on really wanting money, more of a setup than anything. Because who can prove? Where's the video footage of Relly returning to the scene of the place just to collect the casings? Where's that footage? If he went right back there, there has to be a camera that was right there, right? Right? Where's that camera footage to show him coming back, taking pictures and collecting stuff? I want to see it. A starter P isn't what they mentioned in the Rust movie. So I think we got some Alex Baldwin talking in a chat. Taylor said the Brits. Why was this so funny? Yeah, the Brits. They are some interesting folks. Yes, Shay. You know, they don't realize how big the United States is because they say that we don't travel over here, that the Americans we aren't cultured like that. But in reality, we do travel. We travel within our own country because it's big enough for us to do that. And we travel outside the country, you know, if you have means to do so. So it's just a lack of, it's an ignorance that they have. But it was super interesting to come back to TikTok and experience, you know, beans on rye. Have they estimated how long they think this trial will last? You know what, Rachel? I don't know. I would anticipate more than a week, though. Right. I only know Rocky and Ferg. That's it. That's all, Shanika. And Ferg name ain't came up one time. They didn't even name him in the group. Okay, but if you were shot at, why go back to the crime scene? One, when were you shot at during this video? Show the video up close with the gunshot so I can see what everybody doing at the time we heard a shot, and I want to see how you respond. Because if somebody's shooting at you, I would think you run away. I don't think that you continue to try and get to the person that's shooting at you. It just seems backwards, a-hole backwards. You know what, Allie? I don't know how much time they think it takes, but they do believe that we can ride across the country in a car. It is drivable, but you know, I don't know. It's a very interesting one. Who was on the ground during the fight? Okay, Allie, we got you. Allie got the questions out here today. Got the questions out here today. Allie got the questions out here today. Because that's what we're asking as well. So they're gonna come back in just a few minutes here. We should be back. You know what? It might be with the McDonald's video. You might be on to something. You really might be on to something. They should come back in about 13 minutes though, y'all. 13 minutes. That's crazy. That video looked like a bunch of kids playing tag. It doesn't look like any intentional violence. They were all running away and in different directions. Right. Our teeth aren't rotten either, but I suppose we have dental as a priority over travel. Ooh, Ali. The McDonald's video is hilarious. Ask Brian Koberger. He went from Idaho to Pennsylvania. He did. And we were talking about that too, Rachel, because we were watching it a little bit earlier. And boy, was that the most boring hearing ever, because the attorneys, I don't know if they had their substitutes in there, but I hope them ain't the folks they got in there putting on the case. But while they were in there, it was super interesting and boring. Or the green store. The green store. That's when the knuckles got scratched. Interesting. Yep. All right, y'all. So we just in the waiting room. We are just in the waiting room. And I'm gonna go check on my boy real quick, and we'll be back whenever they start back up. Let me make sure I feed him. He might want a snack or something. It's just always interesting when they send the kids home from school, like they call saying, "Oh, your son's sick. He's vomiting." I'm like, "Oh, okay, let's go get him. Come and get him. We go get him." And he heard normal, bouncing off the walls, doing his regular thing. Yeah, we got 10 minutes, skin. He doing his regular thing. So I'm trying to figure out what was the sickness at. And I wonder what they gave him. They might have gave him something today at school that upset him. But all right, y'all. I'll be right back, and we'll wait for them to kick back up. Make sure that y'all like and subscribe to my channel. All right, y'all. We back. We back. Y'all, we got 27 people watching from YouTube and 103 people watching from X, from Twitter. Shout out to my Twitter family. Y'all always out here supporting me. Thank you. If you are a part of the 27 people that are watching from YouTube, make sure that you like and subscribe to my channel. And if you want to become a member, just go ahead and join. I think our memberships are only like $2.99. All of my proceeds just go back to funding our channel so that we can watch without commercials, which is the premium account, and then the StreamYard account. So feel free to get a membership if you want to support us over here on the Taylor Umbridge channel. Drop the link out here for y'all if y'all want to grab a membership. But they should be coming back from lunch here in a second. Okay, where is it at? Here it is. Let me drop the link for y'all. If there are any mods in the group, make sure y'all say the link So y'all could drop it out there for our folks if anybody asks. We're just waiting for the folks to start back up, y'all. Now I don't know what they got going on over there. They might be in there arguing about not wanting to give their opening argument without being able to know what's going on with their ballistic. I don't blame them though. I don't blame them. I think that the being ambushed like that the eve of the trial is crazy. And you honestly don't know which bag the prosecution is going to come out of with that, because there's no telling what those reports say, right? Like I said, you can buy a box of bullets. So who's to say that those bullets, nah, D-Wood, I haven't seen it. D-Wood. But who's to say, like, there's a, I don't want to say XR Rocky gets it because I don't know, right? But let's just pretend for a minute that the bullets that they found matched the bullets that were in the magazine that was confiscated or collected via the search warrant of Rocky's place. That's messy, and you should have had time to prepare a defense against that. So I'm honestly like not. Well, I am shocked, right, that the state was even able to do. Oh, wait a minute.
No, I mean, you can put it, but you have to start it off. You know what I mean? You can point.
Yes.
Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, probably. Monday for sure.
All right, we ready to go? We on the record or not yet? You ready to go? Good. All right, we're back on the record. All parties, jurors, and counsel are present. An unavoidable commitment arose for someone involved in the case. It was unexpected, it arise. Consequently, we will not be in session on Monday, but we will resume on Tuesday. So take 3 days off. All right, so not in session Monday. We'll be here on Tuesday. All right, Mr. Zlomek is finished, and Mr. Tacopina, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, this case is about one man's jealousy, lies, and greed. That man is not Rocky. That man's Terrell Efron, or you've heard the name Relly. He is the source of all the evidence in this case, all that the prosecution is going to rely on. He's the source of all the evidence. The two assaults you're going to hear about in this case were both committed by this Relly. Both. All the evidence comes through his mouth. Every single piece of evidence for you to decide these charges comes through his mouth. This case rises or falls on his credibility. The videos you saw without his testimony proves absolutely nothing. You need to believe his testimony and his version of events from the video for these charges to be proven. The last thing the district attorney said on his opening statement to you was, don't leave your common sense at the door or use your common sense, something like that. Please don't leave your common sense at the door. I implore you to use your common sense in this case. Look, I will address the credibility of Relly in great detail later, what the evidence will show. But first, let me begin explaining the purpose of an opening statement, what we do here. Opening statements are really lawyers giving you a preview of how we believe the evidence is going to show you, come in. How it will unfold in this case, but it's more than that, actually. It's a promise to you. It's a promise from us to you. It's a promise that what we say is going to be proven is actually proven. And it's not like one of those politician promises. You know the politician promises, right? If you vote for me, I'll lower taxes, I'll make it safe, unemployment will go down, all those great things that politicians promise, and then based on those promises, you vote. And then you hope they fulfill those promises. Not here. Here, both sides make promises to you right now. You get to see if we fulfill those promises, and then you vote. That's the difference. Ladies and gentlemen, you represent the state of California, the people of the state of California. It's an awesome burden. And there's no greater service a citizen of this country can do than serve in the military or do what you're being asked to do right now. stand in judgment of another person in a matter of such great importance. It's an incredible burden to bear. But that's why the 16 of you were chosen. There were 106 people here. You made the cut because you all, and even the alternates, assured us that you could carry out that burden fairly, impartially, without a bias, without a closed mind. Listen to the evidence carefully before rendering your decision, you promised. And to base your decision only on the evidence, not some preconceived notions stemming from the nature of this case or what you may have read or heard.
This is entirely arguable.
But just on facts. And to abide by the basic tenets of our Constitution, proof beyond a reasonable doubt and a presumption of innocence. And they're not mere technicalities, instead they're the backbone of this country. A person is presumed innocent, the Judge Gray told you. And it means he is in fact innocent until and unless the prosecution proves otherwise beyond a reasonable doubt. A reasonable doubt, the judge will give you the law later at the end of the case, but it's a doubt that causes you to hesitate in a matter of importance in your own life. I submit to you the decision you make in this case at the end will be the most important decision in the life of Ranking Mayors. And I'm confident that if you apply the standard and hold the prosecution to the burden of proving each and every element of both counts, beyond that doubt, the reasonable doubt, this will work out. And that's why the 16 of you want to assure us. Look, this is serious business, and I just want to tell you one last thing before we dive in. I just think some jurors, some people, when they become jurors, forget. No one here is going to, both sides, I'm not going to ask you to do anything you don't do in your everyday life. No one's going to ask you to do anything when you're assessing credibility, when you make determinations of credibility. Nothing you don't do in your everyday life. Whether someone's telling the truth, whether they're lying, whether they're mistaken. Just from your everyday life experiences, you'll be the best jurors possible. There is no magic formula, there is no elixir. And as you now know, there is no jury school. Use your God-given common sense in looking at this evidence. I know that will package you this case. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, my name is Joe Decapine. I, along with Sarah Kaplan and Chad Siegel, have the absolute honor and privilege to represent Ranking Mayors, known globally as A$AP Rocky. The evidence will show you that Rocky was a self-made man, risen from the most humble beginnings to extraordinary successes through work, dedication, and artistic
Your Honor,
brilliance.
this is argument is also irrelevant.
Overruled. What is said in opening statement is not evidence. What is evidence is what can be proven. Sometimes things are said in opening statement that cannot be proven and are not proven. Sometimes they are. That's what this case will be about.
Remember my promises, because I'll remember theirs. When we talk in a few weeks on closing statements. I remember the DA put up a slide in the opening. It's from Harlem, a picture of him and Rihanna. Talked about when he was a teenager. I want to do the same thing. You'll hear he was born in Harlem, like they said. He was raised in poverty.
Your Honor.
You'll hear that
Your Honor, the same objection.
You'll hear about his upbringing, his mother and his siblings, and how he overcame with hard work, with dedication, and with talent. Rocky is not only a...
I do want you to stick to what you, the evidence will show.
Yes, sir. I do believe the evidence will show that, but I'm going to get deeper into these facts. But what the evidence will also show is he's not only a celebrated artist and a fashion icon, he's a man who raised a beautiful family, as the district attorney put the picture, his significant other.
Your Honor.
You got to get to the facts.
You're going to hear the stark contrast in two individuals, Rocky on one side, and Rel Efron on the other side, known as Relly. He represents a very different narrative. The evidence will show you that this Relly presents himself to the world as a wealthy, successful man, source like. He wants a very lavish lifestyle on social media. Posed with luxury goods.
None of the same objection, none of this is evidence.
Evidence will show you this. None of this is evidence yet. There's no evidence on both sides. Posting pictures of himself with large sums of cash and whatnot. It's fraud. He is all about a money grab. The truth is far different. And you're going to see this extravagant lifestyle that Israeli flaunts. There's nothing more than a fraud, built on not on success and hard work, but upon criminal activity. Ladies and gentlemen, this case is all about money. I've said it once, twice, I'll say it a few more times. The evidence will show you it's nothing more than a money grab, nothing more. A clear attempt at extortion by Relly, so he can keep funding this extravagant lifestyle of his that he presents to the world. You're going to see the only reason we're in this courtroom is because Rocky would not agree to be a victim of another one of his crimes. That's why we're here. So Rocky said, here's some money. We're not here. He doesn't go to the police. And even after he went to the police, if Rocky gave him money, we're not here. It's not about justice, it's about money for him. Period, end of story. And I will show you that. The evidence will make clear that Relly is trying to leverage a fabricated story to extract money from Rocky, using lies to support these claims. The evidence will show you that Relly is a blatant perjurer, someone who takes an oath, despite that oath lies. The evidence will show you, and you will see him commit perjury right before you in this court. And you'll see how important that is to this case. Because the evidence will show that despite all the evidence they claim to have, all of it, and I mean all of it, will rise and fall on the word of Relly and his credibility. Period, end of story. You will see if you can't believe him, the prosecution's case fails. Now let's walk you through the events leading to the incident of November 6th, 2021, which is that part of this case. But to do that, we have to start a few years back. From Relly's own testimony, that was the catalyst for this incident. His resentment, not his own testimony, his resentment was the catalyst for this incident, and his animosity towards Rocky. The evidence will show you that Relly met Rocky when he was in high school in Harlem. They were both part of that creative and artistic conglomerate called ASAP, which now you know means always strive and prosper. Over the years, Rocky achieved more and more success in the entertainment industry at first. He did maintain a friendship with Relly, unfortunately for him. He even sought to help Relly through professional collaboration. But that wasn't enough for Relly, clearly. You'll see the kind of person Relly is in this court. You're going to see it. He was jealous and angry, and as Rocky rejected some of the projects he presented him, Relly's resentment grew deeper and darker. So embittered by the success achieved by Rocky, someone he once considered peer, Relly embarked on a dangerous course of action. And in November 2021, Relly's resentment towards him reached the fever pitch. After tragedy had struck another member of this ASAP group, an individual named ASAP Josh had untimely death. He passed away. Evidence will show you that Rocky stepped up, spoke to the parents, to the mom, ASAP Josh, and offered to cover the cost for the funeral, bring the body back to New York, and pay for the funeral. But Relly, still blinded by resentment, believed otherwise. He thought for some reason Rocky didn't agree to pay, or had agreed to pay, but they didn't actually pay. And he was furious. He went as far as to threaten physical violence against him because he thought he didn't pay for the funeral or for the expense of flying the body back. He was wrong because he did pay. But he went as far as to threaten physical violence. And you're going to see that for yourself, ladies and gentlemen. On October 16th, a few weeks before this incident that you're here to hear about, Relly told his friend that Rocky was a piece of shit and declared, I'm going to beat this nigga up. Now, it's funny, they showed you a lot of text messages. I didn't see that one. Did not see that one. That's the catalyst. That's weeks before this incident, when he came in hot on November 6, 2021 on Argyle. And if you fast forward only a few weeks on November 6, 2021, you'll see that. You see that Relly sought to turn those threatening words into dangerous actions. And he did. The evidence will show you that on November 6, 2021, Rocky was scheduled to attend a music festival. They put it up at Old Complex Con with two other members of the ASAP crew, Elijah Ulanga and Janelle Phillips, now know them as ASAP Ills and ASAP 12. So in order to address Relly's resentment, because he was really mad, and have him accompany Ills and 12 to the festival, Rocky reached out to him multiple times. As a matter of fact, he saw a text from one of Relly's friends to Relly saying, hey, I think he wants you, Rocky wants you to perform at Complex Con. So Rocky was trying to get him to come. It was sort of a celebration of the ASAP crew. So Rocky, yes, he was urgently messaging him because they were late for this Complex Con. You're going to hear that from multiple witnesses. He was making them late for the show, so there were multiple messages from both 12 and Rocky. Where are you? Where are you? Where are you? However, you're going to learn that although Relly, because Rocky had reached out to Relly to make plans to meet at his hotel. And you're going to learn, however, that Relly said he was staying at the Lowe's Hotel, who was in fact staying at the Lowe's Hotel, lied to Rocky and said he was staying at the W Hotel. Why? Because he wanted Rocky to think he was staying at a nicer place, according to him, which is consistent with his pattern of showing off, phony, extravagant lifestyle. But also consistent with his pattern of lying. You'll see Relly committed perjury about that exact reason. And despite Rocky's best intentions, the evidence will show you that Relly was angry when he agreed to meet Rocky that day. And that anger came to a head when he encountered Rocky on the street, outside of a parking lot, on Argyle Avenue, leading to a brief altercation that took place on the street, which you saw a clip of, a very short clip of. You'll learn that Relly claims Rocky instigated, Relly, by the way, is twice the size of him, but we'll get to that. Relly claims that Rocky instigated the altercation, but the evidence will show you it was Relly who was the one looking for a fight. And you'll hear about Relly's day, the hours before meeting Rocky. You'll hear what happened that day. Independent Rocky that day. You'll hear Relly's claim that Rocky pressed the gun through his stomach, to his chest, and his head. But the evidence, the independent evidence, the stuff that you don't need Relly's word for, will show you otherwise. Fortunately, the video evidence from the parking garage captured the incident. And that just lies to Relly's fabricated story about that. The video will also show you who the real aggressor was here. It shows you that Relly approached Rocky and reached out first. It was Relly who made the first physical contact. You can see in a second. The DA said that Rocky was the aggressor. There's a video there. It also shows that what followed was a very quick scuffle. Again, you saw it. With Relly making physical contact and pulling Rocky towards him. Not Rocky pushing Relly, who outweighs him by almost 100 pounds. Not Rocky pushing Relly, but Relly pulling Rocky. The DA said in his opening, he said that Rocky was pushing Relly. You know who else said Relly was pulling Rocky? Relly said that. Relly in a statement. And when he watched the video, said, yes, I was pulling Rocky this way. That's not a good narrative. So they just changed that. But Relly has made statements about this incident. And they're stuck with those. It shows the incident was over in a matter of seconds, this videotape. And despite Relly's exaggerated claims that there was no evidence that a gun was pressed against his stomach, direct at his chest, or point at his head. There's none. This didn't happen. Instead, the evidence shows that Relly, again, visibly much larger than Rocky, was the antagonizer here. Now, all that being said, I do need to pause here for a second. I need to pause here for a second and address the very thing that serves as the basis for Relly's fabricated story. The video that you saw, the first video, shows Rocky holding an object what appears to be a gun. And Relly seized on that and manufactured his extortion claim. And we'll get to the extortion in a bit. Remember, this is a promise from me. We'll see extortion. And if I'm not good on my promise, you'll hold it against me. I want you to. The evidence will make clear that the object Relly alleged was a firearm was absolutely nothing more than a prop gun. The DA ended his opening statement saying, 12B will tell you that. He'll testify on behalf of Rocky and tell you that. Not just 12B. Multiple witnesses will tell you that. Not just 12B. Multiple witnesses will tell you that that was a prop gun. You'll learn that that was a prop gun, also called a starter gun, a blank gun, but it's a type of fake gun. It's used in prop movies and music videos. It's also used to scare off attackers by looking and sounding like a real gun, without actually firing a live round. The evidence will show you that Rocky, obviously, I think you all know by now, was a high-profile person in the public spotlight, and he was a target. The evidence will show, in fact, that he was a victim of prior violence, which caused him to have to carry this. Victim of home invasions, victim of a stalker at that time, in November of 2021, victim of a slashing on his face, which he still carries with him today.
Your Honor, there's been no.
Rocky was advised by security to carry a prop gun to scare off potential attackers. And by the way, folks, listen to this one. Rocky was licensed to possess firearms and licensed to carry firearms in November of 2021. He was licensed by the state of California. He could have legally had his own firearm. He didn't want to carry a real gun, though. Despite his ability to do so legally, he didn't want to carry a real gun. For fear that he would either injure someone or himself. Again, I want to repeat that. He didn't need to hide a gun, carry an illegal gun. He was licensed to carry a gun in this state. So you're going to learn that in July 2021, a few months before the incident with Relly, Rocky was in a music video with Rihanna that had prop guns in it. The evidence will show you that Rocky took one of them, which he carried as a security measure, as he was advised to do to scare off potential attackers. And that's exactly what he tried to do with Relly on November 6, 2021. Unfortunately, you hear that Relly was not to be deterred, not scared, because Relly knew that that gun wasn't real. There will be evidence to that fact. And all of Rocky's friends knew that Rocky carried a prop gun for safety. All of them. fact, the evidence will show you that Relly not only told Rocky as much, but he actually called Rocky's bluff and said, shoot me, knowing that he couldn't. With all this laid out, I do want to show you the video and walk you through it with respect to the first encounter. I'm going to play it once, it's quick, and then I want to show you 2 snippets. Here's the first encounter. That's Charlie coming up. Okay, now, there's 2 things I want to play for you in there. The first thing is, the first person to raise a hand to anyone is Relly. You're gonna see when he comes up, initially, that's him, you all agree, in those black pants coming up. First person in the video, see if he goes with his left hand. He raises his hand first. Play that one snippet, oh, you know, this. Boom. Do it again. Boom. He comes up with that left hand before Rocky raises his right hand. And how do you know that? Play the next clip, please. He has his hand around Rocky's neck or shoulder, and Rocky's right hand then finally comes up. Boom. This guy has his hands around Rocky's neck or shoulder before Rocky's right hand comes up. Boom. And then you heard and you saw in the video, they're going backwards. Relly, yeah, it was much better, you can see that from there, said to the police, yeah, I pulled him back. I pulled him back. They told you, well, Rocky pushed him back. That's all Relly said. Defies sort of the laws of physics. He outweighs him by almost 100 pounds. Relly pulled him back. And by the way, all the gun pointing to the head, chest, pressed against the stomach would have had to have happened within seconds of that video with that kid Ills in between them. Seconds. You saw none of that on the video. And the second encounter, after that brief altercation by the parking garage, Relly was angry and out of control still. And he wouldn't stop. The evidence will show you that those 3 guys, Rocky, Ills, and Twelby, walked away. They walked away. There was a map put up here. I don't have one of those. It was nice. It was a map showing where the first thing happened, and then there was a block, and then walk around the block where the second thing happened. That guy followed them around 2 corners. Around 2 corners, pursuing them. He hadn't had enough, apparently. They were walking away from him, trying to get away from him. He pursued them around 2 corners. And the evidence will show you that those guys, Rocky, Ills, and Twelby, tried to get away from him. They tried. You'll hear that although Relly claimed that Rocky had a real gun, now, Relly not only continued to follow the guy with a real gun, but he followed and yelled at them and berated them and told the Ills, you're a crackhead. And told Twelby, you live in the projects. You're not successful like me. And told Rocky, you're a bitch. So the guy who supposedly pulled a real gun on him, and now apparently someone else has a knife too, and they're running away from him, he's chasing them, antagonizing them, bragging about his own successes. You'll listen to Relly's story about that, ladies and gentlemen. You get to assess the credibility. Because it will continue to unravel. The story will continue to unravel. Even the police questioned him. Why would you continue to follow Rocky after he supposedly pulled a real gun out on you? Said the police to Relly. And you'll hear Relly's answer to the police. I don't know. That was the answer. I don't know. I promise you that answer doesn't change in this courtroom. That's what he said initially when asked. And of course he didn't know. He had to say, I didn't know why I followed him. Because he couldn't tell the police the truth that he knew Rocky's gun was a prop gun. Because that wouldn't work for his narrative. One that could actually shoot him. And because he was aware of that fact, Relly continued his aggression. You'll hear that Relly was so angry that he was ready to hit 12E, according to Relly. You'll hear that he was so angry that he hated Ills, according to Relly. You'll learn that when Relly finally caught up with him around two corners, on the corner of Selma and East Del Mar, his anger and hatred came to a boiling point, and he attacked this kid Ills. Attacked him. And make no mistake about it, as the evidence will show you, Relly was the aggressor there as well. And Rocky, again, significantly smaller than Lee, fired that prop gun, that starter gun, which makes sounds just like a real gun. That's the purpose of it. He fired it twice, hoping the sound would be enough to scare off Relly and protect Ills. Wrong. Relly didn't stop. He didn't stop because he knew it was a prop gun, but he didn't stop. And the evidence will show you that after Rocky fired those two warning shots with that prop gun, car alarms went off. Because there was that big parking lot right there where they were. Car alarms went off. I'm sorry, but you guys are here. It's hard to look everywhere. So 12E, being sort of sound mind, told Rocky, hey, listen, man, get out of here. The car alarms are going off now. People are going to start coming. Rocky obviously is a public figure, and now people are going to have their attention drawn to this. Get out of here. Rocky listened. He persuaded Rocky to leave the scene. 12E said, I'll check on Ills, because Ills was having a rough go of it. Ills is smaller than Rocky. And Relly was pummeling. You're going to hear about how Ills' face looked after this encounter. It was a hot mess. So you'll hear a different story from Relly. He claims he grabbed him, Ills, as a human shield. A human shield. Funny, Ills didn't get shot. But he was the human shield. Evidence will show you that's just another lie. It's another lie. The evidence will show you that. You'll see that Relly knew the prop gun couldn't hurt him, first of all. Second, you're going to see that Relly wasn't hiding behind Ills or under Ills. In fact, in the video, you look carefully and we'll show you, you'll see that Relly's on top of Ills as they're on the floor, on top of him. And even after Rocky left the scene, listen, even after Rocky left the scene and ran, the evidence will show you that Relly continued to attack Ills. A witness will walk you through that. That sort of is a problem for them. I mean, this guy was claimed he was shot at one point, and he is still attacking the guy that he started to attack before there was any warning shots fired. He's still attacking him, not to be deterred by any starter pistol or real bullets from him. The DA played you a video here that had that sound. There was a little box in the bottom that had sound. Or pop pop. That video was called the sequence surveillance video. The district attorney played on the road. Funny part about that video is that they cut out that last part of the video. We'll play you the full part. But the part where Ills goes back and attacks, I'm sorry, Relly goes back and attacks Ills. They cut that part of that video out. It's not on that sequence surveillance video. They cut out those last 3-4 seconds. That's a problem. Now, This altercation, like the first one around the corner, was also captured on video, but as you saw, that thing is not clear. I saw some pictures up here earlier. It looked like aliens or something. But it's not clear, but you can make some things out. But even Relly in his testimony said, I really can't tell what happened in that video. So we have to go on his word now. And although the video captured that incident, that was less than half a minute, not particularly clear. The evidence will make clear what happened there. The evidence will. Relly physically attacked Bills. Rocky tried to use a prop gun to defend him. And with that, I want to walk you through that video the best we can. We'll play it first. And you know this drill leader's at the corner. Up here. Focus on here they come. There's Rocky. There's 12B. Then Hills comes and he's following him. You see him go right after Hills, really. That's when Rocky fires the warning shots. And there's Hills on top. Really on top of Hills, punching him. That's Hills going down to the ground. Rocky's gone. 12B's about to be gone. And watch. There goes Relly back after Hills. And then he goes away after he hits him again. Hills eventually caught up with 12B and Rocky. His face was basically busted open. We have the clips to play. Small ones, let's do that again. So I'm going to play broken down little clips. The first one is then all being followed. Upper right hand corner again, guys. All being followed by Relly. Three of them trying to get away. First Rocky, then 12, then Hills, and Relly's still coming hard. Then you're going to see this as many times as you want later. The second one is Relly on top of Hills on the ground. Is that right? Yes. Let's see if I can help here. Hold on, can I stand up here for a second?
Actually, Alex is going to get we have a pointer in the courtroom.
Oh.
And he's going to get it.
All right.
So, yeah, you can stand where you want to stand, but in a little while, Alex will bring up the pointer and you can use it, or Mr. Lewin can use it, or Mr. Loma can use it, or Mr. Siegel can use it.
All right, so not to hold everyone up, I'm just going to go forward here right now, okay? All right. Can you go back again, guys? This is the clip where you see Relly, and you get to see it later. Don't worry. Relly, big guy, on top of that, little Hills, on top of him, not using him as a shield. Watch. Go ahead. There's Relly, that's Hills down, and Relly on top of him. He's not worried about a shield. He's going after him. And then the last clip is, are we playing that last clip too? Take a look at it. It's after Rocky's gone, Relly continues his pursuit of Hills. This poor little kid. There. And he hits him again before he peels off. He goes to the left to hit Hills, and then he goes to the right. There's also a witness that saw this. Unfortunately, Rocky's attempt to scare off Relly didn't have the intended effect, obviously. Instead, Relly continued his attack on Hills and then hatched his extortion plan. What you'll learn is that Relly returned to that scene an hour later. He returned to the scene an hour later. And he attempted to fabricate evidence, ladies and gentlemen. This is some offensive stuff. It's going to be crystal clear to you. He attempted to fabricate evidence. You hear Relly's claim that he came back to the area an hour later with his girlfriend, Lydia Parker, and that while they were there, he quickly found 2 shell casings on Rocky fired right there. He picked them up and he found them. And then he videotaped them. An hour later, you will see that story fall apart so hard. Why? Because the evidence will show you that well before Relly returned to the area, 7 police officers, like a SWAT team, 7 police officers arrived at that same spot. They responded to the scene and carefully searched every inch of that area. I could not believe what I heard on the opening statement. Oh, the police didn't know where to look. Police searched the exact same spot where Relly claims he picked up the bullets. Not close to it, not near it, the exact same spot. Thank God there's videotapes. There's a body cam from the police where they were searching. And there's a surveillance video that you see here that captured Relly coming back an hour later. Exact same spot. So, we're playing it now? Well, it's not just what we're playing, we're showing. Showing. So, this is where the police are. Oh, this is back. Okay. The police are searching with flashlights. And there's 1, 2, 3, 4 right there right now. There were 7, there's another one here. This is where the alleged tussling was with Relly and Hills. Rocky's here, 12's here. Here's the corner they came around. So this is where the shots. Yeah. Very high tech, Your Honor. This is where the shots were.
Like, easy on the screen.
This is where the shots were discharged according to Relly, right here. Okay, right here. Look at where they're searching. This is where Relly, since he comes back an hour later and picks it up, and here's a landmark. Look, this is the corner that they all came around, right here, and this is where it all started. And here, there's that opening right here. See this big orange, red, whatever this thing is here? Look at the picture below. Okay. That thing there is that thing here. That opening here, this is a big orange thing. I mean, you can't really see as well here. You'll be able to take these with you later. This is that orange thing. Go back up again, guys, down to the other one. This is that orange thing. Directly across a few feet there is where they're searching. Go down. Directly across a few feet there is where they're searching. You know what that is? That's really an hour later. According to the police, they captured that surveillance video. That's him an hour later coming back to retrieve the bullets in the exact same spot at the. Go ahead up. The cops were searching with a flashlight. The cops weren't there looking for, they didn't know what. The cops were there looking for shell casings because they were called in for shots fired. So what the police officers searching that scene found were no shell casings, no bullet fragments anywhere, and they were there. 7 officers with flashlights searching everywhere. No shell casings, no bullet fragments, no damaged property. Understand, there was a parking lot filled with cars right across from where this alleged shooting was, real ones, right? Not a window broken, a tire popped, a dent in a piece of metal. No damage to any vehicle at all. Absolutely no sign of a real gun being fired, as one of the police officers on the scene said. I repeat that. One of the police officers on the scene said, there's no evidence of a gun being fired. But still, they're going to ask you to believe Relly, who miraculously found them in the dark an hour later after 7 trained officers with searchlights in the same exact spot couldn't find them. So much for the officers didn't know where to look. But they were right in the same spot. So, for that matter, although Relly is going to claim his girlfriend was there with him, because that gives a corroborating witness that can back his story up, right? When he found those shell casings an hour later, the video evidence in this case will show otherwise. That she wasn't with him, unless she's a ghost. That she wasn't with him. Thank God for those surveillance videos. So what did Relly first do with the videos he made of the shell casings? Did he go to the police? No, he didn't contact the police. Instead, he sent them to Rocky and Rocky's manager and said, I'm going to be rich. That was his first thought. I'm going to be rich. I mean, here's someone who basically claims he was shot. That was the initial sort of shot. He miraculously recovered the evidence from the crime scene that the police couldn't find. And he didn't go to the police. His first thought was, I'm going to be rich. Well, the evidence will show you that Relly committed perjury without those messages. He actually texted a message meaning, I'm going to be rich. He said, I'm going to be itch at one point. But he said, oh, I didn't mean rich when I said itch. I meant irritable. Because itch and irritable is not very close. I mean, when you type in itch, sometimes it's both itch and irritable. It's just one line after the other. He testified at an early hearing in this case, under oath. And you'll learn shortly after sending those messages to Rocky and his business manager, you're going to learn that Relly sent another message to his business partner, to Relly's business partner, saying, I want to get this nigga's money. That's all that was on his mind, not his near-death experience. Oh my God, how did he even survive that scrape on his knuckles? Not running to the police to arrest the culprit. No. Texting everyone, I'm going to get rich, I'm going to get his money. That's all he cared about. The evidence will show you that Relly fabricated these shell casings in order to extort Rocky, right from the outset, right from the get-go. And why did he think he could get away with that? Why? Because Relly didn't know that the police had already returned within minutes of the sounds and the incidents there and searched the scene. He didn't know that. Of course, they didn't find anything. We talked about that already. There was no actual shooting because there was no real gun. There was no evidence of a shooting because there was no real gun. And that's why that same night, in response to Relly's text to Rocky texted him, if I shot you, go to the police. They didn't show you that text though. Showed you a bunch of texts between Relly and Rocky that night. They didn't show you that text. Rocky saying, go to the police. Yeah, because someone who really shoots someone and is guilty says, yeah, go to the police. Rocky texted him at that night. But of course, he didn't go to the police. That was not on his mind. You'll hear what he thinks of the police, this Relly. After his immediate efforts to extort Rocky failed, because he just wanted to get rich, he wanted to get that, need his money, he said, when it didn't work, he said, okay, I better go get a civil lawyer. After he tried on his own to get the money, let me go get a civil lawyer to try and get money out of Rocky. And you'll hear that because the civil lawyer would only take his case if he went to the police. Relly then went to the police 2 days later. 2 days after the incident, he finally goes to the police. And you'll learn of the inconsistent statements he made to the police because he couldn't keep the story straight. It is all over the place. You'll hear this ridiculous claim like the one about him being shot. You saw that picture. This posed proof of him being shot, the knuckle scrapes, the superficial knuckle scrapes across his knuckles, which are consistent with him doing what you see in the video, attacking somebody, having pills. That did not do it, by the way. But attacking somebody and punching and scraping a knuckle on the ground. What kind of bullet does that? Hits one knuckle, bounces down, hits another knuckle, bounces down again. I mean, it's ridiculous that he said that. He got shot. That was his first story. Now you hear the back off, way off that thing now. You'll hear his ridiculous claim about that injury, that it was a gunshot wound that required medical attention, he first said. Of course, now the DA just said to you, oh, you don't have to decide at the end of this case if you got shot or not. You don't have to decide. Don't worry about it. Not that easy. Not that easy. You do have to decide because his credibility is at issue here. You have to decide if he was lying, if he was embellishing, if he was making up a story to get money. So if he says he got shot, and you find he didn't get shot, you do have to decide that. Relly at this very moment has a civil lawsuit against Rocky, seeking millions of dollars. $30 million for the knuckle scrape. $30 million. Not enough money. Not just. Oh, he also claims that he has a permanent disability. Permanent disability from the knuckle scrape. I mean, he lies about almost everything in this case. He swore that he has a permanent disability. You're going to see an Instagram video of him with that permanent disability, showing his manicured hand, turning it around with his Rolex watch on. Permanent disability. It is offensive to a different level. He even claims he went for necessary medical treatment for his injury to a hospital, but not here in LA, where he was shot. He waited to fly all the way from California to New York to go to a hospital many days later, after getting a civil lawyer and being told by the detective in this case, really, you should go to the hospital, not to make sure you're not going to die, not to make sure you don't lose use of your hand, not to make sure your knuckles heal. The detective said, you should go to the hospital for this case. The detective, it's going to be undisputed, told Relly to go to the hospital for this criminal case. Do you think they're trying to build a case in? Is that what we do? We instruct victims to go to the hospital to make it look better? Those scrapes are no more proof of a real gunshot than those shell casings that the 7 officers did not find are. And what else did the police not find after Relly turned in the shell casings over to them, finally, after walking around from God knows where for 2 days? What else did the police not find? You'll hear that the police, despite examining them for fingerprints, didn't find Rockies on them. Because bullets, metal, capture prints. So if someone loads a bullet into a gun, their prints are going to be on that. Not Rockies. Now, the shell casings apparently had no fingerprints on them whatsoever. As if someone who claimed to find them after the fact wiped them completely clean. And what else wasn't found on those shell casings? Rocky's DNA. They took samples, the police did, of Rocky's DNA for the purpose of comparison. They took his DNA to compare with the bullets. Zero. Nothing. Never connected to the shell casings. As I mentioned, he was licensed to carry and possess firearms. You'll learn that he legally possessed firearms, which in fact were recovered from his home. You saw that whole bunch of pictures. He had firearms legally in his home. No problem. Police did a search, they recovered them. No problem with the police. The evidence will show you that none of those firearms recovered were in 9mm caliber. Because he didn't have one. You'll learn that the 9mm caliber of the shell casings that Relly claims are recovered from the scene are exactly the type of gun that Rocky didn't possess or own. You'll hear, and you heard from their opening, that there was a single magazine containing 9mm ammunition in his home. And you'll learn that belonged to his manager, Lou Levin, who will tell you, he will be here and testify why that was his. He also was licensed. Most importantly, though, when it comes to this little issue of the bullets recovered by Relly, that didn't have rocket fingerprints, police missed, and all that stuff, and the 9mm ammunition recovered in Rocky's home, that one magazine, 5 bullets or whatever, most importantly, you're going to learn that the shell casings were completely different than the ones that Relly said he found at the scene gave to the police. Completely different. You'll learn that the 9mm ammunition in Rocky's home was a brand called Sig Sauer, and the Relly shell casings that he claims to have found at the scene, that the police missed, were a brand called Federal. I'm going to show you the difference. I'm going to show you the pictures. This is the one in the house. That's that magazine that they recovered with a few bullets in it. That was Lou Levin's. This says Sig. Whoever. I can't see nothing now, so can you zoom back a little bit? SIGSAUGER or something like that. Sour. What's this? How does it say?
Luger.
What? Luger. Sig. SIG. Sig Luger. The ones at the scene are these from Relly. FC, which stands for Federal Cartridge. Completely different brand, completely different bullet. Those are the ones from the house that belong to someone else who testified here. Those are the ones that Relly claims to have found at the scene. They're different bullets altogether. So much for that big reveal on the opening. They didn't show you that, no. They didn't show you the comparison of the two bullets. Just the magazine. Ooh, so I know different bullets. In the end, you'll see that all the objective evidence in this case relied on by the prosecution to support a shooting rises and falls, on the word and credibility of Relly, who is a proven criminal and perjurer. Those shell casings he claims to have found, the superficial scrapes he claims to gunshot wound, the video himself that he even claims he can't make out clearly. We have to rely on his rendition of it only, because without his rendition, you get nothing from any of this. Ladies and gentlemen, it's your job to win this trial to evaluate the evidence. To look at every single piece of evidence they present to you, the prosecution, and ask yourself, does that pass the smell test? I remember Mr. Lewin, every time he stood up in jury selection, said, possibility? Did we say possibility? No, no possibility. No possibility. The word possible is not part of this trial, he said to you. Remember that. This case is not about possible. It doesn't pass the smell test. And you have to ask yourself that. Does it? Or do you have a doubt about a piece of evidence that's really the focus here when you consider the charge in this case? There are two charges. The first charge is assault with a semi-automatic fire gun in this case. No, actually I said that wrong. It's an assault with a semi-automatic firearm. That's the first count. Both counts of that, actually. The first one is the altercation in front of the parking garage. The second for the altercation around the corner. 2 counts. To prove those 2 counts, they must prove beyond a reasonable doubt 2 things. 1, Rocky possessed a real gun.
No, this sounds like.
Okay. The judge will give you the law. He's right. The judge will give you the law at the end of this, what needs to be proved. I'm giving you some time. You're right. Thank you.
Well, I made the objection, does that make you right?
You were right too on that one, Mr. They won't be able to meet that burden in this case. When the judge gives you the law, you'll see the 2 things that have to be proven. It's not even close on either. The objective evidence in this case, independent of Relly, just is not there. There are no gunshot wounds. No evidence of actual gunfire is also at the scene. No shell casings found at the scene. When the police arrived,
This sounds again like your argument.
evidence will show you there was no property damage, no fingerprints, no DNA linking Rocky to anything. And that's because what Rocky had was a prop gun. Either that, or he's the luckiest man to ever walk the face of this earth. What is real in this case wasn't a gun, but Relly's attempt to extort Rocky. That is real. Out of millions of dollars, and using this criminal case as a windfall in his civil one. And folks, and going back to what I first said to you, my promise, it's a promise to you. And I wouldn't be doing this so emphatically if I weren't sure.
That's all that means, just proper expression.
You will see, the evidence will show you hard evidence of an extortion in this case, and perjury to try and cover it up. Hard evidence of an extortion in this case, the evidence will show you, and perjury to try to cover it up. The evidence will show you Relly's understanding in that regard, that if Rocky's found guilty here, he automatically has liability in the civil case and gets money.
No, that's absolutely proper. No, because you're being counsel continues.
Stop.
To make whatever.
Stop. No speaking objections. Stop. Disregard anything about the consequences of whether Mr. Mayers is or is not convicted in this case. The consequences have no bearing on any decision that you have to make, and you're going to be given a jury instruction to that effect.
Thank you. Anyway, it's been Relly's endgame from the start. You're going to hear some of the absolute worst things come out of his mouth when it comes to this case, this criminal case, and how much he truly cares about this case and what he was willing to do to this case for money. Ladies and gentlemen, when this case is over, you'll see that Rocky Mayers, he said Rocky's innocent. He's not only not guilty, he's innocent. When we stand up here for our closing arguments in a couple of weeks, we'll talk about how the evidence shaped up. You'll see that for Relly, it was never about justice, ever. It's about a man seeking a profit from a fabricated narrative, using false.
I didn't hear. Read that.
It's about a man seeking profit from a fabricated narrative.
It's argument.
The evidence will show you that Rocky has absolutely nothing to hide here. He's a man, evidence will show you he's a man who built success through passion, valor, and hard work. He stands in stark contrast to this relative. You'll see Kate stand next week and lie to you over and over again, trying to destroy Rocky for his own financial gain. He's a parasite who wants you to help him get his payday. Ladies and gentlemen, at the end of this case, after all you've seen and heard, all the evidence and cross-examination, all the things I promised you today, I will ask at your hands for a verdict of not guilty for Rocky Mayers. It's the only verdict consistent with justice. It is the only verdict consistent with fairness. Thank you.
All right, folks, I want to take a 10-minute break, and I want counsel to remain in place. Folks, please be outside the courtroom doors at 10 minutes before the break. And please don't discuss the case. Yourself or anybody else.
Ooh, okay now. That, I'm not gonna lie, it started off a little rocky for me. I had to get used to his voice because his voice and delivery is not my favorite. I'll be honest, it is not my favorite. So I kind of struggled in the beginning. However, he laid out he laid out a theory. He definitely laid out a theory. He's painted Relly as this money-hungry, vengeful liar who is out to get Rocky by any means necessary. Now, if you watch my video earlier today, when I did my recap, we heard that there was going to be a bombshell dropped during the during the opening arguments. And I was waiting. I was waiting. I thought it was gonna. People were speculating that it was gonna be the prop gun, but it turns out it is all about the bullets. It's all about the bullets. So what we heard in opening arguments from the state is that Relly went out to this crime scene, to the scene of the alleged crime. He's collected these shell casings. He's turned them in, and then they've executed a search warrant on Rocky, and there they find a 9mm magazine, which is just a clip that is loaded with live ammunition. So there's bullets inside of there. We, in opening argument,
to provide their thoughts uninterrupted. However, once the witnesses begin to testify, objections to questions that do not comport with the evidence code will be sustained. Evidence of the relationship between Mr. Mayers and Relly, all of that is relevant. The jury's entitled to know it. The circumstances under which Rocky grew up has no relevance in this case, and there's going to be no evidence of it. What happened in New York, how he grew up, whether he grew up poor, middle class, rich, none of that has any bearing on any decision that this jury is going to make. So there will be no evidence of his childhood. Oh, and speaking objections, you both know this. I know that in the heat of battle, it tends to happen. I don't want speaking objections. Speaking objections are explaining to me why you are making the objection. If you make an objection, I know why. So just state the objection, state the legal grounds, but don't explain to me why. Everybody on the same page?
Yes.
Okay, all right. What? Does it relate to his opening statement?
It does. My co-counsel got up, he gave a legal opening statement. He didn't argue. He didn't bring up areas that are outside of what he was supposed to discuss. Counsel got up, and he basically gave an argument charge. I know it, the court knows it, he knows it. The problem is, I don't think he cares, because basically, he just talks about whatever he wants to talk about.
Don't make aspersions.
I'm not making aspersions. I watched as he continued to argue one after point. I just want to make sure there were several things that he said about what the evidence is going to show. So, for instance, he testified how bullets capture prints, and there should have been bullets on that gun. Well, as far as I know,
You mean prints?
prints on, excuse me, prints on the casing, prints on the bullets. They're not dead for a witness on bullets to testify to that. He repeatedly called the victim in this case, quote, a proven criminal and perjurer. Now here's the problem. Last time I checked, has he made a motion as to what, if any, conduct the court is going to allow? It's absolutely improper. Had a prosecutor done that, can you imagine, just imagine for a moment, if he had gotten up and made aspersions about what happened to, for instance, the defendant in Sweden without having brought it up to the court's attention. I counted 10 different times when he called the victim a perjurer. At least 5 times when he talked about how he was a proven criminal. Unless I missed it, Your Honor, where did he get the court's permission to be able to introduce that evidence? As the court remembers, I said yesterday to counsel in the court, all that I ask is if there's an area that you're going into that is not absolutely clear, you approach and you make sure you can do it. So, Your Honor, it's not just a disrespect to me, to my co-counsel, it's a disrespect to the court because he has basically decided I'm going to say whatever I want about the victim, and I don't care whether it's going to be allowed by the court. And the problem is,
I see your point.
Okay.
Why are you telling me this now?
Well, Your Honor, I objected during, why am I telling you this now? Very simply. I objected during his opening.
Right.
The court's position, it's clear to me, the court understands that much of what he said was objectionable. The court said, I'm not going to stop somebody on opening.
I'm reluctant to grant objections during opening statements, no matter who is making the opening statement, whether it's the people
or the defense. So what I'm requesting is I want the court to instruct this jury specifically and very simply. Defense counsel made certain allegations. He called the victim in this case a criminal and a perjurer.
I know, I'm not gonna do that. What I will remind them is, nothing that you say or any of the lawyers say is evidence. That is what I'm willing to remind them of that. And that's the end of the issue now. Once the witnesses testify, if you think that there's an objectionable question, object, and if you're right, I'll sustain the objection in a hot second.
Understood, Your
All
Honor.
right, let's take a break.
No.
No, no. No response is necessary.
Okay, all right.
Okay, I did not catch the judge's name, but baby, he don't play. He say what I say is what I say. That's the end all be all, end of discussion. We don't got nothing else to talk about. Carry on, zip it. I ain't mad at him. Okay, he done did his time on the other side of that bench. Now that he's sitting up there, he letting them know. This is what I'm gonna tell them, and this is that, and this is it. So I actually like him. I like him. I like the judge. Okay, y'all. So the bomb. So the bomb turned out to be the fact that the bullets that were turned in by Riley don't actually match the bullets that they claim they found in the magazine that they collected in the search warrant for Rocky. That's a problem. And when we first heard about that and him going back over to the scene, that was the first thing I said to y'all. I said, it's footage right there of the scene, the incident so-called happening. So why wouldn't it be caught on film of him going back over there if that's what he went and did? 7 police officers was over there. 7 police officers went, looked around with flashlights, and didn't find a thing. They had no evidence. Well, he's alleging that they had no evidence that a shooting occurred. He's also arguing that it's a prop pistol. It don't shoot anything. Really knows this, and there are text messages to or some type of communication to support that he knows that Rocky carries around a prop gun. He's also alleging, or he's putting it out there in front of the jury that really knows this. He's fully aware of it, and that he was even taunting or pulling ASAP's bluff throughout the altercation because he knew that this was not going to happen. So, yeah. I got to get my 1 minute recap up and ready for the day. But that was a pretty interesting opening argument. And like I said, for me, it started off a little rough, but as he started progressing through it, it started making a little bit more sense. Now he's saying as well, and I'm sorry I'm kind of going backwards in my notes, but he's really saying that they got into it over one of the homeboys passing away and him thinking that ASAP didn't pay for anything, but when in reality he did. They meet up, they tussle, whatever happens, happen. Everybody walks away from him, and he's walking behind them, following them around 2 corners, where then everybody's fighting. And honestly, in the video, it looks like everybody is fighting. It looked like a big scuffle, like a brawl. It looked like a brawl. So this man, you're alleging you get in front of him. This is your childhood friend. He pulls out a gun. He's pointed the gun at you into your chest. He's put it back on his waist. He's walked away. You follow him, all right? Or somehow you two end up around a corner, down the street, around a corner from the same incident, and you are still engaging or trying to get into an altercation with him, knowing that he is armed. The math just ain't mathing. You know what I mean? Everybody, in the heat of the moment too, I guess you could say that maybe he wasn't thinking fully about the situation. Like maybe his concerns then weren't his concerns now, but yeah. And then let's talk about it, because I told y'all, I heard that he went to the hospital out of New York. He didn't even go in LA. He waited till he got all the way back to New York and said, yeah, I'm gonna go ahead and go to the hospital. And I feel like that was another bond for me. I'm not even gonna lie. The defense bringing up the fact that if it is in fact true, like I want to see it come out, on the stand, but them bringing up the theory that the detective told him you should go to the hospital for this case. Like, you should go to the hospital for this case. Like, on top of the fact that we know that he's suing Rocky for $30 million and he's claiming that he's got a disability from a pair of scratch knuckles. I'm not even gonna call it a pair. Scratch knuckles, because knuckles is already plural, so we know it's more than one. He said he has a physical disability. And apparently he was slow enough to put it on Instagram. So, child, I gotta see it. It's giving money grab, y'all. And I'm trying my best. I'm trying my best to have an open mind. I'm trying my best during this opening argument to be as non-biased as possible. But Sis and Common ain't coming together. They backwards, just like I said it. Common and Sis ain't there. It ain't there. So it's gonna be an interesting one, y'all. Oh, he said he has a mental disability. Is that what it was, D Wood? I thought he said it was a physical disability and that he was on camera, on alive, showing his hands, twisting it around with his watch going, with his expensive watch, showing. And he painted really as this, this fronter, this showman, this person who acts like they have it all, and they want to be on top. Oh, that's what you saying. Okay, D Wood say that he has a mental disability. It's giving greedy. It's giving greedy. It's giving every bit of, oh yeah, this is my opportunity. This is my opportunity to do this. I'm not even gonna hold y'all. I can't really tell who's the aggressor. I'm probably gonna have to watch that video a couple times because basically they are pointing the finger at who's the aggressor. I wonder if, regardless if that gun is a prop gun though, and regardless if he's licensed to carry or anything, I still think they got an uphill battle on that one right there. I don't care. I think they still got an uphill battle on that brandishing, because you can't pull out your gun and be pointed at people, especially if you ain't really the one in danger. And I'm not saying that he wasn't in danger. I'm just saying it's difficult to tell who is the aggressor. Now, somebody got some paws put on him. But it's a very interesting dynamic. I can't wait to see the rest of this case unfold, for sure. What that other watch at though? Sonya said, what that Richard Millie? Sonya said, where's that Richard Millie? Apart from that, the speaking objections throughout the opening argument, or just the objections in general, I don't really know how I feel about it. I feel like I'm gonna have to let that marinate a little bit, just because it was weird. Like, I understand, like, you want them to stick to what the I'm not an attorney, y'all, so I don't know all the rules yet. But I understand them wanting them to speak to the facts of the case. All right. The evidence will show this, the evidence will show that. I felt like the background was good. I feel like he was painting a picture for us. You know what I'm saying? And he didn't try to paint this picture by just throwing the paint out there. Like he got his little board, or his he got whatever he was getting ready to draw. He got a pencil. He was sketching it out for us. And he was getting ready to, you know what I'm saying, paint a Picasso for us. Like, I don't know. I guess you can't give all it. But the judge coming back and basically saying, like, look, you can't, Rocky's upbringing and all that stuff is out. Those aren't things that are going to come into this case as evidence. So you can't talk about that. I think that that's fair, because, we don't want 403 either. We don't want our time wasted. But I also feel like people in your open argument, you should be able to tell a story, So I guess knowing how far is too far is something I gotta brush up on as I, attempt to enter in the legal world professionally. It was something else I wanted to say. The jury, the judge. Was it something about the jury? No. A$AP Rocky, if they don't pull him over into a corner and teach him some courtroom etiquette, if they don't pull him over and let him know the way, because maybe it's the camera angle, but the way he kind of like looking over and kind of like side eye, it don't look good. It don't look good. The head shaking don't look good. The slouching in the chair don't look good. Like, we need somebody to go on over there and give him a conversation about the way he's presenting himself to the jury, because we need him to understand that there are a lot of eyes on him right now. He gonna have to pull it together. Now, I don't know if it was just the angle, because the courtroom is set up kind of weird, right? He's not necessarily in a place where he can look just straight on and the jury right there. Like, they all have to look over to the left. But it's like, if you're gonna turn over and look to the left, turn over and look to the left. Don't cut your eyes at the jury. I don't know. It just kind of read wrong to me. Especially not knowing him personally, right? It feels very, why the fuck am I here? Like, this is stupid. Like, I don't want to do this. It's giving very much that. It's not great. So I need them to pull him over to the side, tell him, get his courtroom etiquette together, and move on from there. Let me see. The judge did say that if Rihanna is coming into the courtroom, that they have to give a notice. So Oh, that's what I wanted to talk about. So at the beginning, y'all know that they were talking about the ballistic reports and how they had somebody come in and do analysis. I'm guessing that the defense has some level of confidence in the ballistic report working in their favor instead of the prosecution's, because of what he just presented in his opening argument. Or how he just presented his opening argument. So I don't really think that ballistics report is really going to be a thing. I'm just curious if it was like really like brought up just to, pump fake the Brady violation. You know what I'm saying? I wonder if that really what it was. If that really is what it was. But the defense seems super confident. I'll give that to Taco Pina. I know that's not how you say his name, y'all. Taco Pina. Jack, A$AP in that water got the water, the slouch, the rocking, the eye cutting. Like, he gotta pull it together. Wait, Taylor, you don't like if they talk about his upbringing? I think that what he was saying about his upbringing wasn't necessarily like. I think it makes sense for the story that the defense is telling, but I don't think they have to go into a whole lot of details. You know what I mean? Like, just saying he came from a humble beginning, like he worked hard to get to where he is. You know what I'm saying? I think those are important. I won't say important facts, but those are little details that, kind of aid to the story of him working and establishing who he is. And I think if they are talking about, or they are choosing to bring up Relly and his relationship with Rocky and how they met, early on in life, I think it becomes relevant. But I don't think they have to talk about, like, growing up without a father, or things like that. Like, I don't think they have to get into the details of it at all. Yeah, anything that has to do with how he met Relly, I feel like is relevant. Or his relationship with Relly is relevant. Right? If they've been beefing over the years, right, because of money, or if money has been another issue at other times, and how it's worked out, because he did say that he didn't want to be a part. Yes, son, you throwing me off. He did say that A$AP basically didn't want to be a part of anything else that had to do with him, because it seems like there has been other times or instances where money has come up or been an issue. So I just can't see it being relevant unless. Clinton, can you get back, please? Okay. Thank you. Hold on, y'all. All right, y'all. Sorry about that. Yeah, I know my son, he like to come and talk a little bit. Yeah, let that baby talk. My son is hilarious, y'all. He's a funny guy. I gotta order these kids some pizza because it's Friday, and that's what one of them said they wanted some pizza. Somebody want some pizza? Yeah. I had bought them some cupcakes from the grocery store. My son had ate 2 of them already. 'Cause I'm trying to explain. I'm trying to see how they say he was sick. I think it was his medicine. He took his medicine this morning, and I think it just upset his stomach. To be honest, I really think it just upset his stomach. So let me order these people some pizza. My dogs like pizza on Fridays too. Chloe, you be feeding your dogs pizza? Don't tell me nothing because we had a pet for a very short period of time. A very short period of time. Now they say we on a 10-minute break. I feel like it's been 10 minutes. I ain't talked for 10 minutes yet. Yeah, see y'all, it's given.
No, no response is necessary.
Yeah, y'all, they just laid on us. They get the crust. Y'all getting pizza too? Yeah, they about to eat some pizza. I ain't eating no pizza. I sure ain't. I don't want it. I don't want it. I think I don't know what I'm gonna order myself though. Mm-hmm. Yeah, so we're just waiting on them to come on back. Oh, they get their own Cheetos. That's cool though. That's cool though. These kids only eat pepperoni and sausage pizza, and that's what I'm about to. I'm gonna have Chipotle or burrito tacos. That sound good. See, yesterday I made them bourbon chicken and rice, and it's gone. I thought I was gonna have a little lunch or something today. No, they didn't eat it all. No leftovers. So now I gotta figure out what I'm gonna do with my life.
Attorneys say in their opening statements and later on in closing arguments, that is not evidence. You will not base your decision on what they say. Your decision is based on the testimony that comes from witnesses on the witness stand and exhibits, and your common sense and the jury instructions. The jury instructions in the law applies. So whatever is said to you there in the opening statement, none of that is evidence. You cannot base a verdict on what you hear in opening statements or closing arguments. Everybody understand? Everybody okay? All right, we're going to start with the first witness now, but I understand that after direct examination is finished, we have to take a short break before cross-examination starts. So you're going to get another short break. All right, first witness.
If that fly manages to cross.
What?
If that fly manages to cross, you need my permission to remove him from the premises.
There's a fly?
There's a fly
That's
that's
been
around.
buzzing right around.
Buzzing around you or?
Whoa, 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 whoa. Probably shower.
Yeah, he's been all over here, so he's asked the court if I have a shot and am I permitted to?
What do you plan on taking the shot at him with?
I'm gonna use the new.
Oh, yeah, that's fine.
All
All right,
thank you.
let's get the first witness on this.
My first witness is Sergeant Thomas Zizzo.
No. Raise your right hand, please. Thank you. You solemnly state that the testimony you may give in the cause not pending before this court should be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I do.
Thank you. Please take a seat on the witness stand there. And please, thank you for adjusting the microphone and state and spell your name.
Sounds like it's on.
Go ahead.
First name is Thomas, Thomas. Last name Zizzo, Zizzo.
Thank you.
All right, go ahead. Mr. Norman.
Thank you, Your Honor. So would you start out by telling the jury who you work for?
Sure, I work for the City of Los Angeles Police Department.
And within the LAPD, what's your current rank?
I'm a sergeant.
Do you have a particular assignment within LAPD?
I do. I'm assigned to Southeast Area Patrol in the City of Watts, well, part of the city is named Watts, and I work patrol there.
And prior to your assignment, patrol in Southeast, were you assigned to a different station?
Yes, I was assigned to Hollywood area also in patrol.
You keep using the word patrol. Can you explain to the jurors what it means to be assigned to patrol within LAPD?
Sure. Well, patrol is the very basic function of law enforcement. If anybody were to call the police during an emergency, uniformed officers such as myself, as I'm in uniform now, would respond and meet with you and handle the emergency or respond to the emergency.
Drive around in a typical LAPD black and white patrol car?
Correct. Marked vehicle, yes.
Okay. Were you working on Saturday night, November 6th, 2021, between 10 and 10:30 in the evening?
I was.
In the Hollywood division, are Saturday nights generally busier for law enforcement?
Yes, they are.
That night at around 10:20 p.m., did you respond to a 911 call?
I did.
Just so that the jury is clear, when you respond to a 911 call, can you explain to them exactly how it is you receive information from someone who would say call 911?
Sure. So it starts with the person calling for police service. It could be anybody. They call 911 for an emergency. It goes to a person who takes the call, receives the information from the caller, and then they pass that information on to a dispatcher who directly communicates with us. And then we get that information from them.
So when you're out in the field and you're receiving, and when you receive that information, do you receive that over your radio?
I do, yes.
When you're receiving information through the radio from a 911 call, is that really just a summary of the 911 call?
Right, that's correct.
Okay. That night, November 6, 2021, do you recall the general area that you responded to at around 10:20?
I do. Selma Avenue, Argyle Avenue, that intersection, and also Selma and El Centro. They're separated by 1 block from each other.
Wait, you said Selma and Argyle and what?
And Selma and El Centro.
El Centro.
Yes, sir.
Your Honor, I'm going to ask to mark my first exhibit, 1-page document with a map. It may be marked Peoples 1.
Does the defense have this?
I just went over the exhibits with Mr. Tackney.
All right, that's People's 1 for identification?
Yes, and if I can, Your Honor, I'll mark Peoples 2 at the same time.
What is it?
It's a satellite view photograph from Google of the same area generally depicted in People's 1. Okay. Sergeant, I'm showing you what I just marked as People's 1. I'm going to start broadly with, do you recognize the general area that is depicted in that map?
I do.
Now, you said that you responded to Selma and Argyle, correct?
That's correct.
Do you see where that's depicted on this map?
I do.
Can you point that out?
Sure. This intersection here.
There's a pointer there somewhere. You can use that easier.
This intersection here. Selma being east-west, Argyle being north-south.
Does the court need to describe any further if it's marked? Thank you. And you said you responded to Selma and El Centro, correct?
Correct.
Now, I just want to point out for the record that on People's One, there is an icon of a firearm just meant for representative purposes, not displaying anything specifically. Okay. Showing you People's Two, does this appear to be the same? Does this appear to depict the same area that you just went over, Selma and Argyle and El Centro and Selma?
Yes, sir.
Okay. I'm going to stick with People's One. If you recall, what was the nature of the call that you initially responded to at that location?
It came out as a possible shooting had occurred.
Did it give any details about a particular area?
It indicated Selma and Argyle.
How familiar were you with that area of Selma and Argyle?
I'm very familiar. I'd worked Hollywood several years prior to that date.
And I neglected to ask, but I should. How long have you worked for the LAPD?
It'll be 11 years this March.
And do you recall how long you were at Hollywood, did you just say?
About 8 years.
8 years, okay. If you recall, what were some of the buildings or businesses that were at that intersection of Argyle and Selma?
Sure. So, at the northeast corner here, there's a hotel, a recording studio, and a nightclub here at the Argyle. And across from that on the west side is an MTA bus depot turnaround, where MTA employees take their buses in and conduct their business. On the southwest corner here of Selma and Argyle is all residential. And then southeast corner here of Selma and Argyle, this is developing residential at the time, I believe.
Okay. Stick with the building where you described the bus terminal was. If you remember or recall, was there also residences above the bus depot?
That's correct.
And when you say residential, would that be like an apartment building?
Yes.
All right. And the southwest corner, that building that you described as residential, would that also have been an apartment building?
Yes.
The uniform that you're currently wearing, it appears you're equipped with something almost dead center in the middle of your chest. Can you describe what that object is for the jury?
This is a body-worn camera.
And were you wearing a body-worn camera that day, November 6, 2021?
Yes, I was.
How does that camera operate?
So it's always in what we call standby mode. So it's not actively recording, but it's recording 2 minutes of film, no audio, just film only. And at the time you activate it through this button here, this circle.
All right now, Court TV. What y'all got going on? Let me refresh, see what y'all got going on, Court TV. All right, we may have to switch over to
It would almost be almost 4 years ago?
Yes, it did.
That day, November 6, 2021, you said you were wearing a camera, but did you activate your camera in response to this specific call?
Yes, it did.
All right, Your Honor, I'd ask Mark. My next exhibit, which is a DVD, has one video file that could be marked as People's 3. And the video file that is on the DVD has an accompanying audio. It could be marked as People's 4.
You talking about the transcript?
Oh, sorry, yeah.
People's 4.
I don't know what I said.
You have transcripts for everybody?
I do.
Alex, could you distribute the
Your Honor,
transcripts?
we have a second to each other.
To talk with each other?
Yeah, that's
Sure.
Their Law and Crime feed just froze too. Okay, Court TV is back.
People's 4.
I don't know what I said.
You have transcripts for everybody?
I do.
Alex, could you distribute the
Your Honor,
transcripts?
we have a second to each other.
To talk with each other?
Yeah, that's
Sure.
I'm not sure what's happening, y'all. It's not me. It's literally, or it's not me or my connection. It's literally the feeds. Like both feeds are frozen right now. This is what happens when you stream when the rest of the country should be getting ready for their Saturday night out. Excuse me, Saturday night out. Their Friday night out. Maybe it's a sidebar because remember the judge said that they had to cut the camera feed completely at anytime a sidebar occurs. So it definitely could be that there is a sidebar occurring. Insider secret. A lot of cops aren't that built. It's tight shirts over vests. Thank you, Chloe. We appreciate the super chat. I appreciate your support.
Alex, could you distribute the transcripts to everybody? Does anybody at the table need a transcript?
Have they made a formal objection?
Hold on. Is there an objection to that?
Yes.
Alex, could you distribute the transcripts to everybody? Does anybody at the table need a transcript? Everybody have, almost everybody have a transcript? Missing one? All right, everybody has one, all 16 jurors? All right. Mr. Sloman, go ahead.
Thank you, Your Honor. Now, Sergeant, I have the video, the sole video that's on the DVD up on my computer, and I have it paused at 2 seconds on the video player. I know it's kind of blurry and out of context image, but if you can, do you recognize this to be your body worn video captured that night?
Yes.
Okay.
For the record, that's P3 that's being displayed.
Yes. Correct.
All right, I'm gonna actually play the video all the way through, and then I'm gonna ask you some follow-up questions based on the video.
Okay.
So, starting it at 2 seconds.
Yeah, there's only one call, too.
White t-shirt, white shorts, number 2, and all black clothing, fired to unknown people, none of the victims down, suspect was seen on Selma towards El Centro. Okay, 321445, 9647.
Use rail code 6 as Selma and El Centro.
16-3, Roger, Selma and El Centro. 16-4, Roger.
What's the description?
Female black, one on your white shirt, red short, number 2, wearing all black clothing.
White shirt, red pants? Use 30, just to make this check.
16-3,
He had advised that the possible vehicle that was shot into is in the parking lot near the stop sign. Possibly a vehicle or sedan, I don't make the model.
Hey, some people are calling saying that there was a shooting over here at this corner. Did you hear any gunshots?
It was two shots. Okay. It was two shots. But now it was down there. It was down there.
Yeah, U3 Roger, I'm meeting with an MTA employee now at Selma Argonne northwest corner. He's advising you hear two shots in the area in the direction of Vista Del Mar and Selma. So yeah, okay, cool. Did you hear any arguing or tires screeching or peeling out, anything like that? Okay, just two pops?
Yeah, just two pops. You know, I was sitting right there. I was sitting there. I said, okay, that's nice. I said, oh, that sounds like a shot. A couple of guys. But, you know, it could have been that sound, but it didn't sound like rapping. But it did sound like that. It was like that.
Okay, cool. Well, thanks. He heard two, possibly could have been gunshots in that direction, which is by Vista Del Mar. And didn't hear any arguing or fighting leading up to that. No screaming, no tires screeching, anything. And we were on Selma to Vista Del Mar. Vista Del Mar is that weird street that snakes around behind that club, maybe over there. Yeah. You three out of the follow-up scene as well. Is the dude was fighting? This is the parking lot next to the stop You hear me shooting? What's up, boy, dude? Now, like 10 minutes ago, that's how I shot this police. You know what he was wearing?
Okay, now that we watched the entire video all the way through, do you recognize, is that an accurate depiction of your activities that night?
Yes, it is.
Near the beginning of the transcript on page 2. And if you need me to go back to the video to refresh me, just let me know.
Thank you.
but at the beginning of the transcript, on page 2, around line 7, and then continuing to line 9, you say, I think you're talking to a fellow officer, nothing, huh? Followed by, yeah, it was only one call too. What were you referencing in making those statements?
So I was asking another officer who, I don't remember it being so long ago, but if they had seen anything, they hadn't. And then the comment about one call, well, when there's a shooting, especially in a densely populated area, you get more than one person calling. And that's always an indication that you more than likely have a legitimate shooting, because when you get one call, and I dealt with this as recent as of yesterday, and I've been dealing with my whole career. We have people that suffer from mental illness that live in the city, and it's very real for them. And they'll call and say that they heard or saw something. A lot of times it's a shooting. So one call will come out because it's not actually a real shooting, but to them it is. So they call, and we keep track of those incidences, and we find out later on who keeps making those same calls. So when we have one call, especially in a densely populated area, it could be somebody suffering from a mental illness, or it could be a prank call, because we do deal with that, false reports of emergencies. When we have a legitimate shooting, and typically you'll have multiple radio calls, multiple people calling in, because you hear the shots, you see the shooting, there's witnesses, right? And then when you get there, you have people coming out, leaning out of the windows, pointing, that sort of things.
So when you say to the fellow officer, yeah, it was only one call, or words to that effect, are you essentially communicating right off the bat, I'm not so sure if this is going to be a real shooting call?
Right, that's correct. Yeah.
Okay. Shortly after that, there's a paragraph between 10 and 14 that starts with all units, shooting just occurred. Can you describe for the jurors what that language is, or where that's coming from?
Sure, so this is actually the second radio call that came out. So the first call prompted our response there, and while we are there, this line here, 10 to 14, is an additional radio call. So now it's 2 radio calls. And so those comments there give a suspect description, a location of a shooting that occurred, clothing description of the suspects, a description of what happened. He fired into an unknown vehicle, unknown victims down, and then last direction of travel there, the last sentence, last seen on Selma towards El Centro.
Would it be fair to say that the first call that came in was not captured on your body-worn camera because of the buffering that you were talking about?
Correct. That call came out before I initiated my Code 3 response. You actually see me writing parking tickets. It came out while I was doing that prior to me activating it.
When you say Code 3 response, what does that mean?
Right, sorry. So Code 3 is a designation that we use to denote that we're responding lights and sirens. We call that our Code 3 equipment. So.
Okay. Now, you said that second call comes out with information that there are potential suspects on Selma towards El Centro, and it gives a description of the clothing of the suspects, correct?
Correct.
If you need me to go back to the video, I will, but do you recall from watching the video where you were when you received that radio transmission?
I believe I was actually at the intersection of Sunset and El Centro. I'm sorry, Selma and El Centro.
So you're at the location where the call is saying the suspects are, correct?
Correct.
So what did you do?
Continued to look out the window and canvas and see if there were those anybody matching that description of those suspects present.
Is it fair to say you did not see anyone that matched that description?
No, I did not.
Okay. I believe on the recording you say, I'm code 6 at Selma and El Centro. Can you just explain what code 6 means?
Sure. We use these codes for brevity and clarity. It just means this is where I am. So if I say I'm code 6 at Selma and El Centro, this just means I'm there present at Selma and El Centro. So they know where I am, right? There's officer safety reasons, and then letting everybody know that I'm there.
Okay. So taking you back to that night, you received first call, Selma and Argyle. Second call, Selma and El Centro. You happen to be there when you received the second call. You've not seen what is supposed to be described there. First, do you, based on your long work in patrol, do you have any reason why it's possible that that information would come out, but those people wouldn't actually be there at that time?
Maybe a delay in reporting.
Okay. So it's possible they were there earlier, and as it gets filtered through the multiple people to get to you, it's just not there at that time?
Correct.
And then you, as you're at that intersection, Selma and El Centro, and you're not seeing these people, what do you do after that?
Well, that was when I approached the MTA employee who was seated in his bus, the MTA lot.
And what's the point of approaching the MTA employee?
Well, when we get to something as a report of a shooting, we have to do everything we can to determine what happened, if anything, right? When we get there, we have to, we work with what we got, not with what we like, but we work with what we got. So if there's anybody in the area, I'd make it a point to obviously go talk to them. Hey, did you hear anything? Did you see anything? There are some people who are reluctant to call the police, but if they're approached when you get there, they may actually provide you some information to work with.
Okay. Is it fair to say at that point you were having trouble determining if a crime had even occurred?
That's correct.
After speaking with the MTA employee, he directed you generally to the area of Vista Del Mar and Selma, correct?
Correct.
And Vista Del Mar is that small street between El Centro and Argyle?
Correct, this one here.
Okay. But is it fair to say that even the MTA employee told you he wasn't sure if it was gunshots? He said possible.
Right, and we all heard that on the video. He said maybe it was, maybe it wasn't. Could have been something to that effect.
At around that point in the transcript, page 4, around line 14, you're told through the radio, quote, the PR from incident 4245 does not wish to meet. Can you explain what that means in layman's terms?
Sure, so prior to this, I had actually, and we saw that on the video, I had asked if the PR, which stands for person reporting, that can be anybody who calls 911, that's how we refer to the person reporting. I asked if they would like to meet. I do this on almost every call because it makes sense to just meet with the person who saw what they saw and decided to call the police. So that's what I was doing there. Incident 4245 is just the last four of the incident number, which is unique to each call, so we can differentiate one call from the other.
Were you hoping to receive additional information from the recording person? Is that your purpose of trying to meet with them?
Correct, yes.
And when you're told that that person does not want to meet with you, how does that affect your investigation?
Well, it's tough. I mean, I know there's a big expectation on us when we arrive to just figure it out on our own, but the reality is we need the public's help. We need to meet with people who saw what happened and determined they needed to call the police. There are witnesses, there are best means of investigation for sure.
Okay. When you approach the intersection of Vista Del Mar and Selma, so now we're about right where this icon is. Where did you go?
So we went to the, as was indicated in the comments of the call, the parking lot next to the stop sign is how it was described. And that was the information we had to work off of. And right here is a stop sign controlling traffic east and west on Selma. And there is a parking lot there, which we saw in the video. So,
I'm gonna stop you, Sergeant.
Sure.
Really quick, because when you say right here, we have to identify where you're
Okay.
pointing.
Sure.
So my recollection when you said right here, and correct me if I'm wrong, was sort of maybe just above where the icon is, the gun icon?
Correct, northwest corner of Vista Del Mar and Selma, that parking lot there.
Okay, and I'm actually gonna switch over to People's 2, this photograph. I'm gonna zoom in where the same icon is, just to orient us. Would that be that same corner that you're talking about? I know Vista Del Mar is not labeled, but is that Vista Del Mar?
Correct, it would be this parking lot
Okay.
on the northwest corner.
And if it's easier for you to describe where you went on the photograph, would you do that? If you want me to flip back to the map, People's 1, just let me know.
But this is fine.
So where did you go after you got to the intersection?
So when I got here to the northwest corner, I exited my vehicle and walked the actual parking lot on the northwest corner.
So are you saying you stopped your patrol car right at that corner?
No, I would say just north of mid-block.
Okay. Is there any point or reference you can point to on here where your car was stopped?
So on this map, I think a good approximate would be right above the N here on this Hollywood Levon on the map.
Okay. And so you drove your patrol car up this street and parked it there, correct?
Correct.
Where did you go after you got out of your car?
To the parking lot here in the northwest corner of Selma and Argyle.
On the video, we saw you and your partners interacting with someone holding a skateboard after you got out of your car. To your knowledge, did that person provide any details about the crime?
No, we didn't receive any information to work with from him.
Okay. On the video, we saw you walking through the parking lot. What was your point in walking through the parking lot?
Well, the comments of the call updated and again directed us to that lot next to the stop sign as it's described. At that point, we're looking for evidence of a shooting. In that specific scenario, vehicles with windshields and windows that are destroyed, flat tires on vehicles, damage to vehicles, impacts from firearms.
Did you see any of that?
We did not, no.
Okay. Did you find any victims in the parking lot?
No.
Would you describe the parking lot as nearly full of cars?
Yes.
Towards the end of your video clip, we heard you and your partner addressing someone who was off camera. Do you recall that?
Yes.
If you can describe that person at all, who was that?
Can't recall what he looked like, but I believe he was a resident or somebody that was occupying that apartment there above the parking lot. And I can't recall, but from watching the video, he said he saw 2 guys and then the rest he can't hear on video. But I do remember independently that he also didn't provide anything. He just didn't have anything to provide us that we could work with in terms of investigation.
So you talked to the MTA employee, you talked to a skateboarder, you talked to a resident at a building there. Fair to say none of them provided you details about this crime?
Correct.
Okay. At that point, did you know where, if at all, this shooting had occurred?
No.
How would you categorize the search that you and your partners did of the street of Vista Del Mar, just north of Selma?
Categorize or characterize?
Yeah, how would you characterize it?
I would say typical of responding to a shooting call. We're looking for victims that are down. We're looking for witnesses who can direct us to suspects or victims who are down. We're looking for damage to vehicles or buildings, impacts, right, from gunfire. officers.
Would you say that you and your partner searched every inch of that street?
We didn't search every inch of that street.
Okay.
Can't say that.
As you sit here, can you say to a certainty that there was not a fired cartridge case in that street on Vista Del Mar?
I can't say that I may have missed something. It's possible.
Okay. The last exhibit I have for Your Honor, the Aston Martin equals 5. Is it reasonable, in your opinion, to believe that if there was a expended cartridge casing in that street, that you may have missed it?
Yes.
What is the People's 5?
People's 5 is another map, Your Honor, I'm sorry.
Is it a map or is it an aerial photograph?
It's a map. And it has.
objection to that last question.
Can we have the grounds with the objection?
Sure.
Read the question back, please.
That's speculation.
Is it reasonable, in your opinion, to believe that if there was an expended cartridge casing in that street, that you may have missed it?
Sustain. As phrased.
In your experience working patrol, is it reasonable that sometimes you will respond to a shooting and miss certain evidence such as fired cartridge cases?
That's correct.
And if you missed a fired cartridge case, how is it that you could say, yeah, on that instance, I missed that piece of evidence or something like that?
You mean, how would I find out later?
Yes.
A couple ways. I mean, somebody finds it the next day when the light's up and they see it, and they call the police and say, hey, this doesn't look right. That's one way.
Has that happened in your career?
I have heard of that happening. It hasn't happened to me.
Is it typical that after a case is investigated by a patrol officer, it's passed on to a detective?
Yes.
And have you heard of occasions where the detectives will go back and search an area and find something that patrol officers missed?
Oh, absolutely.
Okay. Now many People's 5, the map, and it's annotated with 4 different colored arrows. If I may, Your Honor.
Yes.
Sergeant, the area of People's 5 here, you've already described this to be the area that you responded to that night, correct?
Correct.
Would you agree that the arrows generally reflect the path that you took as you were driving around in your patrol car as we watched it on the body of video?
Yes.
So would you have started down here where the number 1 is, headed north on El Centro, made a left turn on Selma, then come south on Argyle, and made a right turn on Sunset?
Right, westbound turn on the Sunset, yes.
Okay. And when you were on Sunset, did you make a U-turn and then head back up Argyle?
Correct.
Did you cross Selma and go into the bus depot on the corner of Argyle and Selma?
Correct.
And then did you come out and go to Vista Del Mar and then go north on Vista Del Mar?
Correct.
And would the yellow generally reflect it's very hard to see, but would that generally reflect where you walked through the parking lot?
Yes.
Okay. I don't have any further questions.
Let me see if the sidebar not on the record, please.
No skin. He really did not go to the police station the same night. He went 2 days later. It was days later. Oh, you got kicked all the way out. Welcome back. Welcome back, Shay. So I told y'all all the sidebars and breaks. They cut the camera completely off. That is the judge's order rules. So as we watch this case, this is what we will see. Just to be very clear, y'all know, when I do stream this, I'll likely stream till 4 o'clock and then I'll have to be done for the day. So I will likely be behind so I can skip through breaks of this nature. So just keep that in mind if you choose to watch with me. I'll probably end early and finish the next day and skip through the breaks for the upcoming day because, yeah.
I'm gonna go up to a certain part, Your Honor.
Say again?
I'm gonna go up to a certain part, that's the part you can break on, I think it should take us right through that door.
Well, we have to break the law.
Yeah, I'm saying, I might be a few minutes short of it, but we'll give the world here. Hey, Sergeant, how are you?
Good, sir, how you doing?
Just a couple things. This whole line of questioning about, the possibility that you may have missed something, remember that line of questioning the prosecutor said you about?
Yes, sir.
You're not trained to miss something, you're trained to find things, correct?
Correct.
Now, when you say you may have missed something, there were 7 of you guys responding officers at the scene, correct?
Did you say 7?
Yeah.
I don't think it was 7, but.
Look. Okay, how many do you think there were?
I think 3 total.
Oh, no. Did you see the video?
I did. I only saw 2 others, including myself. That's 3.
How about Brian Kijevix? You know him?
Kijevix, yes.
Was he there?
I believe so, yes.
How about John Cook?
Yes.
Okay. Rob Sweeney?
Don't recall.
Okay. Steve Wilson?
Also same.
Rocky Martinez?
Same.
Okay. How about Adrian Rodriguez?
Don't remember seeing him.
And Jose Quintanilla?
Quintanilla? No, sir.
You don't remember seeing him either?
No.
So, anyway, there is cam footage of other officers, not just yours, right?
Correct, yeah.
Anyway, long story short, you don't know if you missed something, right?
I don't think anybody would know if they missed something, right?
Right.
Yeah.
Right. What was the first time you discussed the possibility that maybe you missed something with the prosecutors? What was the first time you discussed that?
I mean, today we reviewed stuff, right?
I don't know. I wasn't there today.
Correct.
But it was the first time you discussed maybe I missed something.
Yeah.
When did this happen?
This was in 2021.
And what's it now?
This is 2025.
Okay. So, for the first time since 2021, today is the first time you discussed with the prosecutors, oh, I may have missed something.
Correct.
And the first time you met with them, anyone in this case was on Wednesday, right?
No, today is the first time I met with them. Spoke with them on the phone.
On Wednesday?
Wednesday, I believe, about scheduling and about appearing
Okay.
to court.
So today's the first time you met with them?
Met with them in person, yes.
And the first time you discussed testimony was today?
Yes.
You didn't discuss on Wednesday?
No, we discussed scheduling and what the case was about. That's it.
You take your duties seriously. By the way, let me stop for a second. You were asked what you were looking for hypothetically when you arrived at the scene of a call for a shooting. You recall that?
Yes.
And you said victims, yes?
Yes.
Damage to property, correct?
Correct.
What about shell casings? Would you look for that too?
Sure.
Because you didn't mention that. That would be something, right?
Absolutely, yes. Yes.
You take your duties as a law enforcement officer seriously, Sergeant?
I do.
And because of that, you make your best effort to perform your duties to the best of your ability.
Correct.
And you do, in fact, the best to perform your police functions carefully.
Yes.
And you're a sergeant, right?
Yes.
I mean, very distinguished position, yeah.
Thank you.
You're welcome. And you pay attention to detail, don't you?
Yes.
I mean, you get called to a shooting scene. You guys have flashlights too, right?
Correct.
Searchlights. You know what you're looking for, right?
Correct.
On November 6, 2021 at 10:27 PM, you had received a report of shots fired, right?
Correct.
And you responded to the area of Selma and East Delmar.
Correct.
And you were wearing your body camera, I think that was established, right?
Yes, sir.
And you reported that.
Yes, sir.
Yeah. And also, fellow officers reported video as well.
Correct.
And you in turn reported your fellow officers' activity.
Right.
You exited your car on 10:31.
Can't independently recall, but if it shows that on the timestamp, that timestamp's accurate. There's no reason to believe it's not.
Right, timestamp's accurate.
Correct.
And your car was parked next to that parking lot on East Delmar?
Yes.
And after exiting your car, you walked southbound on East Delmar?
Correct.
Towards the stop sign on the corner there, right?
Yes. Yes.
And then you walked into that parking lot with all those cars, right?
Yes, sir.
By the way, there was no damage to any of those cars that time, right?
Not that we saw, no.
You were looking, right? You guys were looking.
Yes, sir.
And once you were in the parking lot, according to your body cam footage, you walked from one end of it to the other.
Correct.
As you did that, you had your flashlight on.
Sure.
And you saw from your body cam footage, other officers had their flashlights on.
Correct.
Now, at one point, from your body cam footage, you were looking at the windshield of a vehicle with your flashlight, right?
The rear windshield on that red car?
Yeah.
Yes.
You were searching for signs of shooting, right?
Correct.
You didn't find any broken glass?
No.
No damaged cars?
No.
No bullet holes?
No.
You established no shell casings?
Correct.
No blood?
Correct.
In fact, you didn't find any signs of shooting, right?
Correct.
Now, you said there have been times you responded to a reported shooting only to find that the person who made the call intentionally lied about it, right?
Right, like the false report of emergency or
Yeah.
somebody suffering from an illness.
Yes.
Right.
So that would be an intentional lie, right?
Yes.
And you'd agree that if someone misreports a shooting that never really happened, you wouldn't expect to find any evidence of it when you get there, right?
Right.
Now, your own body cam footage ended at 22:33:16, meaning 10:33 and 16 seconds, right?
Okay.
But you still remained on the scene that was turned off, right?
Well, I can't remember, but if I'm turning it off, it's because I've concluded what I need to do and then I'm leaving.
Well, after searching the parking lot, you searched the street as well.
Are you saying after I went into the parking lot, I exited?
Sorry.
I don't remember if I did. I'm going off my body worn.
Okay, well, I'm gonna help refresh your recollection right now, okay? Who was that officer with that name that I mispronounced badly? Ryan? You too, okay.
Kijevix? Yeah.
We'll
call him Brian.
There's a J, a B, and an X all in there?
Right, yeah.
Okay. Yeah. So, Brian?
Right.
Officer Brian?
Yes.
I want to show you the body cam footage that's been marked as defense exhibit A, for identification.
Is there audio? There.
Yes, sir.
Do you have a transcript?
We don't need, this is not for the sound, we don't need the audio portion of it, it's just for visual.
What? Defense A. Thank you.
Now, directing you to 22:35:50, 20 seconds into this video, hold on 1 second. Is that it? You good there? Yeah. So that's 22:35:50, right?
Yes.
Okay, and that's whatever it is.
10:35 p.m.
Thank you. 20 seconds into the video. Do you recognize yourself on?
I do.
Okay. So you did go to the street after the parking lot, right?
Yes.
And at that point, your body camera is off?
I can't remember if it's on or off, if there's an additional video you want me to watch, but again, this was 4 years ago.
No, I understand. But you talked about it for the first time today with the prosecutor, right?
Correct.
All right. Did you see any of your body cam footage today? When you talked about it for the first time, displaying what you're looking at?
My own video?
Yeah.
Yes.
Showing that part?
No, not this.
Right. I know you saw your video from before that we all saw, right? But you don't see any of your body cam footage showing this, right?
No.
Okay. But that is you, right?
It is, yes.
And that video truly and accurately reflects your activities during the search of the scene on November 6, 2021, correct?
Correct.
Weren't I off as defense exhibit A?
You already have it marked.
Offering
What- I'm
into
sorry, what are you
evidence.
doing?
I identified it and I'm offering it evidence.
It's evidence?
Yes, sir.
Your objection?
Evidence would not move something into evidence until the case is
That's
recorded.
true. There can be a motion to admit evidence at any time as long as there is a foundation and it's relevant and admissible. Do you have an objection now as to foundation or relevance?
No, I don't.
Defense A is admitted.
Now the street shown there, sir, I'm conservative. Well, you have a little camera screen there.
This is fine.
Okay.
Yeah, but thank you.
Very small company.
Sure.
It's fine. Okay. Ding, we'll fucking do.
All right. Well, we're gonna have to recess now, sir.
Sure.
So you're gonna come back on Tuesday,
Okay.
10:30 in the morning.
10:30, all right.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Thanks for coming in today.
All right.
No.
All right, y'all. So we done got through day one of the ASAP Rocky trial. It's time. Let me go ahead and cut this off because now we're getting the music. But it sounded like he said, well, the subtitle said Tuesday at 10:30 a.m. Which is again Pacific Standard Time, which is 12:30 my time. Yeah. He had to end because he's like, he letting them know like they went from 10:30 to 4. Court has to be done at 4 o'clock. So I'm losing my train of thought, y'all. I'm so tired. Like we've been streaming for like almost 10 hours. Okay, so the officer gets put on the stand, and ASAP Rocky lawyer is really, really drilling into the fact that the police officers are trained to, do their job. If they're called out for a shots fired, they are going to go out there to look for what it is that they believe will help them in identifying one, if it is a true shots fired incident, because apparently they have people out there with mental health issues who could report a false crime. And so he offers it up, and we then find out that the officer had just now spoken to the state about testimony, and he had never talked about possibly missing a piece of evidence until today, which was interesting. Because I like the way he came up to the stand and said that you're not trained to go out there and miss something, are you? He like, nah, you trained to go out there and find something. Now, mind you, this incident did happen 4 years ago. So the officer is saying like, look, I kind of don't remember this. I kind of don't remember that. But it's clear that he also cut his camera off. So I don't know. I think it's too soon for me to say if we're experiencing some insufficient policing thus far, because I don't think Mr. Tacopina would want to make that argument when he's arguing that the police, essentially did their job and they scouted it, and there was no way that really could have gone back to find these casings. I thought it was a fairly interesting call out. Fairly interesting call out. I don't understand why they let all these years go by for a trial and then haven't had any communication whatsoever until the day the trial starts, which is crazy. It's crazy. And they're using their body cameras and reports to refresh their memory. So, We're gonna see. We're gonna see. Now, I done had y'all for a long time today. I'm not even gonna hold y'all. I'm gonna do a 1-minute recap. I will post it to my TikTok as well as my YouTube. So if you follow me on YouTube or if you don't follow me on YouTube, make sure that you subscribe. You hit the like button. You hit the notifications button so that anytime I go live, you know I'm on. You know what we're doing. Okay. Yes, we will be watching whenever it comes back on. It says Tuesday or Wednesday. I'm gonna confirm. I'm having my tooth got fixed, Shay. So I will get our calendar. I will get our calendar out here to show that we're going to be watching it. Now, when it comes to Jackie Johnston, we know that we can't watch her during the day. So I'll find us something to watch in the early morning hours until we get into our split. Now, I'm just letting y'all know, I'm not going to be watching trial until 7, 8, 9 o'clock over her. Okay. I'm going to cut my stream off at probably 4 o'clock or maybe whenever they lunch. And then I'm going to pick it back up on the next day. So we'll watch that in the morning and then catch up to the day and skip through breaks. Like that's how I'm going to watch this trial because I got a life. I think y'all got one too. So I want y'all to live it and enjoy it and not be too consumed with these trials because we know they can take over our lives. Right. But that's kind of how I'm going to do it so that we can get my viewers can get the full view of it my way and we can skip through some of this stuff and listen at it a little faster rate if we need to. But I want you all to have a good, safe, fun weekend. I will see y'all later. Make sure you check my socials for an update. Thank you, Shay. I appreciate that. Y'all have a good weekend.